Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa terbakar seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin. Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia bisa Miko datang dan tanggulan Vivo. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Vivi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. Masih taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can see they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa terbakar seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin. Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia bisa Miko datang dan tanggulan Vivo. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Vivi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. Masih taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can see they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
your skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa terbakar seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang huge. Dia tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan Vivo. Tarian rangsa telah pulaku keponya bergerak mencari Hyo dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Teko Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. Major Marcel taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can see they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
Day number 2 is here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again here in the UniPin Ladies Series Southeast Asian Championships 2022 for day number 2. We already witnessed 2 incredibly crazy, interesting matches yesterday. We will see another set of those 2 matches today with me, Mirko, and Velajave.
Yeah, welcome back everyone. We will witness a lot of Southeast Asia ladies here competing inside of UniPin Ladies Series Southeast Asia Championship 2022. But yeah, we are happy to be back here. But before we're starting this UniPin Ladies Series Southeast Asia Championship 2022, I want to let you know that this UFC 2022 is presented by UniPin, supported by Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and also we have media partners that always supporting ladies in Southeast Asia. First, Upstation, One Esports, Revival TV, Context.id, Dunya Games, GGWP, Esports.id, Game Buff, Game Zero, Indo Gamers, Journal Apps, Kingchair, and Go Philippine Esports. Thank you for always supporting this series for UFC 2022.
Absolutely, man. Without the support, we wouldn't have this incredible event. But speaking of events, man, there's a lot of skin events in MLBB, and you guys today will have a limited time quick discount or flash sale. For those of you guys who like to top up with UniPin credits right now on UniPin, you guys can top up minimum with 100,000 with GoPay payment and immediately get a discount of 15,000 UniPin credits. And for those of you who are watching, go and top up right now. www.unipin.com. Type it in and buy your diamonds.
Yeah, yesterday we saw a lot of Kung Fu Panda skin that had been used inside of the matches inside of UFC 2022. And we know that actually the skins are just so amazing. But yes, this is the bracket for UFC 2022.
Yeah, we're going to take a look.
Match. Yep.
At match 3 here with Omega Empress versus going to be going up against the team Rose. This is a very interesting matchup, but in our second matchup of the day, we're also going to take a look at Bigatron Era going up against DDE Empress.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's going to be very interesting. We want to know how is like DDE Empress gonna be fighting against BTR Era, one of the strongest team here inside of UFC 2022, already holding like 16 trophy on their hands. Are they gonna be claiming the 17? We are not know, because actually a lot of teams here is gonna be showing their power, including Smart Omega along with Rosophilia. We know that actually Smart Omega, one of the strong contender coming from Philippines, is one of the team that is actually being looked out by so many teams inside of UFC 2022, along with Rosophilia. I mean, like, last time I saw them playing, and I think like they have like so much improvement with what I saw in the previous ULS Malaysia. So I want to see them more inside of UFC 2022. Hopefully, with this global ban and pay, it's gonna be more interesting, Mirko.
Oh yeah, we've already seen crazy picks yesterday on the first day of this global ban USC 2022, and we saw what the global ban can really force upon the players, right? We saw a Carmilla early on yesterday in the match against RQ Mika. We also saw a Hanzo in the jungle, fellas. So we're already seeing very interesting picks just from the first day alone. And in the first day, it was all 3 zeros. If we get a best of 5 going all the way, full 5 games, then we are going to see a hell of a lot more of those crazy unique picks, and I'm all for it, man. I like crazy picks. I think it adds more dimensions as well with the global ban system, because the players usually in the normal ban system, they're gonna have to think 3-4 steps ahead of their opponents. With the global ban, they might have to be thinking 10 or even 12 steps ahead.
Yeah, we know that actually right now for full hero inside of mid lane, it's like not as much as before. Like, we barely see things that just like Farsha or anything. We are seeing more into like maybe Sicilian, maybe some of the saviors. So mid lane here, yeah, Eve all the way. But yeah, I mean, like, it's not like before. Like, we are seeing a lot of different kind of a hero here inside of the mid lane. So it's gonna be a huge question. Are they gonna be using a different kind, or will we will be seeing like maybe gold lane as a magic lane? Just like Alice maybe, or Chang-Yi that is going directly towards the gold lane, and we will see physical mid lane. I was hoping like we will see a lot of new strategy to be put out inside of this drafting phase, because this is one of the struggle, I think, that is being shown in the first day, that actually some of the team is not really ready to fight with the other team that already having a different kind of drafting. So yeah, that's what I'm hoping inside of this second day.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, right now, I think in terms of the way the teams can play the game, we're at a point where it's just super diversified, right? You can win games by through your mid lane, through your jungle, and even through your XP lane and gold lane now. It feels like the game is very, very multi-dimensional at this point, and the drafts also match it. But I do agree with you. The mid lane has felt kind of one-dimensional with the picks, right? We've only seen a few of those picks, like the Yves, the Xavier. We haven't even seen the Xavier much recently. We've only seen it yesterday in the second match, actually. And now we're gonna have to see if Omega or Rose Ophelia will try to pick up those crazy heroes once again. Perhaps, like you mentioned, Vela, the mid lane physical damage dealers, like perhaps an assassin.
Possible, especially Smart Omega. I think like the way that they are having like a huge hero pool is also one of the strong point from Smart Omega. But I'm not really sure here. Are they gonna be like showing things just like what we want to? I mean, like it's gonna be a lot of things to be put out here, especially with the global ban. They really need to be sure what kind of hero that they really need to pick, because it's only one time. And then this global ban and pick for you guys who is just like coming inside of the USC 2022 is only be reset for this game number 7. So because this is best of 5 series, definitely they're gonna be using a whole different hero for all best of 5, which is gonna be like, I'm really happy with this global ban and pick, Mirko. It's gonna be like boosting the way that they'll need to learn about hero pool, like about every strategy. I mean, like it's a whole new level for ladies. Really,
Yeah.
I'm really happy about this one.
Speaking of the new level, we're gonna take a look at the video teasers for the players. And there you have it. Both of the teams stepping in, Vela, coming in again with their main lineups here for day number 2, match number 1.
Yeah. I mean, like, looking at Rosophelia, I do remember Gibo is one of the strongest assassin player for Malaysian teams here. So I hope like we will see a lot of different assassins to be picked from Rosophelia. But the rest of the player that is coming from Rosophelia itself is a new player that joined from the previous ULS. So it's gonna be a lot of new things that will shown, especially Gibo is playing. Actually, Yuzra, Wangster, Honey, Rosie Forger, and also Fafu, the one that is gonna be playing for Rosophelia today.
Oh, so that's interesting. Again, so they're already trying to change their roster, make it a little bit more dynamic here. Perhaps coming into this game, they want to test some of those limits just first. You know, they want to, obviously, this is a double elimination tournament. Maybe they can still test things out here in the first series, because even if they lose, they will be sent down to the lower brackets, having a second chance in the tournament. So maybe that's why, Vela, they're going for a little bit of a roster change. But for the side of Omega, we're going to take a look as well. Smart Omega Empress with their main 5, Amore, Phoebe, Keishi, Mirai, and Shinoa.
I love them. I love how the way they are like looking so confident inside of their pictures right now. But I do remember all of them are like very strong, especially like Shinoa. She's like very aggressive kind of player. So I really want to see what will happen between these new, for me it's kind of new, for Rosophelia versus like Smart Omega, one of the strong contender coming from Malaysia versus Philippines here. So for everyone that is watching and wants support them, don't forget to put your Malaysian and Philippines flag in the comment section below.
Absolutely. Show your support for your teams and the respect as well, ladies and gentlemen. This is all about the sportsmanship and the players coming out. We're already going to go over to Smart Omega Empress's player cam. As you can see, they're ready. They're ready, Vela. They also have a coach there ready to draft for them. So this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup. For the side of Rose Ophelia, though, it does seem like they are coming in individually, right? Not in a boot camp. They're not in a gaming house.
Yep.
So, well, what do you think about that, fella? Do you think that the boot camp or having a gaming house living together is a massive advantage?
I think it's a huge advantage because for me, like, you will have like more bonding rather than I know that actually if we are spending time together with playing together, scream, maybe doing things online virtually, it's not gonna be like really the same with the one that actually stay together, sleep together, have like countless talk about every daily basic kind of thing. So I think like for Smart Omega, they might be having a higher advantage compared to Rosophilia, but it doesn't mean that they're gonna be winning this one easily, since like Rosophilia definitely have something on their hand to be put out inside of this match.
We'll see. You know, there's a lot of pocket picks definitely here for both of the teams, but the thing is, like you mentioned, the global ban system is going to have a say about those comfort picks, about those prio picks. As you can see, the coach waking the players up, I guess, right there, just preparing the girls for this match. And obviously, it seems like they are already ready to just jump into the game. What I'm very curious to see, however, is this meta. So far, we have seen, even though it's the most diversified meta, the most multi-dimensional meta, it's mostly been gold lane carry, right? Once you win in that gold lane, you carry the game. And if you don't, the enemy team has a huge advantage.
It's for me, it's more into the mid lane or also gold lane. Yeah, if your mid lane able to like maybe winning in several aspects, maybe over the rotation, over the objective, or maybe like taking some advantage of the kills in the early game, they might be having a huge advantage in the early game to the late game, because like lately a mid lane hero is the one that can carry to the late game. But if you're using different kind of like maybe scaling heroes such as Xavier, maybe Sicilian, your gold lane is the one that is gonna be like the one that everybody gonna chase for, and that's why gold lane right now is really being protected, especially by the roamer. The rotation from the jungler is mostly as going to the gold lane as well. So gold lane really important right now. That's why all of the movement inside of the game directly going for that one.
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to see, once again, the gold lane is going to be a heavy priority, even in terms of the rotations in game, because a lot of these junglers, a lot of the roamers actually just go over to the gold lane. It doesn't even feel like the gold lane is a 1v1 lane anymore. It feels sometimes like it's literally a 3v3 sometimes, right? With everyone just going down, fighting it, and trying to just get their gold laner ahead.
Definitely, the jungler, the roamer, even the mid lane. Sometimes it's like 4-to-1, Mirko. You just like see the XP laner playing by themselves, doesn't care about anything else. They just like, I want to cut the lanes. That's what I can do right now. But yeah, like speaking of the current strategy right now inside of the ladies, I feel like they are having like this very different kind of drafting along with the gameplay with the higher professional, such as like MPL players. But I was like seeing a lot of mechanics that are actually the same with the one that we are having. So I just want to see later, especially for the XP laners, the one that is being left out, because most of the rotation is coming to the gold lane. XP laner is really needed to have like a very strong movement, very strong mechanics to hold out on their lane.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a heavy emphasis on getting that heavy mobile or high mobile hero in the XP lane. Obviously, it doesn't hurt to have a little bit of damage, a little bit of that outplay potential, like the Paquito that we've seen being prioritized in a lot of these matches, especially in the MPL. However, from the first day of USC 2022, we haven't really seen a whole lot of Paquito in the XP lane. We saw it once, picked up by Ashe, just in the jungle though. It's not the XP lane hero. We mostly just saw Esmeraldas. We even saw Yu Zong in that final game. But Yeah, that's about it, right? Esmeralda, Uranus, Yuzong, and Takedo. Those are the 4 heroes that we've seen in that XP lane. I want to see some differences here, though. Maybe Benedetta can show up finally again in that XP lane as it's rising to popularity once again.
Perhaps it's still possible to be picked for that one. But I'm hoping something different though. I mean, like we are saying a lot of Esmeralda. Even the one that I was like very shocked is actually there is no Natalia ever. We are not seeing Natalia, and the one that actually is being contacted or maybe being banned. It's not even banned yesterday, Mirko. Not even
Right.
So it's
That's
like
yeah. It's kind of weird, Vela. You're right. There's a lot of prior heroes that we usually see in MPL that are not really being prioritized here, like the Natalia, and even for RRQ Mika, there was one play in the drafting phase in particular that got me and Kim very intrigued. They left the Feramis open as a first pick. They let it go. And they still won the game. They still were able to take the game pretty dominantly against against the team. It was just so interesting. Reborn, yeah.
Yeah, Reborn. Actually, seeing how they are like able to control the game from Paramis, like they are witnessing the first and second game. They know actually Reborn is not really strong under drafting. That's why maybe they are very confident on the third game. But yeah, we are coming to one of the important part of the game right now. First match, ban and peak days. We will see what is actually gonna happen inside of this one from the both of the coach here, Dale Mark, along with P1. It's very interesting.
Let's see. Omega with the first ban in the game. They might just go for a... I don't know. Right now, they can actually force the Valentina and the Feramis to be left open because they are on the blue side. Rosophilia will be the one pressured to go for the bans towards those 2 heroes. And Omega, they just go for the Feramis ban first. And we should see a response instantly. When you see the Feramis banned out, we usually see the Valentina instantly from the enemy team, or they might just go for the Masha first. Again, another hero that's just been very prior.
Like Masha, yesterday is always being banned. It's only because they are facing such a team, maybe Reborn. They don't want to be like this a very early game. But I do agree with Valentina. I think like they are not gonna let that one hero open. Still one of the heroes that is very annoying just because they're having IMU. That's the only reason Valentina is one of the most bad hero here. But yeah, it's directly being banned. Actually, if you're seeing a lot of it, I want one along with Julian to be banned. I don't want both of that hero open, Mirko.
Right. 1-1, Julian, even the Beatrix right now that has been prioritized many times, even yesterday in the match of Reborn and RRQ Mika. So right now, I think the right ban is... you're absolutely right. I completely forgot about the Fanny, and I think the teams did as well yesterday because we didn't see a Fanny picked nor banned at all. This time, though, Smart Omega, they're going for the ban, so maybe... this is respect towards Rosophilia. Maybe they have a Fanny player that's just hiding, you know? Maybe she hasn't shown that Fanny before, but she might just show it here.
Yeah, Rosophilia is one of the teams that is well known for using an assassin hero. So yeah, might be because of respecting Rosophilia. They're one of the heroes that can play very early, that can very interesting to be banned right here from Smart Omega, or they don't want to be disturbed in the early game by the presence of Fanny. So they might be picking a very early hero, just like what you're saying right now. Actually, Beatrix, you were mentioning Beatrix just now, and I want to mention that actually if you are seeing Beatrix, 2 heroes that actually gonna disturb Beatrix is actually Atlas and also Franco. So with that, all of the heroes that's still open, I think like Beatrix is still beatable, but Natalia, the one that we mentioned, finally being banned here.
Yeah, we're seeing a whole lot more of those crazy assassin bans finally in this matchup from Smart Omega and even from Rosophilia. We're seeing a mutual respect from both of the teams as they have removed very crucial heroes, but there you go. Akai has been dominating in the jungle, maybe a little bit too much in this current patch. Yeah, it just feels like you can't really contest for neutral objectives when the opponents have an Akai with that heavy spin, with just the base damage all around and the overall tankiness of the hero. He can really just take neutral objectives for free and even look for picks everywhere on the map, team fights as well. But the Julian will be the response from Rose Ophelia, and this gives Smart Omega the chance to go for maybe perhaps a Masha first pick or that 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of heroes right now is still open. 1-1, Masha. If you still want to pick over Eve, there's a lot of possibilities here. But yeah, directly picking over 1-1. Actually, if we are saying 1-1, one of the heroes that can be part for the Smart Omega is actually Atlas. One of the heroes that is going to be very good to help with the perfect match along with the Fatal Lane to be able to take all of the weaknesses coming from Rosophelia later. But a billion pick here coming from Rosophelia, they want to the hero that can kill the late here. But remember, these two heroes, Flint and also Cecilian, will be easy target for any hero that can jump back to the backline. Maybe like Amon, maybe like Esmeralda, that is still open.
I'm thinking about Masha too right now. That's still
Yeah.
left open, right? And we all know, oh my god, in the late game with a Thunderclap, you literally just melt down that back line. And if Smart Omega goes for it, they will have a very solid backline of themselves, and they have a solid threat to the enemy backline. They can go for the Masha. The Esmeralda, like you said, works too here. But I really like the picks from Rose Ophelia, getting a few counters in towards the 1-1. Clint obviously going to be more oppressive in the lane, poking the 1-1 down. But yeah, the Esmeralda is going to be the hero picked up here, obviously because of that insane mobility. Not only can she clear waves super fast, not only is she sustainable, but she's so fast when it comes to rotations, and they top it off with a Franco to go for more picks. And that's exactly what you said, Bella. They want to target that back line. Very easy to pick off. Cecilion and Clint going to have to be very, very careful.
We will be the witness here about the Iron Foot and also Bloody Heart that is gonna be popped by Franco later. But Atlas, okay, what's happening here? Do you want to counter it back with the presence of Atlas with the perfect match with that Fatal Lake? But it's gonna be a heavy work because we know that actually usually 1-1 with the Needle of Flower, it's gonna be very hard to pick off that one. Maybe Franco will also like, okay, I'm okay with it. You just come and I will try to use the Bloody Heart to just like stop the movement from Atlas. And remember, Atlas is a very, very momentum hero. If he is able to maybe pick off somebody and take it with the perfect match, it's gonna be very good. But if it's not able to take maybe 2 or 3 members coming from some Smart Omega, it's not looking really good for Rosophelia later. So we will just see what will happen. But the bans that is coming up is actually pretty fast here, Mirko.
Yeah. It's very, very interesting to see from Rose Ophelia. They have picked up a mage, so they're just trying to narrow down the picks from Smart Omega, banning out the Yves and the Xavier. So again, with that Xavier, we haven't really seen the Xavier prioritize a lot in this current meta, but what it does provide is a whole lot of utility and that range, that global presence in the map as well. So taking that out with this kind of composition does make sense. Rose Ophelia can just wrap up their drafts right now with an XP lane pick, or they might just go for the jungle first. And I think it is going to be better to go for the jungle, because if you pick a jungler right now, perhaps even like one of the prio junglers, maybe you want to go for maybe a Thamas in the jungle or an XP. Again, a very good flex pick from Rose Ophelia, but that narrows down the picks for Smart Omega in that jungle.
Agree. If it's Thomas going for the XP lane, so they will have a surprise pick later. They will choose what they want to be picked later on. I mean, like Thomas versus Ronda, definitely Thomas will have the advantage in a very early stage. So it's a very good pick if Rosophelia going for that way. But now, the last pick for Smart Omega, they really need a 1 jungler and also 1 mid laner. I was thinking about Kagura actually, that can flee out of the conditions here, especially she can jump into chase over Sicilian or also Clint, but still a lot of options to be picked here. But Paquito, one of the heroes that you mentioned firstly, is being picked along with Farsha. Okay, this is new. I mean, like Farsha is being forgotten actually.
Yeah. We literally spoke about this. We literally mentioned it too. Farsa. We haven't really seen Farsa in a long time, but coming up, Smart Omega here against Rose Ophelia, they opt to go for the Farsa. I actually thought that, you said Kagura. In my head, I was thinking about Lilia, another good hero, got up against, so much dive from the Atlas and so much engage with the sustainability. But we'll see. Maybe Rose Ophelia now have the chance to pick up a jungler, another utility jungler, perhaps to act as a front line for the two heavy backline threats that they have. And no, they don't go for a frontliner, they go for a person who can threaten the backline of Smart Omega. Very wise choice. Again, that backline for Smart Omega is very vulnerable. The Farsa, when she pops that Feather Airstrike, is a sitting duck.
Yeah, but they really need to be careful about this Paquito with the heavy left punch, along with the jab. Hayabusa, if they're not able to run away easily with the quad shadow, it's gonna be an easy target for Franco and also Paquito. So yeah, we will just see what will happen right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be the first game between Smart Omega Empress and also Rosophilia, and this best of 5 series inside of the UniPin Ladies Series from East Asian Championship 2022. Don't forget to support them by putting the Malaysian and also Philippine flag in the comment section along with the hashtag for both of this time.
Once again, show your support, ladies and gentlemen, for both of these teams who've wrapped up their draft. Rose Ophelia with a very heavy emphasis on team fight, and Omega with the same. We're gonna have to see the two styles clash as we get ready to jump into the Land of Dawn for match 1, game number 1 of day 2 here at USC 2022.
Yeah, I was like hoping with this Hayabusa pick, actually it's a very good one if you want to chase over Shinoa and also Amore here with the partial along with the 1-1. I'm gonna get easy target with Shadow Kill, with the Shuriken as well. Like Hayabusa have a lot of advantage for that one, but remember he is using the high-end drive. Why? Because he wants to be the one that chases for the backline for Smart Omega Empress. He needs more damage for that one. And Rosophilia, they would have two frontliners with Tom and also with the Atlas. Well, we know that actually Mira is gonna be out in front of us. We are saying that actually Phoebe here will be chased by 2 members from Rosophilia, but I don't think they will be able to take something in this very early stage.
Yeah, it was a solid start for Rose Ophelia, actually using that high and dry to isolate the members of Smart Omega, picking up that Lethal Wanderer start. So the Paquito as well, he actually opted to go for the high and dry, and this is something that we've seen recently a lot, right? The high and dry coming in for the Paquito instead of the killing spree, and we saw why they've gone for the high and dry. The damage on that jab absolutely melts anyone who doesn't have tanky items, even the ones who have tanky items with a penetration build. But wait a minute, Wangster jumping in once again will not be able to find that gold buff. It is still going to be Keishi who secures it. Wangster, in these skirmishes, I think in the early stage, Paquito is going to have a slight edge.
Yeah, I think like they really need to do some movement right here. But I think certain will be the one that a lot of it. But here, Yura won't go anywhere. Perfect match trying to run away. Doesn't really connect. But the time will go able to take somebody. First one, even double kill on the head of Wangster. But Wangster will be taken down by that Barsha. Amori tried to take something from Rosophilia.
2-for-1 trade, and Wolk in the bottom side. Oh, the crossbow tang gonna be popped instantly with the Inspire, securing a solo kill for Shinoa down below, and that's what you need for Smart Omega. I was about to say that, they might have just lost the early stage of the game, but meanwhile on the top side as well, it's a 1v1 as Rossi pops that Inferno, still able to sustain for now, clearing out the waves and knowing exactly the calculations of this hero, is able to survive up against Phoebe, but look at the turtle. It seems like Omega have been able to come down and actually put on the pressure back to secure the neutral objective. So early on, it was actually Rose Ophelia who started that engagement, who got the first blood and the first 2 initial kills, but Smart Omega with a very good recovery.
Yeah, but right now 2-for-2 with not a lot of difference in the side of gold and also EXP. I think like Wangster, if she have the shadow kills again, she needs to do the movement, the rotation, since like Mirai, it's been shut down from one time along with Keishi. I mean like this is one of the chance for them to get something more, since like Keishi is under in the gold and also EXP right now compared to Wangster, the one who gets the 2 kills even though that's being shut down for one time by Amor. And it's like still 70 seconds for the next turtle, so another rotation that is coming to the bottom lane, I think that they really need to take that hero.
Yeah, again, this is what we've come to expect in the meta in the gold lane. You just want to try to group and enable your gold laner. However, Fafao, very smart move when he notices that everyone is missing, and now it might just be Rosophilia who looks for a pick down below. As you can already see on your screen, Yuzura is coming in, but it's going to be instantly bloody hunted there with a flicker popped in. Fatal Links unable to connect to any of the Prio members as Shinoa pops that crossbow tag. We see the Feather Airstrike as well. Overall, just to zone the other Smart Omega, well, other Rosophilia members from the Smart Omega members as Shinoa just goes to town on that turret. They're still looking for the dive under the turret, and the shadow kill there will be popped by Wangster. Not really that much damage coming out. Both teams still able to disengage, but Smart Omega winning it 1-0.
Yeah, I'm slating the shadow kills towards 3 members of Smart Omega Empress. I don't think that for now Wangster have enough damage to do all of that, especially Wangster really need to make maybe half assist or maybe Hunter Strike to have another penetration towards Smart Omega Empress. But yeah, right now, I mean like the job for Sinoa is also getting the win of nature, because we know Fafao and also Wangster will be targeting 1-1 every single time. So yeah, I think like one of the wisest way to try to win the condition, even though that you are being prioritized here by the other opponent, is trying to have defended movement. But yes, here Keishi is already securing the turtle, the second turtle inside of this game.
Slowly but surely, Smart Omega Empress, they're taking that gold lead. They're not looking for unnecessary fights on the map. They're roaming pretty well here, with Amore constantly just in that bottom side. This is creating so much space for the 1-1 to scale. And in this matchup, 1v1 Velo, we know that the Clint actually has the advantage. Knowing that the 1-1 is winning this hard right now is very scary for Rosophilia. They're gonna have to play it very safe. And there you go again, the Feather Airstrike even popped just to zone Fafao away from his minions.
Yeah, and as you can see right now, actually Wangster already finishing the Hunter Strike, so another penetration items here. First one, and for Thomas, actually he's going for the side, which is very unique. We are seeing something else, but we are seeing right now Mireille is actually trying to do some Iron Hook, even though that there is no one from Rosophilia is able to be taken here. And we see that actually Rosophilia is having no Purify kind of thing here, so they don't want to be taken down. But oh ho ho, we're seeing Feeder Airstrike, Big Pop, 3 Bomb, and there's no one from Rosophilia is being taken down. Amore is just going back, do another rotation, and I think top lane needs to be secured here by Rosophilia.
They need to look for a trade. I agree with you, but in the bottom side and in the mid lane, Wangster are going to be caught there. Bottom side, it's actually Honey, who is very low. Mid lane though, Wangster are going to finally fall after popping that shadow kill to buy a little bit more time. And in the bottom side, the turret will surely fall as well. Smart Omega securing a turret and a kill out of nowhere, just picking these kills and objectives up.
Like it's very good movement coming from Smart Omega Empress. I was like seeing Keishi is not really confident to try to do some team fight, but she's more into like playing objectively. She able to take the turtle, she able to take the turret, which is gonna be very good for Smart Omega Empress. And right now with 4-2 here, with leading 4,000 gold on their hand, I think like right now Smart Omega Empress have a really good condition. The area of effect that they are having with Amore along with Phoebe here is a very huge advantage compared to Rosophilia that really need items for Honey here with the Sicilian, because Sicilian needs to at least have 2 items along with like 150 until 200 stacks to be like very painful towards Smart Omega Empress. But they are not allowed to drag it for too long, I think.
Yeah, that's the thing right now. For Rosophilia, they can really start to bank on those 2 backliners in their composition. If they go and give out some of the items, you know, funnel in gold for Fafao and Honey, get them to stacks is going to be really good. But Wangster there, dealing some damage over to Shinoa, putting some pressure down on this Fed 1-1. Meanwhile, in the mid lane though, Hani going to get dove on by 3 members of the Feather Airstrike to finish her off as they're trying their best to clear out the waves. That's going to be the shadow kill, and instantly the follow-up from the Thamas as well to pick up 1-4-1. Smart Omega still in this fight, going in once again. The suppression comes in with a bloody hunt, and Shinoa's come to play, picking up a killing spree for herself. One more weakness point on Yuzura to pop that crossbow tang, forcing Rosophilia off of that tier 1 turret, and Smart Omega once again lead and take a recovery fight.
don't know why Sinoa not using the Inspire. If she's able to take that Inspire and try actually to take the last weakness from Rosophelia, they will be able to actually maybe take another 2 on their hands. But they're having like more objective mindset maybe. That's why they are going for the top lane, and it's 40 seconds before this Lord comes to the land of Dawn. And right now, Wexer is kind of in a like fall-off situation for me, because it's not gonna be that easy to have like movement with the Hayabusa along with like facing Franco and also like Paquito in this kind of situation. Like they're having different kind of stage right now. Hayabusa is only able to maybe clear the way and try to do some cutting towards the minion, taking another advantage rather than going for a big war, which is not gonna be a very good lead here for Rosophelia. Even though that I know Atlas and Cecilia is gonna be very good for the team fight, but Hayabusa is not. It's only for
Absolutely.
kidnapping for the backslide.
There you go. Only for picking, right? Going for that pick in the back lines. That's the only thing that Hayabusa can do right now. But the thing is, even then, the 1-1, I think, is just way too fed for the Hayabusa to pick off. If the 1-1 just gets that Wind of Nature next as her third item, as she already completed 2 of her, core items, the DHS and the Corrosion Scythe, just that Wind of Nature is going to have enough impact, that sustainability, and obviously the Wind Chant to disable any sort of win condition that Rosophelia has with that Hayabusa. Hayabusa can no longer target her, so she can only target probably the mage. And the thing is, the mage is always with everyone together. If you go for the Farsa, that shadow kill is going to be spread out. You need to find those passive stacks onto the Farsa and really just target her down, because if not, then I don't think it's going to work, the Hayabusa.
Yeah, it's not gonna be that easy. Hopefully the Hayabusa also trying to make like defensive item here, such as like maybe Winter, to prevent the presence of Hayabusa. So it's gonna be very good for them. But Tamus, with that, I don't like the Tamus is gonna be very aggressive toward Esmeralda, but Esmeralda just enjoying the laning phase, just like what we've mentioned before. Like XP lane, they're just gonna be like doing a mechanic movement. They're just gonna show how strong they are. But back to the game right now, perfect match, bottom lane. They're just gonna be focusing to take that Mirai down. But not only that one, Mega Kill is already hold by Sinoa. Not even double kill, it's gonna be triple kill. 3 members, 4 members from Rosophelia is taken down by Sinoa.
That's what happens when Shinoa on this 1-1 just completely snowballs from the lane. My goodness, that damage with the Inspire. I'm really curious to see what item she has. I think she might have gone for the Wind Talker instead of the Wind of Nature there, because the damage was just unreal. 6-0 right now. PB just distracts everyone in that bottom side. They are able to pick up the turtle. No, the Lord here in the 10th minute. The first Lord already taken right as it spawns, and Smart Omega are looking to just siege every single turret down, leaving the base turrets open for them to take.
I hope that he have the Malefic Roar, but it's not. Just like what you've mentioned, it's Wind Talker here on the hand of 1-1. But look at that one. That battling for 2 members directly. Back in back piece as well. But Godlike for that. Sinoa, even though Sinoa is still able to go back with double kill on their hand. It's an exchange 2 for 2, but the trade is still an advantage. Maybe for Smart Omega Empress.
Yeah, they have the Lord marching in, so with 2 members down, they will not be able to clear out that bottom side as fast. They're going to have to be very, very careful once again, once we get into the mid stages of the game, because Smart Omega have their power spike. The 1-1, 8-0. We're going to take a look at the instant replay to see what exactly happened there. And you can see, it was a 3v4 situation there. Before anyone came in, Fao was not there. Fao was actually in the base walking down when they went for that engage, and you can see instantly Omega capitalize on that, pushing in the waves right now with the man advantage that they do have, clearing out the mid lane, but they're not going for it. They go for a hook, and they find it. Mirai with an incredible hook over to find Wangster. No jungler available for Rosophelia, and Smart Omega Empress are looking to take every single turret outside of the base.
Oh my god, this is just a strong 1-1. I really want to see the items again. Actually, I want to see if Alpha have any item to just prevent Sinoa's presence right now. But right now with this condition 12 and 6 in the 12 minutes inside of the land of Dawn with 9,000 leads here on the hand of Smart Omega Empress, I think like so they really need to do something. Split push maybe, just like what Wangster actually do right now, clearing the minions so they don't have any like pressure whenever the one lane is not there to try to push towards Rosafelia. At least they can secure the 2 lanes though.
We'll see, we'll see. They might just go for a freeze as well right now in the 12th minute of the game. They're still waiting for that enhanced Lord to spawn in the game, which is going to take 30 seconds. So with this Smart Omega, they're doing exactly that. Freezing up the waves, forcing Rosophilia in their base, and again, just not enabling Rosophilia to get the stacks or items or even gold and XP to come back in the game. Smart Omega doing very, very well, suffocating Rosophilia in their base as they just look for invades constantly in the enemy jungle, taking the purple buff away, not even giving them the neutral minions here in the buffs.
Yeah, not neutral minions. Lord is coming back to the land of Dawn. Purple buff is being stolen already, and the 1-1 finishing the Malefic Roar, not even going for any defensive kind of item. It's a very strong movement coming from Smart Omega Empress and Rosophilia. They are very, very want to get somewhere, but Hani is being the target here for Smart Omega, and 2 members is down on the hand Sinoa. It's very fast. I don't even know what is actually happened. Mirko.
Yeah, Mirai once again found a hook onto Hani and they tried to save her. Yuzura stepped in, instantly got bursted down by Shinoa. You already know the damage coming in is going to be massive as Rosophilia try to defend the base turret. Top side taken down as they move over to that mid lane. Mirai still just so much pressure there, walking up front. Shadow kill was already popped by Wangster to clear out the waves, and that's without the Lord. The Lord has just spawned here, and Smart Omega can just look for another push towards that base turret, possibly even going for the end. They're gonna have to be very, very careful here. Mirai is already setting up for a hook. He might just go for it right now. Goes for it. Doesn't find Wangster. Yuzura instantly pops that perfect match, trying to zone the enemy members away, trying to help his team as well. And now it's going to be a siege down below. Javella, look at the feather airstrike as well. It seems like Rosophilia, they have been able to defend the turret for a little bit, but now the Lord comes marching down.
Yeah, and they are not gonna be stopping. Falling Sarmon to the front right here. Perfect match. Oh, it's gonna be kidnapping 2 members directly with the one upper lane, but look at the Lord, it is still there. But the rest of the players from Smart Omega, they are not allowed to stay for too long. But eventually, the minion ended up, and this is gonna be the game for Smart Omega Empress right here. What a game!
Shinoa, when everyone was going for the kills, everyone was going for the fight, Shinoa popped that Inspire, just targeting the base down, and she even bought the Wind of Nature right in the exact moment to defend her from the damage coming in while she was hitting the turret. My god, Shinoa, truly the carry of this game for sure. I think she ended the game with a 9-0 stat or 10-0. I forgot what it is, but man, Shinoa on 1-1. Luckily, we have a global ban system, so next game, Rosophilia don't need to deal with it anymore, but oh my god, that 1-1.
That's why you ban 1-1. 1-1 is a very strong hero, and it's just too much to have them with the weakness finder, with the Inspire. We are witnessing actually after taking the first triple kill on the hand of Shinoa. I think like she is unstoppable. She's just like coming over, and with the Franco on the hand of Smart Omega, actually Franco is just like being. I don't know how to express this one. Like, it's just like to scare the rest of the player coming from Rosophilia. Like, the threat is there by having the Iron Hook or maybe the Bloody Hunt. So everyone from the Rosophilia is like, really want to make sure what kind of thing that they really need to do. That's why they are defending their movement by having Atlas on their side. But whenever Atlas opening the perfect match along maybe the Flicker with the Photo Link, they are able to pick off some of the player coming from Smart Omega, but they are having a very disciplined movement. How they are like very patient and try to regroup, how to back up and try to win the condition even though they are the one who is being kidnapped. So it's a very surprising movement from Smart Omega. Their discipline is just like on the top of the place right now.
Yeah, again, we saw so many disciplined plays there, Vela, from Smart Omega. The moments where they could have gone for more kills, they could have gone for more, just a dominant game based on kills. No, they move back every single time. Getting a turret, move back, wait for the Lord. Lord comes in, then they go for another push. And even in that final fight, Shinoa, they know exactly how to play it objectively. Shinoa is constantly just hitting the turret, and now we are going to take a look at the match highlight for match 3, game number 1 at USC. All the way from the get-go, Rose Ophelia tried their best to really just, put some pressure on the Smart Omega members, but Smart Omega Empress was just way too smart with it, with the rotations, always having a 3-man, 2-man advantage, but sometimes Rose Ophelia were actually able to capitalize on a few of these picks, just like here, forcing Amore and Mirai to flicker away.
Yeah, you know that actually we were mentioning Farsha will be the target for Wangster here, the Hayabusa. Turns out it's not. Amore is the one that being the one that is chasing for Wangster with that skills that they have. It's just like so crazy. This is also one of the huge highlight coming from Shinoa that is using the Inspire along with that crossbow attack that is getting triple kill. Even though that Rosophilia have a really huge opening for the war, but they doesn't always have the way to take the member from Smart Omega Empress. Yeah, they're exchanging one of the 2 player, but on the other hand, Smart Omega Empress is having a huge advantage since they're taking into the carry or maybe the core from Rosophilia, especially Fao unable to do much inside of this movement.
Just, when you suffocate your opponents like this, Rose Ophelia just didn't have the resources necessary to go for the dive, to go for a comeback fight. Even that final fight, they put all their resources onto the Lord, and you know it, man. Shinoa just onto the base. My God. Look at those items. Corrosion, DHS, Windtalker, Melfic Roar, and Berserker's Fury. She finally bought that Wind of Nature in the end as well, but if she pops the crossbow attack, I'm pretty sure that every single member from Rose Ophelia will fall. I think it's a 1v5 Savage, perhaps. If the look at the damage, fella. It's insane.
It is. Look at the level difference, like 3 level each compared to the others is also like one of the things that is make it her like very strong inside of this game. But also look at the item from Rosophilia. We're actually seeing only like blade armor, 1 Wind of Nature, but aside of that one, like I don't really see like items to prevent the presence of Shinoa. Like you are not gonna be able to hold all of the damage that is given from Shinoa with all of the items that she have with that Demon Hunter Sword, with that Wind of Nature, Malefic Roar. Every shield, every armor that you have will be like melt down easily by the presence of Shinoa. But yeah, also with the Amore, with the Clock of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, along with the Genius one, she's just like having a very, very good positioning on the back and just like giving a way for Shinoa to open up the way towards a Rosophilia member. Such a crazy game in the first game, but yeah, just like what you've mentioned, global ban pick, so we won't see Mirai using Franco again, won't seeing Annie Esmeralda, and also 1-1. I mean, like these 3 heroes, it's just like very strong hero to be picked right now. So maybe Rosophilia in the next game, it's either Smart Omega Empress gonna be banning that hero, or maybe they're gonna let Rosophilia to have it, which is gonna be very good. But this is MVP of the match for this first game. It's gonna be Shinoa from Smart Omega Empress with 11-0 answer, definitely, because he's having so much damage on her hand.
So much impact as well. 11-0-0. She didn't get a single assist in the game. She went for 11 kills, and yeah, I guess it's just because of the amount of damage that she was able to output. She wasn't really able to share any of the kills with her teammates, right? It was just 0 assists. My God, when do you see that in a competitive match? Shinoa absolutely dominating in the first game, but again, like you mentioned, no 1-1 in the next game for Smart Omega, so they are the ones maybe who are going to be forced to ban it away from Rose Ophelia, who will have the chance to pick it up, ladies and gentlemen. A global ban system, that's how it works. Smart Omega can no longer play the set of heroes that they have picked, and Rose Ophelia, same thing goes for them, but they can pick the picks that Smart Omega went for.
Yeah, so that's what we're gonna see later. Drafting for the second game supposed to be fun, because the heroes that they're gonna be using, but I also like very curious what kind of surprise that Smart Omega will give this time. Or they're gonna be using the Beatrix that actually being ignored in the first game. We're not seeing any Beatrix right there, which is interesting. We are also a lot of things can be picked by Omega. Even Cloud right now is one of the hero that can be picked, along with the carry. We know that actually carry now is back because all of the hero that is being picked is usually like very tanky kind of hero. So it's one of the way that can be shown later inside of the game.
Absolutely, you know, the Claw, the Beach Tricks, we mentioned it in the gold lane. The Clint even is a very, very strong hero there, but unfortunately it was just bullied to out of existence in game number 1. So we'll see once again. We're going to get a very deep draft in the next one because we basically already have 10 hero bans before we even get into the drafting phase. But without further ado, we're just going to jump into the player cams. Let's take a look at, you know, how the players are feeling. It seems like even though they just suffered a loss, Rose Ophelia are still staying determined and very, very focused on the game at hand.
Yeah, because they want to do well in the second game, especially Ban and Pink Phase is already starting right now. Right now, Smart Omega will be taking the second pick, or Rosophilia will be taking the first pick here, which is going to be very interesting because right now, Smart Omega can do the surprise pick, even though Rosophilia will be able to claim first hero that they want to secure for this one, even though it's going to be a very huge pool for them. Since 1-1, back again, 1-1 of one of the strongest hero here inside of the Land of Dawn is still inside of still open for Rosophilia basically.
Let's see again. They have swapped places though here in the second draft. Rosophilia have opted to go for the blue side, and Smart Omega will be put into that red side. As you can see from the bans already, Rosophilia basically just going for the same thing as Omega in that first game, but this time they ban out the Masha, the Fanny. Omega gonna go for the Natalia, so we're basically seeing the same exact bans here, very, very similar to game number 1. And for Rosophilia right now, I think this is a smart move. They're either gonna let go of the 1-1 here, or they let go of the Fairness, forcing Smart Omega to ban one of them or look for a trade.
Oh, but means like for Rames here, Akai, also Julian is still way open, and I think like Rosophilia can secure Akai later if they want to pick over that one. Even though that I'm not really sure, are they gonna be using it as a jungler or as a roamer? Here, we are gonna be seeing actually if they are closing the possibility here for Smart Omega, since we are seeing Farsha that is not going to be able to be used by Smart Omega later, so they're minimizing all of the potential to be picked. But Sicilian might be picked by Smart Omega since like Rosophilia already using that one.
Yeah, again, Smart Omega, I think they're just gonna go for like possibly just a Fairness ban. I don't know though, 1-1 was just such a threat. I don't know if they want to just leave it up for grabs for Rosophilia. This
it
is
means that they're gonna be opening like Faramis and also Julian, but this is like you're gonna be picking Julian. I think Julian is gonna be a very huge pick here for Rosophilia. If they're not going for that one, it's gonna be sad. Yeah, there you go, Julian all the way.
Oh, but this gives Smart Omega the chance to go for the Akai. And that's why, this is interesting, right? Because that's why I thought they wouldn't go for the Fairness ban. That's why I thought they would go for the 1-1 ban. Because they can no longer pick up the 1-1. So if they don't ban it in the first phase, Rosophilia went for the smart move. They picked up a Julian first. They can always go for the 1-1 in the second pick here. And Smart Omega, Akai probably, and what else? Akai, Eve has been banned out. Valentino was also banned out, so Paquito was also picked up. So see, this is where it gets pretty tough for Smart Omega. They can go for the Akai. I think that's gonna be for sure. But what else? Oh, the Beatrix. I don't know why I completely forgot about the Beatrix. Yes, she was left open, and she will be picked up for Smart Omega Empress.
But right now, it's the time for Rosophilia picking over the Franco if they want to. One of the threat that can be picked towards Beatrix right there, from 1-1 all the way, definitely. 1-1 is open for them, and they're gonna be able to pick it along with Esmeralda, the one that is being used by Smart Omega in the previous game. But we still have Tamus if they want to compete with Esmeralda instead of laning phase, or maybe Dairat.
Yeah, Dairon could be a solid answer here. It was banned out in the first game by Smart Omega actually towards Rosophilia, and instantly we are going to see that Gyroth come into play, lock in the Esmeralda in the lane, and creating some more pressure for Rosophilia. Smart Omega tried to, get a solid jungler in the mix. With the Gyroth and the Beatrix, they have somewhat of a winning lane. If they have a Kai as well, they can just keep on ganking, and they can make the 1-1 and Esmeralda a non-factor. A big question I have right now as we look at the drafts as well for Rosophilia is, where is this Julian going to go? Is he going to go in the mid lane, or is it going to go as a jungler? Very good flex pick. But again, we're jumping into the second phase of bans. The Smart Omega limiting the heroes, Angela being the choice, and Rosophilia still sticking with that Xavier. They really just dislike Xavier, Vela.
Yeah, they don't want to have the suppressed downing light. Maybe that can be a big problem. But yeah, the question of yours, I'm not really sure about this one, but I have this feeling that they will be using it as a mid laner instead of jungle, because right now with Akai as the probably as a jungler for Smart Omega, I think like they really need to have someone that is going to be very strong with that kind of condition. But with the players of assassin players from Rosophilia, it's still a huge chance for them to pick it as a jungler. But no Franco, they are not allowing Franco to be picked here. Definitely it's gonna be a very annoying hero to be picked for contesting Beatrix. You know that actually with the Wesker, Franco will be like, Iron Hook, take the bloody heart and stop that Beatrix to do something, Miracle. Yeah.
It's way too risky to leave that hero open. I think Omega knows it best, as they were actually able to utilize that that pick in the early stage of game number 1 so well. And so with the Franco ban, now Smart Omega, they can actually just go for a solid roamer. And fun fact, they can even just put the Akai as a roamer too and go for another jungler, limiting the possibilities of Rosophilia if that Julian actually goes to the mid lane. Or they could just go for the safe route. They could just go for the Lunox to melt down the Esmeralda. They can go for the Lilia if they just want more sustain up against a 1-1 and Julian Burst.
Yeah, Lilia is actually gonna be very good pick as well, with the black shoes able to actually dodge a little bit. But Selena, this is getting interesting. They're still gonna be picking. I mean, like Aka as a jungler is gonna be very strong pick right there. But Selena for the roamer is gonna be very annoying towards Rosophilia, and now they're picking for this Baron. It means that this Julian gonna be going for the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is a very tanky lineup, a very good disengaged lineup as well to get out of the stuns coming in from Amore on that Akai, and even the Selena that they've picked up. They can finalize their draft right now. Smart Omega still need another solid frontliner. A roamer is not going to be available actually. It really depends. Is the Selena going to mid lane?
I think it's gonna be for roamer, Akai for the jungler, so they really need a mid lane that can burst down every single player from Rosophilia.
Lunox is the solid answer here. They need more late game insurance. They go for the Grok, so it's actually a Selena in the mid lane. They're banking on that early game. If they get the early game, that's a scary composition. Beatrix, Gyroth, and Selena. If those three heroes snowball, man, Rosophilia are going to have a tough time. But again, this is a massive gamble, a very risky gamble that Omega are taking.
I don't really like Selena as a mid laner. Can I suggest that actually Grok going for mid lane instead of Selena? Which is gonna be very interesting. Because we know that actually Selena and Grok, why they are always being picked up together, because of the clear of the minion. With that Selena solo is unable to clear wave of the minion very easily, but with that Grok present instead of the mid lane, it's gonna be a huge movement coming from Smart Omega Empress later. But we will witness it inside of this second game. Who are you cheering for the second game? Is it Rosophilia or Smart Omega Empress? Because we are going directly for the second game of the first match inside of UniPin Ladies Series Southeast Asia Championship 2022.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Again, you guys can leave your support in the chat for the team that you are supporting. But for me, fella, I'm always biased towards the team who picks 1-1. And I will be rooting for Rose Ophelia in game 2. Game 1 was Smart Omega, but after this game, I'm not going to be rooting for anyone anymore because 1-1 will be globally banned. Anyways, though, here, Kenichi already going in for her own jungle, but it's going to be bullied out by Rose Ophelia. Mirai finally stepping in to push in some damage, and they might actually be going for a kill onto Yuzura. Flicker popped. That's a very important battle spell already in the early stage, not having that flicker for Yuzura.
Yeah, I think like running away with this kind of condition is just like a lot of homework to be done right there. But with this More, along with like both of them have their own first loss happen with that Izura that playing too far to the side of Smart Omega Empress. They they really need to remember the damage that is given by Mirai. It's gonna be very huge with the power of nature. Like it's a huge damage.
And this is why actually Julian just had so much pressure in lane, right, Vela? Getting that ultimate basically at level 3, you can already have your enhanced everything from your first to your third ability, but look at the mid lane, Keishi once again jumping on towards Honey, who's forced to use that sprint early on. 15 seconds for the turtle, and it seems like Smart Omega will have control. 2 battle spells not going to be available for Rose Ophelia as Smart Omega just rotate. Amore already recalling back to base, getting the mana to set up for this turtle, and even in that top side, look at the setup. Dairoth playing in the bush, dealing the damage onto the enemy jungler here, but he might actually be the one caught out as Esmeralda helping her out. But it will just be both of the teams disengaging from that top skirmish. Wait. The Dairoth is so low. Still holding on to that flicker though. It might just be a fight here as Wangster picks up the gold buff. Turtle taken to half HP mid lane though, looking for a kill, a pickoff perhaps. But both teams still just playing it around. Falling Star Moon to that back line. Phoebe caught very low. Yuzura looking for a play once again. Keiichi jumping in. Heavy spin, pop, and instantly going in for Wangster. Bringing her back all the way. Pitting her on the wall, but the damage will not be enough just yet as Wangster is able to survive for so long. In the end, finally taking her down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade as Rose Ophelia come out on top, but not for long. Enhanced chain over to 2, and they finally are able to break that early game curse from game 1, securing 2 kills for 1.
I mean, like overextending movement coming from Smart Omega Empress. They know they are very low, but I know the abyssal arrow that is pop up coming from Amore is just like looking so good. The accuracy is just like so high. Even like stopping Esmeralda 2 times, it's just like a huge movement that is given by Smart Omega Empress. But they really need to remember one more time that they are dealing with 3 members, 3 hero that is very tanky coming from some Rose Ophelia. So it's a huge thing from Rose Ophelia right now, especially they are going directly towards the turtle and they are able to secure it. The Barats try to kidnap one of the members, but there's no other backup for Team Rose Ophelia, and I think Barats will be chased to that here by Keishi. And not only that, they're still aiming for more since Matildas need to use that flicker to run away to the backline.
Oh my god, both teams really just showing all they have in game 2 right here. As we can see, it's 3-3, it's even. It's only a 100 gold lead that Rose Ophelia has currently, and it's going to be very, very easy for Smart Omega to come back and equalize that gold lead. However, we need to think again. Smart Omega have a very, very heavy emphasis on that early gameplay style. If they're not able to get the snowballs going, it's going to be very, very tough for them, especially here in the gold lane as Shinoa goes in. Oh my god, Abyssal Arrow connecting. Finally, having that second ability for the 1-1 works out, getting out of harm's way.
That is what I'm talking about. The Abyssal Arrow just like connect every single time. So it's a huge threats right here for Rose Ophelia. Even though that I know 1-1 is still very free, I'm really scared right now. I'm not sure if like the 1-1 will be left to just farm every single time like this. It's just gonna be a huge threat for Smart Omega Empress later on. And for right now, Falling Star Moon being popped, still fighting with Phoebe here with that Julian, but I think not gonna be for too long since like Smart Omega Empress is just gonna be trying to reach out and clear all of the wave that is happening inside of the bottom and also mid lane right now.
Let's see, once again, Smart Omega forced to back up in this gold lane. Abyssal Arrow just narrowly missing the target there as the 1-1 is still able to dash away. Shinoa using the Nibiru's Passion, actually catching Yuzura under the turret. They might actually be looking to collapse onto Yuzura. Wild Charge not used just yet as both teams disengage once again. Playing the slow game this time around. And it's all going to come down to Amore, if she is able to land those Abyssal Arrows or not. Meanwhile, though, top side, it seems like the Turtle will be the target for Smart Omega as they have rotated already. Keishi is one level below of Wengster. That means the Retribution will have a, Wengster will have a slight advantage when it comes to that damage output. But Phoebe, oh my god, jumping in with a Abyssal Strike, flickering forward onto Hani. Unable to dish out enough damage, but it buys enough time for Smart Omega to get the Turtle.
I think like it's not really good trade, but Amora is still looking for another one right here. Abyssal Trap, Abyssal Arrow, able to connect to 1-1, but that's not the target that Amore wants. He wants to chase over that Yuzura, but Abyssal Arrow connect again. Needle of Flower is not their Wild Charge, and they are committing for 1-1. A huge trade right there. Instead of taking the roamer, they are able to take the gold laner, which is gonna be a very huge problem for Rosophilia.
And look at the items here. This is actually so good for the Beatrix. Securing the BOD first up against the 1-1. You need to take the BOD. A Hunter Strike can wait, and even the boots can wait. He is going straight for the Hunter Strike though. BOD straight to Hunter Strike, leaving the boots open. And Smart Omega, like you mentioned, Vela. My god, Amore on the Selena is absolutely lethal, connecting on those Abyssal Arrows time and time again, finally missing right here in the mid lane as Mirai tries to look for more engage over towards Rosophilia, but Smart Omega just plays it smart, moves back, and doesn't really go for any over commitments for now. Mirai is looking for something though, goes in for the first ability once again, throws in the wall. Keishi jumping in, not finding the knock-up just yet, and Keishi might actually be caught by the enhanced chain there. Mirai with a wild charge onto 4, and that's gonna be the crossbow tank pop, very open for the side of Rosophilia. Phoebe falls here, but still no crossbow tank pop by Fafao as Omega just back up, getting a 1-for-1 trade in the end as the Beatrix, look at the Beatrix in the top side, split pushing, getting the turrets, trading the tier 1 in the mid lane for the tier 2 up top.
They still want for more. Rosophilia still want to take over the turret, but Mirai is there, Keishi is there. They want to chase them back. They want to hunt them one by one. But what will happen towards... okay, Hani is back, but we know that actually the rest of the player from Rosophilia unable to do stuff that they want to. They want to claim that inner turret, but they don't. They are unable to do it. I think like for Rosary, they really need to be careful over the movement. Like the Esmeralda was chasing 3 members of Smart Omega Empress. I know they are very low, but if they're overextending towards the turret, it's gonna be a huge problem. But right now, heavy speed towards Webster, not enough damage apparently, but the rest of the player from Rosophilia already calmed down to try to take over something, but the turtle is being stolen by Smart Omega Empress, and the crossbow of time able to take KZ down, but they are not stopping. They're still aiming for more. Izura taking Sinoa, and 2 members from Smart Omega Empress. Rosophilia looking so good with their movement.
Bouncing back again, Rosophilia able to turn the tides, picking up the turtle, the final turtle of the match, and also pushing in the turrets, getting the good team fight. So all around, that was just so much value from Rosophilia as they look again towards that top side, finding the turret tier 2 taken down, looking for that mid lane now as Smart Omega needs to desperately look for the clear. The wall is there, but again, this is what happens with the Selena in the mid lane. You don't have that high ground potential that you usually have, and Beatrix will always be the one forced to come down with the Nibiru's Passion to clear it out. Wangster bringing back all the way to the turret, finally securing that kill for Smart Omega as they look for more. Circling Eagle to buy a little bit more time, but Nibiru finding the mark on towards that damage, and my god, look at the Wesker finding the triple kill, looking for more once again as Smart Omega, they turn the tides of the game for the 4th time, I think, in this game.
Yeah, and they want to claim this outer turret in the mid lane from Rosophilia. I mean, like, look at the damage. Abyssal Arrow connect along with the Abyssal Trap, but I don't think they're gonna be able to shut her down. But you know what? This Beatrix is just like melting all of the bones from Rosophilia. Like, this Beatrix really needs Demon Hunter Sword, in my opinion, because like Esmeralda is there, Barat is there, Matilda is there, but the blend of these pair actually giving so much damage. We see the Wesker is just like penetrating directly to the bone and melted down easily. And I'm I'm not really sure right now. 1-1 is looking so good, looking pretty strong with their condition right now. But Beatrix is also giving up the chances. It's only depend on how they are gonna be able to open up this condition. Maybe with the Akai that able to secure maybe 1 or 2 players from Roosevelt, especially that 1-1 or Juliet.
Once again, right, Vela, we're seeing Shinoa being the core member in the team, using her damage and using her very smart itemization and laning to actually transition over into the mid stage. And she's been playing very, very safe. Again, I don't think she's been taken down at all. She's been playing it very safe, always in that back line and dishing out the damage when it matters. With the BOD completed, I'm pretty sure now she actually has the Hunter Strike. That's why she's able to penetrate even the tanky members from the side of Rose Ophelia. And this is starting to become a problem for Rose Ophelia. They're overcommitting a lot into these objectives where they should have just moved back. Like Smart Omega in Game 1. Whenever they find a team fight, whenever they get the turret, they move back, they recall, they don't force any of the fights to happen, and they keep on looking for fights that are necessary, only when objectives are up.
Yeah, so we will just see here if this Beatrix going directly maybe into the Demon Hunter Sword or Malefic role is gonna be more problem. But also I think like this Beatrix needs that wing of nature. So like it's quite a dilemma depending on how Snow wants to do it later on. Wing of nature is gonna be very good if the crossbow of time gonna be open again with that 1-1. But aside of that one, they really need more damage from. I mean, like Smart Omega Empress only dependent of the damage that is given from Dyrot or maybe from Beatrix, because Selena, I think like it's not gonna be like too impactful. It only like open up all of the possibilities to kidnap one of or pick up 1 or 2 players from Roosevelt with the Abyssal Arrow, and also the Grok here with the Wild Charge. Like it's more into like the CC and also everything else. So yeah, Beatrix, Dyrot, both of them, they really need a huge damage to catch up with all of the members from Roosevelt, because 1-1, I'm really scared for this one. It's just like looking so strong right now.
Yeah, it's all going to come down once again to how they execute this game, how they're able to stay calm and composed. And so far, when we're talking about the objective game, it is the Filipino team. It is Smart Omega Empress that has had the edge. Even though Rose Ophelia have found a lot of good team fights, they need to stay calm. They need to be able to find those moments to actually end out the game or find objectives and clear it out. Because Smart Omega, they're very calm with the way they approach the game. And even then, where they have an early stage, an early game composition, they're able to fend off Rose Ophelia here in the mid stage. And it's going to get tougher and tougher for both of the teams, actually, fella. Rose Ophelia, they want to play for that late game. But even if it goes to that late game, what the Selena offers is that one moment pressure, right? Like with that one Abyssal Arrow, you can actually turn the tides of a fight. And with the damage you have on the Beatrix, it just amplifies that.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Like Roosevelt able to open up really good team fight with not only this game but previous game as well with the Atlas. Like how they are like opening it up, but how they are finishing all of the team fight is the matter that they really need to handle right now. I think like it's very different with the first game just because they are having a 1-1 and also Esmeralda right now on their hands. It's just like a huge advantage because they are able to maybe to aim back to the position of Smart Omega. But Akai will be the key here with all of the heavy space. It's just gonna create a lot of chaos for Roosevelt. So yeah, forgetting that is the key for Roosevelt. With a very good team fight, they need to target the member that is going to be creating so much trouble. Smart Omega, I mean like Beatrix all the way. It's just going to stop every single movement from Smart Omega because that's where the damage coming from. So Juliet, Esmeralda, and maybe Barats need to focus on that one.
Absolutely. This is going to come down to the front to back composition, I believe, right? And the 1-1 is going to be the main carry here. She is going to have to make a lot of these crucial decisions, like popping the crossbow tang. She needs to start targeting those crossbow tangs. She can't just be getting the weakness points and using the crossbow tang over to the frontliner. She wants to try to maybe use the smart targeting, go in for the back line, and actually zone the Beatrix away with that crossbow tang to create space for her team to actually win that team fight. Because with the Beatrix, I don't see Rose Ophelia winning it out. Rose Ophelia struggle a lot going up against the Akai that can really just be such a nuisance with the heavy spin, and it's all going to come down once again onto that 1-1. 1-1 finding the crossbow attack onto the Beatrix, zoning her away for the team to win the game. If not, I don't know, I think that Smart Omega can actually come back in this game and maybe look for some objectives with the Beatrix damage.
Yeah, I do agree with that one. 100%. Because we know that actually with the CC that Smart Omega have, like no one from Rosophilia is actually taking over Purify. They're more focusing to get a flicker to a sprint. So actually, it's just like they know that actually from Smart Omega they will have like 2 good CC, especially with that Selena Abyssal Arrow, which is gonna be a very good opening for Smart Omega, along with Akai's heavy speed. So Rosophilia really need to maybe if they are able to try to be the one who open up the war and try to pick off the member coming from Smart Omega, it's gonna be very good. But we are back here to the game. This is the second game of Best of 5 series, and the first game is taken by Smart Omega Empress, but we still don't know about the second game. This is a very 50-50 kind of situation right now from Rosophilia and also Smart Omega Empress.
Let's see, once again, as we are going to jump straight into the game, it is Smart Omega who has a 1,000 gold lead now. So, yeah, with that fight, they were able to turn the tides completely, getting the gold lead back in their favor. And again, Amore finding the Abyssal Arrow. No follow-up just as of yet, but Shinoa is waiting in that bush. She's looking for a pickoff. Goes in just for the Wesker, steals out a few of the camps here, as Rose Ophelia will need to try to respond on the Smart Omega initiative on to the Lord. They go to the bottom side first, clearing it out, and right now, Vela, it's looking very scary. A 4v4 might erupt.
Yeah, we know that actually with Wesker, one of the weakness from Wesker is actually the range. It's just gonna be like very close range. What we know actually from Rosophilia, they are having like very good close hero here, plus combat heroes such as Wesker with Barats, Rusty with the Esmeralda. I mean, like most of them is just gonna be very good and very huge advantage if they want to do it. But the poking over the Lord, but actually mega kill happens. Party is being taken down, and right now Mire still using watch on heavy speed. The members of Rosophilia will pick it up. The Ribbon Station able to take somebody right there, but it's another exchange. But no, the one from Rosophilia is being taken down, but Wixer able to take Sinua and still aiming for more. Amore and also Keishi, they doesn't have enough damage to do some things right here. And right now from PB, he wants to aim for the turret.
There you go, that's exactly what we mentioned. When Rose Ophelia are able to get the maximum value off of that 1-1 crossbow attack, they are actually able to fend off Smart Omega Empress. Meanwhile, we're going to take a look at the items here. If you can take a look at the 1-1 item, she actually has 2 of her core items, the DHS and that Corrosion Scythe. Meanwhile, the Beatrix, 3 with the Malefic Roar, the BOD, and the Hunter Strike. She's building towards a Wind of Nature, and this is where it gets scary for Rose Ophelia. Once that Wind of Nature is built, Smart Omega will have so much sustain, and they will be able to actually take the whole crossbow attack for free there, just putting it onto the Beatrix. So Rose Ophelia needs to look for a fight right here, right now. If not, you can actually see the Beatrix already up top, which is very interesting. Not the Diroth up top to go up against the Esmeralda, but it's actually the Beatrix as they look for the fight once again. Knockups coming in from the Lord. Yuzura trying to open up the map once again as Amore will be zoned away from Fao's first ability. Feathered, wait, the top side actually. If you can see, the Beatrix is still walking down, clearing out the waves first, winning the trade out against the Esmeralda. As in the fight, the mid lane, Phoebe is going to get taken down as Rose Ophelia still are looking for that 50-50 retribution on this Lord. It's a 1-for-0, 4v5 right now. Wexter trying to zone the other members away. Keishi gonna be forced to use the heavy spin very soon. He will be able to find 2 pinned down, but look at the back line. Shinoa flickering forward, unable to find anyone as the crossbow tank just wreaks havoc. Getting 1, getting 2. A double kill secured as Rose Ophelia go for the Lord.
don't know why they are overextending the Lord. I mean, like, they should just like reset it, not just like waiting for the Rosophilia member to aim for them. I mean, like, that's a very good condition that Rosophilia able to do. Like, they are forcing that you want to take the Lord? Okay, we will be coming with you. We are having 5 members while you are having only 4 of them. And it's like you are having, like, you don't have enough resource. Well, we are having we have plenty of them, and we are very tanky, and we just like gonna be compete with you guys, and they are able to win it while taking Sinoa and several others from Smart Omega Empress with the Lord that is going directly to the top lane from Rosophilia side towards Smart Omega Empress. No, just like what you've mentioned, Mirko, there is no high ground from Smart Omega except for Beatrix, which is going to be a huge problem because they're only depending on the damage that is given from Beatrix, while we know actually Rosophilia will have plenty of heroes that jumps in that want to chase for Shinoa, especially that 1-1 with Crossbow of Time.
Something to note as well is that Rosophilia have, well, for the tanky members, they've actually just gone for physical defense. None of them going for magical defense because, again, for Smart Omega, they only have the Selena who is dealing the magic damage. So right now, it's going to be very tough for Shinoa to deal damage onto the tanks. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, wait, Phoebe gets a pick 1-for-1. If used Passion all the way, almost taking the Esmeralda down, and Smart Omega have defended the Lord. Here in the 14th minute of the game, just based off Shinoa alone, Mirai is looking for a flank onto Wangster. No follow-up. Do they want to go for this right here? Abyssal Arrow connecting onto Wangster. Shinoa rotating again. They're going for the clear just first. And again, wow, what a good defense by Smart Omega.
It is a good defense, but Rosophilia is not stopping there for the late game. We know that actually this Esmeralda, this Barat is just gonna be like more tanky rather than before. This Alpha, we know that actually that 1-1 was having like 1-2 something, and now it's on the 4-2 and 3, which is having more advantage on the time being. And right now, oh, Phoebe I think like Phoebe is having a hard time to like pick off the member from Rosophilia because it's just gonna be very, very close combat. But in the bottom lane, we're seeing that actually 4 hero chasing for Rossi, and it's not an easy one since Rossi is now surrounded by 4 of them but unable to do anything. Instead, Rosophilia is trying to push on the other side of the lane.
Uh-oh, the Beatrix stayed in that bottom side. This is going to be a little bit more time that Rosophilia can use to clear out the wave. Shinoa 1v1 against Rossi in the bottom side. I don't know if he's going to win this. Forced to flicker out Shinoa with the Nibiru's Passion. There you go. The damage coming through. One more hit is all she needs. But Rossi spacing it out perfectly, baiting Wangster over, and Smart Omega forced to follow her up, going down below. And now it seems like Rosophilia, based on that play, are able to get this set up properly onto the Enhanced Lord.
Oh, I think Rosophilia have more advantage for taking the Lord compared to Smart Omega Empress. They are having like huge homework here to take care of the lane, to take care of everything. But 4 members right now from Team Rosophilia is going to that way. Crossbow attack is being opened, but no one is actually being kidnapped. Alpha is actually the one that being taken down. Not only that, they are taking Wangster on their hand as well, and maybe they are gonna be aiming for Rossi as well. That is going for that direction. One scratch coming from Amore, and it's pushing everyone back from Rosophilia. Somehow, Smart Omega Empress take this moment to lead it back and maybe aiming for the Lord right now.
Again, it comes back, Vela, to that crossbow of Tang. It was used preemptively on Keishi, not the real damage dealers. And you can see why. It's because the Beatrix has that wind of nature. The crossbow of Tang will not be able to dish out damage onto Shinoa anymore. So she tried to take Keishi down right before the fight, and it did not work out. She's building over to a Wind Talker, however. So maybe she'll have a little bit more damage to dish out. But the thing is, right now, with the Enhanced Lord, Smart Omega have a chance to end it right here.
And it's not only that, we have actually 1 item difference here from 1-1 and also Shinoa. Like Shinoa already finished 6 items with Haas Claw on her hand as well, while Palpao still aiming for the Wind Talker right now. But we're seeing actually the Lord is not gonna be able to take anything from the top lane, but at least all of the waves from Smart Omega Empress is going directly for Rosophilia. So it's a huge thing right now. They're claiming back all of the turrets, and still Amore is just like being super annoying with the Abyssal Trap and also Abyssal Arrow every single time.
Yeah. And just like that, Villa, it's an equalizer here. The turrets are back to even, 6 for 6. And the Lord as well. They both got one Lord right now. Again, it's all going to come down to, my God, Amore. She's been connecting on a little bit, you know, a little too many of these abyssal arrows for Rosophilia to feel comfortable. Inside of their base, they've just been hit by the constant abyssal arrows, and this is where that lack of magic defense will come into play. Because they're not respecting the Selena damage, it might just bite them, and it might actually be enough to take one of the squishy members out.
And you know what? What is interesting is actually Fafa is going for Scarlet Phantom, so he wants more of that attack speed along with the critical instead of taking another kind of item that can help her to try to take over the member from Smart Omega Empress. But Wangster still able to secure that purple buff, which is going to be very good for them. But Rossi is taken down on the hand of Shinoa. That is another hero that is going to be the one that has a frontliner for Rosophilia here.
Massive frontliner in the late stage of the game. We all know how tanky and sustainable Esmeralda can be, especially when she has that sprint. But because she's just taken off the map right now, Smart Omega have the chance once again to maneuver around the map. Notice what the Grok is doing, playing again for the flanks, putting Rosophilia in a place where they're not comfortable with. They're going to be forced to again just, you know, circle around their own jungle, and Smart Omega can just take full control. It's a 4v5. They need to force a fight here. The wall comes down. Again, Abyssal Arrow connecting onto the side of Fafao, as that's going to be the second ability baited out. Death is Welcome coming in by Wangster, picking the Grok up and spinning around to get the stun. Keishi going to be stunned up, but look at Shinoa with the Weskers, able to find Fafao. Goes in for the Nibiru's Passion with the sustain of the blade. She's able to just come in and sustain back up. Look again. Look at how Shinoa is able to lifesteal away. And now, Bella, it's the Evolved Lord that is up in the 20th minute.
Like, it's a surprise because actually Shinoa staying inside of the ambush, and actually Alpha doesn't know about that one. She was like seeking the weakness point that can be sold for Smart Omega Empress. It's just like two Wesker directly penetrating that 1-1. I feel like she doesn't even use the Wind of Nature because of the surprise movement coming from Shinoa. It's just like crazy things, and she is going for another maybe immortality here for Fafa. Well, we see that actually I feel like it's full item directly for Smart Omega Empress. Even we are seeing Winter Truncheon on the hand of Akai here for more aggressive movement, maybe with Curse Helmet, Athena Shield, like respecting the damage that is given from Julian, from Esmeralda, along with Izura here, 3 members. But right now, with the Lord that is coming to the top lane of Rosophilia, Smart Omega Empress with the Beatrix with the orange buff, I don't know what will happen next.
Might just be going for one straight push down in that top side. Shinoa already rotating into that mid lane, trying to get more base turrets on the board as the Lord is still very healthy. 20,000 HP, and again the crossbow of Tang there from the side of Fafao was just not ready for the Abyssal Arrow to come through. Wild Charge once again popped in with the Nibiru's Passion, able to get the kill down. That's the Death is Welcome cancelled out. Crossbow of Tang dealing no damage onto the frontliners as Mirai dives deep with the Wild Charge. They're still able to kite away for now. Rossi buying some time, Lord taken down, and Rosophilia have just been able to defend for a little bit, taking the Beatrix down, but they're all going onto the turret, and it's a 2-0 start for Smart Omega Empress, targeting the base, and as disciplined as ever, staying calm and composed.
So crazy how actually that Keishi using the wind of the Winter Truncheon when the crossbow attack happening, when it's like a very low HP left on the side of Akai, and it's letting that crossbow attack going to the other hero, but preventing a shutdown happens towards Keishi. It's just like a huge movement that is coming from Smart Omega, like how they are counting every damage that is given from Rosophilia. They are stopping every single movement, and the Lord, yeah, I mean like the Lord is just too tanky, just too powerful at this rate. Like taking the third Lord, I think for Smart Omega is like creating so much things, and well done. I mean like I thought 1-1 will be the one that creating so much things for Rosophilia, but eventually targeting is one of the key, but I don't think like Rosophilia able to do that pretty well towards Smart Omega.
Brilliant team fighting by Smart Omega, using the Selena in the mid lane and making it work here in game 2. Again, we haven't seen the mid lane Selena for such a long time because, again, no high ground. You can't really clear waves that fast, and they still were able to make it work here with the Beatrix put onto the role of that high ground defense. She was able to defend, and that moment, Vela, with the Abyssal Arrow.
Yeah, I mean, like, Selena only will be working if there is Grok, and that's what they do. That's what they do right now with the Grok and Selena combination back to the old times. I think, it's like all the kind of combo here, Selena, Grok, and they are doing it really well. And that Mireille with that Grok is just like, I don't care about anything. I'm a stone. I'm just like, come over, look to every ambush, and she's just like giving so much information for Smart Omega Empress. That's why Omega Empress able to take tanks. Especially we are seeing actually from the highlight, Rosophilia is actually the one that lead for the early game since they are able to like shut down a lot of members from Smart Omega Empress. But they are working on how to like control every single movement that they try to do, even though that it's not a very good one. And this Esmeralda, I think like chasing too far to the backside while receiving the damage from the turrets is the problem.
You can see even here, right, the way that they were able to, confront some of these team fights were actually really brilliant. Again, baiting out that heavy spin, playing it front to back, and even though they weren't able to get the turtle, they are actually able to win out in these team fights, getting a 1-for-0 and overall winning out in the early stage. Again, getting Shinoa out of there, getting the kill onto her, and putting pressure on the map even without the Lord. But this is the moment, I feel like, where Smart Omega were actually able... No, this was the Lord fight that Rose Ophelia actually won by playing it front to back with the crossbow attack. This is one of the things that they need to be very, very careful of with Fafao, right? And this is a 2-for-2 trade, but it was worth it for Rose Ophelia because they still had an Esmeralda and Barats that were just unkillable, and they could just go back to the waves to clear it out, Vela.
Yeah, actually, when they shut down Sinoa with the swing of 360 gold, it's just like creating so much shade for Rose Ophelia. They try to catch up over things that they are having. And again, Pao is just like making a messy situation for Smart Omega Empress because of the double kill. They are going to be able to take care of the Lord, and they are having it. They're pushing back towards Smart Omega Empress. But the patience that Smart Omega Empress have with the discipline that they have, it's just like turning back the table very fast in this kind of condition. When the Crystal of Tank unable to take down the rest of the members of Smart Omega Empress, they just like put another kind of setup. Look at this one. The position of Shinoa. She's staying inside of the ambush, and when Pao happens, it's like Wesker, double Wesker. It's just like, okay, bye-bye, goodbye. She is unable to like use Wind of Nature or anything to prevent that kind of situation happen.
Right after she got the kill onto the 1-1 though, she pops the Nibiru's Passion, dealing damage.
Yeah.
And when the Julian is dealing damage to her, she couldn't be bursted down because she had that Haas clause with Nibiru's Passion. And this is the final fight where this was just such a good fight by Omega. They notice what to target. They know exactly how to take these team fights. And look at Chinoa instantly right here. As she noticed that Rosie is trying to buy time, she looks back at the base. She flickers inside and she buys a lot of room for her teammates to just come in and hit the turret to end the game and seal the deal for game number 2. Match point for the side of Smart Omega right now, as we are going to take a look at that 21-minute game time item build for both of the teams.
Oh ho ho, Shinoa. 7-4-5 here with full item, still holding on into this speed boost for the attack hit right there. While Hunter Strike Malefic Roar for penetrating the damage towards Rosophilia with the Blade of Despair with 160 physical attack, while we are having like one defensive for Wind of Nature and Half Flow. I think like Half Flow is one of the key here from Shinoa to be able to sustain all of the damage that is given from Rosophilia. But the 3 tanky hero, I thought she is having the Demon Hunter Sword on her hand, but she is not. When we know that actually 3 members from Rosophilia is very, very tanky, but it depends on the penetration, which is still very good one. Rossi is just like trying so hard to hold all of the damage that is given from Smart Omega, but she couldn't do it for too long. And Shinoa, for the second time, became the MVP of the match with 7-4-5 here. Miracle!
Oh my god, Shinoa is just such a problem for all these teams. 7-4-5, not as clean as game 1, but with that Beatrix was just so lethal. Again, I want to highlight that team fighting, how she was able to just stay calm inside of the bush when her team were getting just poked down. She waited, and that was the reason she was able to win the fight for the team. Getting the 1-1 with the Wesker, just waiting in that bush. So the decision making that she's been making, the decisions in the games have been spot on, phenomenal. Even the positioning, this is some high level gameplay.
It is. It is so crazy how she's, in fact, what you mentioned, the discipline that she have, how she is able to be calmed down in this tight situation, which is like so good coming from Smart Omega Empress. But I see the potential coming from Rosophelia, how they are like more confident into like all kind of heroes that they're having. But I want to see the third game. I want to see how they're going to be able to try to steal from Smart Omega Empress, because definitely they have it. They almost have it. They just need to have like better targeting towards the member from Smart Omega Empress. If they are able to do it, I think like the rest of the player from Rosophelia will be able to try to steal the point here from Smart Omega Empress. Still looking for that one, Mirko.
Absolutely, it is still match point. There is still room for the side of Smart Omega to actually be reverse sweeped here by the side of Rose Ophelia. So again, we're just gonna have to see what happens here, as we are gonna be waiting for game number 3, Vela. But I do believe we are going to take a short break before we get into game 3.
Yeah, because we will be having best of 5 series. Still a chance for Smart Omega to take a 3-0, but Rosophelia still be able to have the room to try to catch up with 3 more points, maybe, or maybe drag it to the third, 4th, and 5th game. So yeah, we will just see later what will happen for this one, because right now it's gonna be Filipinos along with Malaysian fight battle right here. But yeah, just like what you mentioned, I think we will have a short break before we are going for the third game, and we will see later. I hope this break will be a good time for them to try to set up strategy to fight for the third game.
Absolutely. But with that, Vela, it's time for us to go and take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for game number 3, the decider perhaps for Smart Omega. As me, Mirko, and Vela Jave, we will be right back.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa melepas seorang Viva.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa melepas seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang huge. Dia bisa Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyo dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki, pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inhibitor being taken down. The Master taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa terbakar seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang huge. Dia tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan tipe tarian rangsa telah lagu kepo dia bergerak mencari Hio dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Teiko Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto pa
Another inhibitor turret being taken down. By the Master taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can see they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
It is do or die, ladies and gentlemen, for the side of Rose Ophelia right now as they are 2-0 down against Smart Omega Empress. And for Smart Omega Empress, it's time for them to take the victory if they want to get a 3-0 sweep.
Redemption, can they do it for this third game? Will they be able to steal the point from Smart Omega Empress that is very disciplined for the first 2 games that they've been playing? But yeah, we don't know, we never know. Inside of the Land of Dawn, everything can happen. And especially lately, like I feel like one moment can change everything. Even though that you are in the lead of 12,000 gold, 20,000 gold, but one lord, one moment, they will be able to do the straight pass and they are be able to steal a point. So that's what hopefully Rosophilia are gonna be aiming for this third game, but it's gonna be a very tough battle since Smart Omega not gonna let it go easily.
Yeah, and especially because right now it is already a 2-0 lead for Smart Omega Empress. For Rose Ophelia, how are they doing mentally, right? After losing that game, especially game 2 in a way of a comeback from Smart Omega, they're definitely there kind of feeling frustrated, right? When you win a game, when you're almost able to win a game and then you get come back like that, that's when the mental starts to get fatigued.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very stressful moment right now for Rosophilia, but hopefully with all the break, with 15 minutes break that we were having, hopefully they are able to restart it. They already have a proper new strategy to beat Smart Omega for this third game, because just like what you mentioned, Mirko, this is do or die. Only one last chance for them before they're gonna be thrown to the lower bracket if they're losing for this one, and will be like facing either from the 2 between Bigetron along with DDE Empress.
Well, that's a matchup we have later on for you guys as well, so that is something to look forward to, especially now that Smart Omega Empress are 2-0 up. It's where the drama is going to keep on growing here, Vela, for both of these teams, right? Because again, 2-0 up. Can or can't Rosophilia do it? Can they do it going up against one of the tournament favorites here in Smart Omega Empress? If they are able to at least get one more game off of Smart Omega, that's going to be a huge momentum boost and maybe even a confidence boost for them in the lower bracket stage.
Yeah, and that's what we are hoping actually, Mirko. That's what we are hoping, because this is global ban and pick. Back again, this is the global ban and pick. So one of the heroes that they are using, they are not going to be able to use it again for this third game. So a new strategy. So it's a possibility, new things that can be used. And with the actually Beatrix, I'm hoping that Beatrix will be taken by the hand of Rosophilia, since it's like a very good options to be picked for them. Since like for Smart Omega, they're not going to be able to use 1-1. And Beatrix, the 2 heroes that is just like looking very strong for both of them for these 2 games, especially being used by Sinoa, definitely. But yeah, like less and less good potential heroes to be picked by Smart Omega. It's more chances for Rosophilia to catch up over that one. So yeah, that's what we are gonna be witnessing, hopefully.
Let's see if they're able to do it once again. Just as a reminder, we are using the global ban system. So, Beatrix and Wanwan no longer available for Smart Omega Empress. But for Rose Ophelia, they still have a chance to pick up the Beatrix. So we might see a difference again in the draft, in the banning phase. In the past 2 games, we've seen more or less kind of the same kind of draft, Vela, from both of these teams, opting to go for the Feramis ban, Masha, and even the Valentina. But now that we are seeing so many other heroes already taken out the board just from the global ban implementation, we might be seeing the Valentina and possibly even the Feramis left open for one of these teams.
Will we be seeing another Fanny ban here? Because Smart Omega now back to the first pick instead of second pick, while Rosophilia is coming back. They are still gonna be able to have like surprise pick to be shown later by the last pick from Rosophilia. But yeah, banning phase back again. Fanny, Masha, Valentina, Natalia, still a very favorite hero to be banned, but Akai, the one that being used by Smart Omega in the previous game, is the one that being chosen to be banned right there.
Very solid choice, honestly, for Smart Omega. After picking it up in game number 2, they no longer can pick it up, so with the ban, it's going to be very, very good. Rose Ophelia, though, now with the response. They want to still go for the Valentina ban, perhaps even the Feramis ban, limiting Smart Omega's first pick. Because now, again, they have swapped places. Smart Omega have taken the blue side, and Rose Ophelia opted to go for the red side. And there you go, Valentina banned out. Smart Omega. Now, this is the big question, Vela. The Julian has been picked up by Rose Ophelia already, so Smart Omega can maybe just start to narrow down on some of the picks that has been problematic from Rose Ophelia. Some of the players that have been problematic. Perhaps, I think, just shutting down that gold lane is going to be a good idea.
Yeah, I do agree with you. 1000% agree. Like, Popol and Koopa will be very good options for Smart Omega right here. Popol and Koopa, I feel like Cloud or Carry will be a very good options, but depend on how actually Rose Ophelia are going to be playing for that one. Or they're going to be narrowing down the mid lane, since we know that actually Selena, Farsha, they were like doing so many bans towards the mid lane before, with the Savior ban, with the Sicilian ban. I mean, like, there might be a way for them to try to ban over another hero from the mid lane. And here we go, Julian is the one that they choose to be banned here, along with the Varamis from Smart Omega and Talia, apparently.
Oh, yeah, very, very interesting. Going for the Natalia ban as well, still for Smart Omega Empress. I thought that they would leave it out, perhaps for them to first pick.
Yeah.
But again, what are they going for now? With the Yves ban, Julian as well, and the Valentina. And for Smart Omega, we've already mentioned what they've banned. What do they want to go for as a first pick?
They're gonna be picking for Natalia, really, for real. They are having like first pick. It's gonna be very good for them to pick over that one, but they don't choose that way, which is gonna be, I'm surprised by it. But Masha, oh yeah, we forgot that it's actually open.
Yeah, again, this hero has been such a menace, especially for a team like Rose Ophelia in both games, who have gone for a very, very similar composition overall, right? Front to back. So with the back line that's so solid, Masha just adds so much pressure. And I like the response from Rose Ophelia, picking up the Paquito, a hero that can match up to that Masha in the XP lane. And even with the knockout strike, you're able to provide a lot of cover and peel for the rest of your team.
What if is Masha not going for the XP lane? What if it's going for a roamer here? Will it still a very good option, Mirko, in your opinion?
As a roamer, I actually do feel like it will still be a solid option. It's a solid option as a roamer. It really depends though, because there you go, Smart Omega picks up a Xavier. We're back again to the point. Masha is gonna be very, very good against those assassins in the jungle if Rose Ophelia goes for it. And one hero has been left open, the Fanny. I completely forgot about the Fanny. Even though Rose Ophelia picked up the Franco that can kind of counter the Fanny, it's still just so dangerous. And the hero that's been banned every single game so far by Rose Ophelia, Vela, the Xavier, comes into play for Smart Omega.
You know, Rose Ophelia won't stop. Like, they are just like taking every kind of possibility to stop this Fanny. I mean, like Paquito, Franco, Ruby, you name it, 3 heroes to stop this Fanny, and this Fanny will be in the bad situation if it's being able to be catched by Rose Ophelia. Even like, I feel like Eudora will be one of the good options to be picked as well. But you know, just to stop the Fanny. But we need to remember as well, instead of like only Vanny, they also have this Masha with this Savior with the Downing Light that is gonna be creating so much things for Smart Omega for coming for this ban and pick phase. We are seeing Cloud, even Smart Omega banning over the Cloud. The Cloud and also Popol and Koopa? Okay, they're narrowing down more heroes here. I feel like Smart Omega still have the chance to pick over the carry. Still gonna be a very good one, you know, with the Ruby pick, with the Franco pick, with the Paquito one. Even though the Path of Step is the only option to like escaping for that one. But yeah, I think like it's still a very good options to be back.
Yeah, honestly, I do think it's still a good option here, Vela, to go for these bans. But again, it really does seem for both of the teams, they want to just narrow down the heroes of the gold lane, right? Knowing that 1-1 isn't going to come into play anymore. Beatrix as well. Rose Ophelia have a chance to pick it up, and Smart Omega needs to go for the ban right here. They have the Claude banned out already. They can't just ban out the Beatrix, forcing Rose Ophelia maybe on something like a Brody, and Smart Omega can actually just pick up a Clint that they haven't picked up before, but they leave the Beatrix open for Rose Ophelia to take, banning out the Lunox instead. And Rose Ophelia, this might just be a Beatrix instantly picked up.
Questions. why they're betting over the Lunox? Like, what is their pick here? What is their secrets? They're betting over the Lunox because actually that is gonna be like Xavier. I don't know, like what is their catch here with the Lunox bet that they are having? I mean, like, Lunox is not a very good pick for Rosophilia to go against like Masha, Vanny, and Xavier, so they might be having something. Uranus might be one of the heroes that they might pick for this one.
You're right. They currently can flex the Masha into that roam position, and they can just go for a Uranus in the XP lane. And the thing is, Rosophilia, they're really just doubling down on it. They're going all in on the fact that they want to counter the Fanny. Like you mentioned, they already have the Paquito, Franco, Ruby, and here, even the Brody, another counter towards the Fanny. I thought that they would just go for something like a carry, but man, Brody's gonna have a tough time up against the Irithel and the Kufra as well, just denying so much of that dashes from Rose, Ophelia, Ruby, and Paquito. Not gonna have a good time, but they finally go for a Kadita in the mid lane, which can counter the Xavier, but that doesn't really answer the threat of the Irithel and also the Fanny.
Surprised by this drop, Miracle. Like, for real. I thought she's going for carry Kimi even. I think like Kimi is still a very good options right here. But Irithel, I know with the Inspire is gonna be creating so much things, but only depending on the magical damage coming from Kadita, which is a scaling damage. Will Rosophilia able to take this third game? That is gonna be a huge question right here. And Smart Omega Empress versus Rosophilia in this third game. Don't forget to put your support in the comment section below. Put the Malaysian and also Filipinos flag because we will be going directly to the third game.
Well, let's see it. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, show your support in the comments, just like what Vela said. And we are going to be jumping straight in to the Land of Dawn. Do or die for the side of Rose Ophelia. And for Smart Omega, oh my god, in the early stage, we're already seeing Yuzura putting pressure on toward this Fanny. And this Fanny is actually gone for the Festival of Blood emblem instead of the high and dry that we have seen in the MPL.
Yep, but again, taking Vanny 2 times on the Iron Hooks, just giving. Like, the presence is just like giving things, but Keishi is able to secure the purple buff, not to be able to be taken by Rosophilia. It's also like very good start for Smart Omega Empress. She lets herself to be dragged out by the Iron Hook, but not by the purple buff. So I think like it's still a very good thing. Winning condition for Smart Omega Empress. At least they are not losing the purple buff for that one. Well, we see that actually for Team Noah versus Brody. Like right now, Irithel versus Brody. I think like Brody will have the advantage compared to the Irithel, but later on, when Irithel have a proper damage, I'm not really sure about that one. Like a lot of things can happen.
Yeah, I think the Irithel would definitely have to be careful when it comes to that level 4, but wait a minute here. Tyrant's Revenge already popped, and look at the damage from Keishi. Able to just burst him down, and Shinoa picks up first blood, and still, Keishi able to dash out with her cables to safety, even against Hani, who didn't have the time to use that Petrify, actually.
Sadly, the Petrify is not there to help to get shut down that Vanny, but yeah, you know, with the control, with that steel cable, like Vanny is just gonna be like very, very high mobility hero coming from Smart Omega Empress. That's gonna create a lot of things. But ooh, Izura able to take Amore down here along with Hani, which is creating so much shape for Rosophilia right now, since you know the rest of the player coming from Rosophilia just going for the turtle, and they're able to eliminate it, taking it on their hands, even though that Mireille, I think, will be chased down by the rest of the player coming from Node. Mireille is safe.
Yeah, that's actually super surprising. She was able to use the Flicker perfectly with the Tyrant's Revenge as well as in the top side. Keishi trying to deal out damage onto Wangster. Gotta be careful though, because Wangster does a whole lot of damage with those jabs. And it is just gonna be Keishi forced to back up once again. Smart Omega Empress needs to just recoup and regroup, right? They need to look for fights on the board, and look in the bottom side. Yuzura able to flicker off from the Tyrant's Rage as they go in for Shinoa, who's still able to cut away, but the Torn Apart Memory almost get the kill onto Shinoa. Just 1 HP there. Smart Omega still surviving in that bottom side, but like you mentioned, Fafao having a good time on that Brody.
Yeah, definitely. But what a waste of skill that is being popped up by Mirai, unable to take Yuzura, but the Yuzura with a flicker, just like dodging that rage that is being opened by the coup from Mirai. It's just like looking so good, but Keishi not going. No, she will be able to survive this one, even though almost being catch up by that Waxer. Like the jab is just like so painful, but this time Waxer is going for killing spree instead of the high-end right. Maybe that's why she is unable to take the kill towards Vadi just now.
Absolutely, that's the thing right now. But in the bottom side, it seems like the Franco was able to get the hook, but Yuzura is the one who actually falls here in that bottom side. Shinoa has 1 kill and 1 assist. That's a lot of gold already onto her hands. And again, like you mentioned, once we get to the late stage of the game, once Irithel gets her items, the Brody might be the one having problem with this Irithel. As in the mid lane, Wangster is just looking for an assassination. Meanwhile, bottom side as well, Hani comes in with a Petrify, able to connect everything in the rough waves with the help of Fafao's Torn Apart Memory, finds the kill. It's a 1-4-0 trade in the bottom side.
Yeah, I think like that's a very good start movement here to shut down Shinoa, because 1 kill, 1 assist, just like what you've mentioned. 1 Berserker Fury and 1 Scarlet Phantom. I think like it's the key for Shinoa to be able to chase down every single member from Rosafelia, because the heavy crossbow of the Ririta is just very disturbing. But Phoebe will still try to disturb the position of Team Rosafelia here, that is able to take down over the Lord and the Turtle. We will know that video direction, the I am offended is also being open, but Phoebe is still able to run away. The damage that is given towards Mirai is enough to shut her down.
And you can see Keishi looking for the engage once again, but it's gonna get cancelled out by the Ruby. And this is what this composition was built for, to literally just shut Keishi down in the early stage. This is so frustrating if it's for Keishi. And in that top side as well, Yuzura going for the hook, bringing Phoebe back all the way, and the damage from Fafao comes in to slay her in that top side. Another pick on the map for Rosophilia.
Like they are very confident right now. I love how the way that they're moving. I love how the Candida playing around with the damage that she's having. It's just like creating a frustrating moment for Smart Omega Empress, and for this CC that is coming from Rosophilia. It's just like making this Keishi unable to move freely with the steel cable and the control to able to win over the early game. Even Rosophilia able to take 2 objective here with the top and bottom, along with the turtle as well. So I got 2 turrets, 2 turtles. It's a very good advantage for Rosophilia. But the Terror Revenge is being opened, downing land as well. Bloody hunt will happen here. Keishi able to take Izura along with Waxter right here on the head of Shinoa. Again, heavy crossbow. It's like a huge damage that is given from Shinoa.
Yeah, but again, I think the Torn Apart Memory there was just way too much damage. Fafao has literally just scaled to a monster right now. In the mid stage, Brody with 3 kills is going to be an absolute beast. And Smart Omega are struggling going up against that Brody, who's just really fed right now. They're going to have an answer very soon. Because if not, Brody is going to just completely snowball. Level 9.
Level 9. It's a huge difference already. But yeah, I feel like Mirai is having a hard time to have like proper positions, but Rosophilia now Keishi. You see how like it's frustrating for Keishi. Even farming instead of their own jungle is not safe anymore.
It really isn't. And again, right, this is what Rosophilia drafted for, to shut Keishi down. They need to be able to do that, and they are doing it really well, but they need to also start on converting on objectives and maybe shutting down Shinoa, because remember, Shinoa in the last game as well didn't really look intimidating up until a point where she had the Hunter Strike on the Beatrix. Then she was able to turn the tides of the fights.
I think like they really need to have a different kind of movement coming from Smart Omega Empress right now. Maybe another pickup, but this is what they're trying to do. He downing light, the open coming with the steel cables. The bloody hunt didn't really work this time. And Rosaphila is the one that's losing a member here, even though that another member coming by. But mega kill for Papao! It is looking so scary right now. Smart Omega Empress directly returning back after seeing Papao with that movement.
Oh, Fafao just does so much damage with that torn apart memory. It's going to be very, very scary for Smart Omega. I don't think even the Fanny can withstand that damage, can even burst her down fast enough. And Keishi is going to get caught once again by Fafao and Rosie as well. Torn apart memory was popped there, but it was Rossi who actually takes the kill over to her own hands. And this Fanny is just not having a good time in this game, Vela.
Nope, it's not a good time. And I think like Rosaphila now is like giving a frustrating moment for Smart Omega Empress, losing in the terms of gold, losing in the terms of EXP here, along with objectives. Like one by one, the turret from Smart Omega Empress is taken down in the hand of Rosaphila. Even though right now in the top lane, we are seeing that actually the Irika, along with the Kubra, need to get back because actually 3 members going for that direction. And I don't think Shinoa will go away from this kind of match. Along with Mirai that is actually using a flicker to go back, but no, I don't think it's gonna be a very easy movement here. But there is a backup coming from Smart Omega Empress, and I don't think Rosaphila wants that. They are gonna be doing more objective gaming, while Keishi is doing some different movement here in the battlefield.
Yeah, Keishi finally using that Fanny mobility to just split push on the map, knowing 100% that they cannot contest for this. But look at Phoebe all the way, 1v3, they're going for the steal there, almost getting Wangster, so low, but Wangster is able to get the retribution and instantly jump out. Mirai coming in, going onto Yuzura, who's taken very, very low, but look at just the damage coming in from Rossi, able to dish out so much, but in the end, getting stunned in by the Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage, and the bouncing ball put her in place just for Shinoa to shoot her down. And this is also Keishi in the bottom side taking some of the turrets away. And what a minute! What's going on there? What just happened in the mid lane?
The downing light along with the damage from the heavy crossbow from Shinoa able to take one member from Rosaphila here. It's just like so painful because of the Scarlet Phantom that is already being on the head of Shinoa along with the Berserker Fury, if I'm not mistaken, or Windtalker. So it's like 2 critical damage along with the weakness to melt on all of the armor from Rosaphila. I think if they're giving more time, but look at this one, Izura already receiving some of the damage by the downing light, but able to run away here. Still a very good moment because a resource that is being popped by Smart Omega Empress is just very resourceful and very expensive.
And this is where Rosaphila is starting to actually fall off. We're hitting that mid-game timer, 10 minutes in, about to hit 11. Shinoa has her core items, and it does seem like Rosaphila have just been roaming alone way too much, with Yuzura getting caught down below. And oh my god, just as I say it, Yuzura finds a hook onto Phoebe. Wangster going in for the knockout strike, able to take a lot of HP from Phoebe, taking 2 of the 3 HP bars, stuck with 1 now. Smart Omega still needs to be very, very careful, however, but the tides are slowly but surely turning. As long as Smart Omega just play the disciplined game and give over the farm to Shinoa, it's gonna be a good time.
It is. They just need more time to do it, and they need more split push maybe coming from Masha or maybe from Fanny. They have 2 heroes that can do that, but Izura, Thunderclap, they're being open towards that direction. But on the other hand, we are seeing Mirai need to get back as soon as possible. But I think the rest of the players from Rosaphila still want to battle for this one, and the damage that they're giving is actually being dodged by that movement. But the downing line have Phoebe to take 1 kill, but Phoebe needs to run from the movement coming from Rosaphila. But thank God, this is the only runner marathon from this hero, Masha.
Again, it's just so intelligent, fella. It's very intelligent by Smart Omega. Even in that fight where Rosaphila had the edge, had more damage output than Smart Omega, they were able to get a 1-for-0 trade in the end, with Phoebe just sustaining and that dawning light. This is why the Xavier is such a threat. That global presence. He can just ult from the back and it does not matter. He won't be in a position where she's able to get hit.
Yeah, that's why Xavier is always like most of the time getting banned, but now Shinoa level 13. I'm really scared of the movement that is coming from Smart Omega Empress right now. They're taking back what they are missing in the previous minutes, and now they're trying to catch up with all of the gold difference that they're having. It's all going to the 4,000. Before it was like 7,000 difference if I'm not mistaken, and now Smart Omega Empress is clearing the wave one by one. They still have Fanny, they still have Masha that can jump in towards that direction fast. But in the top lane, Bloody Heart is being open. Shinoa is the main target, but Wangs are coming from the other side. Doing the jab, have the last punch, and here you go. Shinoa is down, along with Mirai, double kill towards Favao. Oh my god.
God, once again, Rosophilia with that crazy conceal play, able to find 2 on the board as Keishi just looks for the trade down below. It does seem like Rosophilia will be able to take the Lord uncontested, but maybe I'm wrong here. Phoebe's coming in, Iron Hook connecting onto her right here. She does not have the immortality. She goes in onto Wangster. The Retribution still able to connect there as Wangster will finally fall. Phoebe running away. Torn apart memory not there yet, but look at the Mystic Field, able to catch Fafao, and in the bottom side, they've actually been able to take the turret down, and that's only the base turret left for Rosophilia in the bottom lane. They will certainly be able to clear out the mid lane now with Wangster being taken out of that team fight.
I don't know why they are not chasing for the Rosophilia member. 3 of them are very low, and I think like Smart Omega Empress have very good output of damage for them. Even though that I know the Lord is still going to the mid lane, but the chances for them to win the condition is higher rather than to lose that one. But yeah, they're playing more safely, I guess, to conservatively, to just like go back and try to defend their movement. But the outrage revenge being open directly, Tony Light as well, all in for Rossi here. So there's no one can shut down KP for another 30 seconds.
It's starting to feel weird here, Bella, because Rosophilia have the lead, but yet it does feel like Rosophilia are the ones making the desperate plays. They're going in, forcing these team fights again and again, trying to look for those picks, but they don't need to do that. All they need to do is just play with the Lord. Go for the better setup, and yeah, just, you know, find the picks when Omega are forced to fight. And here, Mirai, with a Titan's Revenge, able to bait out a few abilities there with the Breath of the Ocean as well. Torn Apart Memory going to be popped only onto the Roamer, and that's 2 very, very important ultimates, actually 4 important ultimates popped in, and it's overall 1-for-1 here, as no, it wasn't a 1-for-1, it was just 1-for-0. Mirai was the one taken down, and there's nothing traded.
But Shinoa with the Demon Hunter Sword, they're giving more time for Shinoa to be a monster for the late game. It's coming to the 15 minutes already. This is the time for usually Irrital to show up at Keishi. I know it's not like a very good time for Keishi anymore because it's like already 16 minutes inside of the Land of Dawn. But you know what is like very good coming from Smart Omega Empress? They have to choose hero to do the split push, just like what Masha do along with Vanny. All of this time, they're giving spaces, they're giving moments for this Shinoa to farm.
It's getting really, really scary once again because Shinoa is getting to a point where she's dealing so much damage, and look in the bottom side, that's exactly what's happening here. Yuzura able to get the pick off on towards Mirai, but from Shinoa, she's dealing the damage, and Keishi on the top side using the distraction in the bottom side to actually get the turret tier 2, and slowly but surely you can see Smart Omega entering back into the game, getting the turrets and equalizing that turret pressure that Rosophilia have built.
And now it's 5 seconds before the Lord coming back, the third Lord to the Land of Dawn. And they have like chances to fight for this one. They have chances to try to contest over this one, but the Bloody Heart is going to be open towards this Phoebe, but no, it's not. Only the Iron Hook. They don't want to waste the skill towards this Phoebe because they know Phoebe will be able to return back with full HP, while we know Keishi still gonna be doing a split push. So it's gonna be a very frustrating moment for Rosophilia because they want to take the Lord, but the wave that is coming towards the top lane is just gonna be a very huge threat right now because Phoebe is giving information. Mirai is also still there, and now they're gonna be contesting for the Lord, who will be taking long. He's gonna be taken by the Zoning Light coming from Savior. Not only that, but Savior will be taking another 2 members right here from Rosophilia, and I think Shinoa is still able to go back a little bit to the backline while Wangs are able to take Amore on his hat.
Oh my god, the steal by Smart Omega Empress securing the game just for a little bit longer. Again, that's safety for Smart Omega. By getting the Lord, they add a little bit more time towards this game, and Rose Ophelia are now the ones on the back foot. Smart Omega have been making plays across the map just to, minimize that gold lead that Rose Ophelia has, and right now it's gone to a point where Smart Omega might be able to lead just with one or a few more picks. And look at Mirai, reading out the position of Wangstar really, really well, as Smart Omega are just going to be looking for the siege in the mid lane. If Rose Ophelia put too many resources in the mid lane, the bottom side is going to be split pushed, and in that top side, then Enhanced Lord is going to march down towards a base turret. Rose Ophelia needs to make the micro decisions very, very properly and very carefully here.
Yeah, I mean, like, Phoebe right now is a very huge threat for Rosophilia because of the information that she's giving. Not only that, the thunderclap, the way that she moves to try to steal off the player, pick up the player from Rosophilia, it's just like gonna be a thing for for Rosophilia itself. But yeah, the Downing Light not able to hit anyone from Rosophilia, but at least they are gonna be able to steal the top base turrets this time. So it's a huge lead already.
They've come back. They've come back. This is literally just a comeback here. They went from Rose Ophelia having 7 turrets to only 2 for Smart Omega to now equalizing exactly the same amount of turrets taken, 7 to 7. Rose Ophelia falls off in the late game, and Wangster jumps into the back line some more. Needs to be careful here. Still able to kite away as Wangster gets baited in for the Dawning Light to come on to 3 members. That's everyone from the side of Rose Ophelia backing up. Harmony comes in with the Breath of the Ocean, but in the end, she's gonna be the one taken down as Smart Omega Empress find a 2-0. They're looking for the game. They might as well just maybe look for the end right here, but the minions will not be enough. They need to go in for the mid lane first, but Yuzura gonna be caught in by the Tyrus Revenge, and the Dawning Light again sniping from the back. Rossi bringing Phoebe back in for the stun from Fafao as they're looking for more. Tyrus Revenge connecting onto Fafao. No follow-up just as of yet. Torn apart memory there by Fafao to defend for a little bit longer, but look in the bottom side. Keishi has been busy.
Yeah, Keishi just pushing all of the minions towards Rosophilia, but they are still gonna be able, I think, to try to defend this one. Seems like Wangstar is just gonna be back in any seconds right now, but the Downing Light being open against Rossi and also Fafao in a very bad condition, but the counterpart memory able to shut down Phoebe right now. Shinoa taking the middle base turret, but they are still aiming for more here with the Cutthroat that is chasing over Wangstar and killing spree for Keishi. They are trying to steal back what they are missing here by exchanging Phoebe towards Wangstar, but Wangstar 50 more seconds to be back inside of the land of the well. The condition is this desperate for Rosophilia, and the Lord is back. I think Smart Omega Empress just gonna be trying to take over this Lord.
Look at the itemization. Shinoa does not have a single defensive item, yet she's still just able to kite away so well in these team fights. We'll see once again. Rose Ophelia don't have the retribution. Smart Omega can definitely just force this one out, but Iron Hook connecting there onto Mirai. They're gonna go for the Bloody Hunt as well. Dawning Light onto 2 members as the Rough Waves has been popped. I'm offended over to Shinoa, but she's still able to use that sprint to kite away, to dish out the damage while staying at bay. Shinoa finding the killing spree again, looking for that double kill onto Yuzura. Keishi jumping with the cables all the way to that back line, but it is enough to buy them that time to go for the Lord. Yuzura's immortality was popped as well, but now Wangster has respawned. She can go for that redemption by going and taking that retribution battle once again. We can see again Rose Ophelia looking for the entrance, but oh my goodness, the Dawning Light one-shotting almost Wangster, and that's gonna be the free Lord taken away by Smart Omega.
Yeah, it's gonna be a free Lord, but need to be careful over the bottom lane from Smart Omega Empress, but the Iron Hook able to take somebody on that path, but also the Bloody Hunt here, but still have to win her Truncheon. Try to survive here from Keishi, and I think she's gonna be safe for this one. One catapult, is that enough to clear off the game here? We know that actually Shinoa gonna be focusing over the base. Another movement from Amore, but here you go, Shinoa that is focusing towards the base, able to take this third game in the hands of Smart Omega Empress. What an absolute great gameplay coming, discipline, the patience that Smart Omega have for this third game. Miracle.
Wow, another comeback victory for Smart Omega. They stayed calm, they stayed collected, and patience was really the key for the Smart Omega composition. That late game composition with the Xavier finally shined bright in that final moment, coming in. And man, I am just super impressed by how these ladies were able to just stall the game for so long and capitalize on every single mistake, punish every single mistake that Rose Ophelia were making.
Yeah, I mean, like Masha, Vanny, it's just like giving so much space while doing the split hooks and everything. But the Savior damage, oh, not gonna lie, that is just like so painful, so powerful for Smart Omega. I think that's also one of the moment when they turn back the table towards Smart Omega side, because this Savior with the damage that she's giving towards Rosophilia, and Rosophilia just like became very confused over the movement that they have. Like they are very consistent in the first like 10 minutes, like if I can say, but aside of that one, after they're losing one battle, like they are very confused on what kind of decision that I should have for this one. Should I go and try to pick up over somebody? I mean, like they're not giving as much pressure towards Noah as before, when we know that actually Noah is already being kidnapped for 2 times. I think in the very early game, we can actually see it from the movement and this like highlight. We see that actually Hani that is going directly towards Noah lane, stopping her to farm. It's a very good decision, but after that, they're just gonna be focused toward Vanny, Miri. But they forgot Noah is still able to do much in the farming situation.
Exactly, that's what we mentioned in the early stage of the game, right? Rose Ophelia were putting so much emphasis on Keishi. They were able to shut her down. She was 1-4-1 at one point. But again, the main carry for Smart Omega is that Iritha in the gold lane and even the Xavier in the mid lane. The Fanny pick was just to distract them, and it worked out perfectly here. And I want to give props over to Phoebe, because Phoebe, my goodness, she was able to buy so much time using this Masha really well to just soak in as much damage as possible, but staying alive as well. I think she only was taken down 2 times this entire game. That's really impressive as a frontliner who's as aggressive as as just a Masha. Sorry, but this is a moment where Rose Ophelia were able to finally capitalize and look for those concealed plays with their composition. But the thing is, every single time they were looking for anything, it was always just traded back. And this is the Lord steal that we saw. Just incredible awareness by Amore to steal that away. The timing was perfect.
Yeah, it is. It is perfect. Like how Amore able to, but it's also because of the communication that Phoebe and Amore have with that information that she's giving. And this is like, if you're playing against Fanny and you're staying in this like very narrow alley, it's just like gonna be Fanny dancing around with the steel cable along with the cutthroat, and everyone receiving the damage that is given from Fanny. It's just like a huge problem, and a lot of damage that is given by Keishi at that moment. Even Wangster that is like just returned, just respawned back and being taken back, and the Smart Omega Empress just like, okay, we're gonna take this Lord no matter what happened. And that damage, Amore, that Savior, oh my goodness, I don't know, it's just like too painful for Rosophilia to handle that one. I'm not really sure, do they have any Athena shield or maybe any magical defense, because it melts them down easily. Mirko, it's like what? Like 70% by the downing like that is given by Savior?
Yeah, she got completely one-shotted, and now we get our answer. She only had the tough boots as a defensive item up against a Xavier in the late stage of the game. And you can see from Amore, she went full glass cannon. No defensive items as well, going for the penetration boots, and even with the Divine Glaive and the Holy Crystal, now we understand why and how she was able to dish out that much damage towards Wangster, and it paid off in the end. Shinoa, we mentioned that she went for a very heavy offensive build, but she still was able to get that Athena shield, right? So there is still some respect towards the damage that Hani has on that Kadira.
Yeah, definitely. But Shinoa 3 times in a row, wow. 3 times on the fortune here, 7, 3, and 8, MVP of the match. 3-0. First time using Welwan, second using Beatrix, and now Irital, the long forgotten queen here, is being used by this queen from Philippines. Apparently, that is just like being so strong for this one. Can we just bet Sinoa
Yeah.
to fight up against Smart Omega? I mean, like, you know, how strong she is.
Yeah, it really does look that way, right? When the same member gets 3 of the MVPs in 3 different games on 3 different heroes, that's when you know Shinoa is a problem. Again, it's just so impressive to see 3 games, 3 different heroes. Remember with the global ban system, and we also saw a lot of bans towards that gold lane. The fact that she was able to pick up the Irithel out of nowhere and still be able to perform that well was super impressive, and I cannot wait to see more from Smart Omega, and especially more from the next match of the day, because we still have another match, Vela, that is very interesting. Bigatron Era taking on, of course, DDE Empresses.
But really, Smart Omega, with this teamwork, this patience that they have, this discipline, I really want to see how they're gonna be, who are they gonna be fighting next? Because in the next match, we will have the Bigatron versus DDE Empress, which is one of the strongest contender here inside of the UniPin Ladies Series Southeast Asia Championship 2022. Bigatron holding up 16 trophy on their hand. I'm looking for the 17, I heard. So I want to know what is actually gonna be happening from Bigatron versus DDE Empress. But before that, we will have a little bit of chit chat later with Smart Omega Empress, right, Mirko?
Absolutely. We're just waiting on Smart Omega Empress right now. When they are ready, we're gonna head on over to talk with them. Obviously, we have some questions for them after that crazy victory, a few comebacks as well, especially in game number 3. But Vela, you know, we are getting ready for that interview. Who do you want to ask most? Who do you want to like interview most?
I want to ask actually, like for Sinoa, like how she is like very patient, like how her team is able to like make all of the movement for them to be able to get something for the third game, which is like a very hard situation because she's Sinoa, always being chased down, always being hunt down, like a lot of things happen for the third game. So yeah, definitely Sinoa, I want to ask her so bad about that one.
Gonna be a lot of questions that we get to ask for Smart Omega. Again, we're just waiting for them to get ready for the interview, ladies and gentlemen. So do please be patient with us, and obviously stay if you guys want to hear the answers from Smart Omega after such an intense 3-game series. It was a best of 5, and it was 3-0, Vela, but it really did feel very close in the last 2 games. Game 2, Game 3, it went to 20 minutes. They had to go for the Evolved Lord in the end to end the game.
Yeah, I mean, like the second game, we know that actually that 1-1 is already like scared them so badly because of like the ability to shut down several heroes, especially for Sinoa that is in Matrix for the second game. It's just like a huge threat right there. But yeah, they are gonna, again, the discipline, the patience that they have, the way that they are like seeking for chances to win that one is just like the way for them to go for it.
But you know what, Vela, without further ado, it seems like Smart Omega Empresses are ready. We're gonna head on over to the interview. Let's ask them a few questions right here as we are gonna wait for them to appear first on the stream. There you go, Smart Omega, hello! Congratulations on the victory, but I think you guys are still muted.
Hello? Hi everyone! Okay. Okay, we can hear you, but your voice is actually very small. Can you come closer to the mic, please?
Okay. There you go. Maybe, Vela, you can ask the first question here for the Smart Omega Empress team who have just been stomping 3-0.
Okay, 3-0, but the second and the third game, you were having like a very huge like battle coming out from Rosophilia. How did you guys do it? Did you guys like make a play for the patients to get the Rosophilia? The chances for you guys to win over Rosophilia.
We stay focused in the game because we have the confidence that we have the confidence that we can win the game because our heroes is scaling like.
All right, yeah. Okay, I have a few questions as well here. You know what? Speaking of how disciplined you guys are in the game, how are you so disciplined? Like, is there something that the coach does? Is the coach strict with you guys? Does he yell at you guys a lot? Is that why you guys are so disciplined?
Most of the time.
Most of the time. All right. So yeah, all right, there you go. You can already see the result of the hard work that you guys have put in, though. And I do have a question for you guys here. Global ban. This is a new system that has been implemented, and we saw that every one of you guys had to play a different heroes every game. How did it feel?
We are. It's really hard because we managed to practice to have wide hero pool and be open-minded to play other roles during practices.
Okay. Like, you know that actually a lot of hero that can be picked inside of the because of this global ban and pick, but you guys choosing a very, very unique kind of hero such as Irrital before. Are you guys like really practicing a lot of different kind of heroes that can be used aside of the one that is like on the meta right now?
We are currently practicing a lot of composition heroes for other roles, and so that we are not experiencing a hard time during drafting on global.
For you guys, like hero not in the meta is still gonna be very good because the pilot is good.
I think it depends on the draft and the confidence of the player while using that hero.
That is very good.
Oh, all right. I have the final question for you guys here, right? Because you guys have just moved on 3-0 to the next stage of the upper brackets. Now, can I ask you guys who you guys are looking forward to facing the most in the USC?
Yes, we are looking forward to have match again with BTR. Yeah.
Any particular reason as to why it's BTR?
Because they are look up to the other teams. Many people look up to them.
I see. All right.
And they were the champions last season.
Okay, but before we're closing it down, can you give a shout out to every fans that always supporting Smart Omega Empress, especially the one that is watching UniPin Ladies Series Southeast Asia Championship 2022?
Shout out to our bosses, Boss Fat, Boss Toy, Boss MVP, and Coach Ron, to the coaching staff of Smart Omega, Miss Persian, Coach Hugh, Coach Tony, Coach Ron, Coach Matthew, all the coaches staff of Smart Omega, and thank you to the fans who are supporting Smart Omega.
Yay! Congratulations once again, Smart Omega Empress, for taking this one 3-0. Congratulations, and we will see you later on the next match. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Very, very interesting. They are just like very confident and they have different kind of trials fighting the other teams.
Yeah, and they are looking forward to facing up against one of the teams that is going to be playing in our next match. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, before we head on over to the final match of the day, we are going to take a short break. So stay tuned and get ready for Bigatron Era going up against DDE Empresses. It's been me, Mirko, and Bella.
Bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa melepas tapi Viva
First game ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa terbakar seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang huge. Dia bisa Miko datang dan tambulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah pun lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hio dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Teiko Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inhibitor is being taken down. Major Marcel taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can see they still keep snuggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
Day 2 continues, ladies and gentlemen, with the final match of the day as Bigatron Era face up against DD Empresses. Ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to the UniPin Ladies Series Southeast Asian Championship 2022 that's presented to you by UniPin, supported by Mobile Legends Bang Bang, with our media partners as well, Upstation, One Esports, Revival TV, Context ID, Dunia Games, GGWP, Esports.id, GameBuff, Game Zero, Indo Gamers, Journal Apps, Kincher, and Go Philippines Esports. Welcome, guys, here onto the caster desk or the caster screen with me, Mirko, and Vela J. Oh, Vela, I think you're still muted.
Can you hear me
There
now?
you go.
Okay, yeah, so we're back here for the match that is going to be very interesting because still on the upper bracket, we will see and witness Bigatron Era versus DDE Empress, one representative from Indonesia against the one coming from Myanmar here, which is going to be very, very interesting. We don't know what will happen for this match, but we know that actually this one of the strongest contender here is Bigatron Era, the one who held 16 trophies so far for people, you know, from the last MWI. We are mentioning that actually they are the queen of Southeast Asia. Are they going to be still claiming that throne, or someone will try to take them and try to beat them, and maybe DDE Empress will try to put them back to the lower bracket? It's still a possibility here.
That question will be answered here, right? Again, DDE have the opportunity to actually pull off one of the biggest upsets in MLBB history by taking down Bigatron Era, like you mentioned. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go over to the introduction of the video for both of the teams. And there it is. There you go for the teams, Vela. It looks like they're ready.
Yeah, they are. But I have like one big question that actually not coming from me. It's coming from all the viewers that is watching ladies competition. There is only one question, like when Maiden gonna be playing? That's the big question right there.
Yeah, you're right. Maiden just got revealed as one of the new players, I guess, for Bigatron Era, and she has yet to play a competitive game right now. So you're right. We are still waiting for Maiden to play. She has been booming in social media, so everyone's interested to see whether or not she'll be playing here today up against DDE Empresses. Again, this is a pretty insane matchup, right? Because we're talking about Bigatron Era, a team that is literally the one of the favorites to win the entire tournament. The queens of Southeast Asia who haven't been dethroned, who haven't taken a loss in a tournament for so long. 16 consecutive win streak in tournaments, 16 trophies. It's such an incredible achievement.
Yeah. I think even your Lancelot is not as good as Vival.
No, definitely not.
Okay, but yeah, you know, like Bigatron Era right now with having like new, it's not like new recently, but like losing Valanier and also having a Boomy into their roster actually make them very strong right now.
Yeah.
Valanier is a very strong EXP laner, but Boomy is one of a different level kind of player. The heroes that he's having, a different kind of hero, a different kind of hero pool that is just to drive us crazy and mad about her gameplay, about her mechanic, along with, you know, Viva, Shady, Vivian that having like different sort of the things. Even Johnson and also like Candida gameplay. We are saying Johnson, Odad, everything coming from this Bigetron era is a hell of a ride for everyone who have a matchup with them, because I know like everyone kept mentioning how Shell and Shinny have a very beautiful bonding because they are sisters and they are able to back up each other as well.
Yeah, well, this is the official team lineup, the official main five for Bigetron era. Still no Maiden, but it's Chell, Cinny, Fumi, Vival, and Vivian. So they're going to be coming up onto this match. Again, as you mentioned, this five roster, the five lineup that they have here, very, very strong. And you're right, the synergy, it feels like they're all sisters, you know, because the synergy just works, it just claps together, and it forms such an insane gameplay that we've seen many times before. But here we're also going to take a look at DDE Empress's official team lineup.
Yeah, with Yuna, Kel, Ra, Icy Forger, and also Himiko here, I think like we have not a lot of data as aside of the one that we are seeing from ULC Mekong 2022, but aside from that one, we don't know much about like DDE Empresses. We know that actually in Indonesia we have DDE and DDE as well, but this DDE is just like so crazy, and they're just so strong. That's why they are representing Myanmar Mekong side here for this UniPin Ladies Series Southeast Asia Championship 2022, and I want to know more about them, because we know that actually in all of the Southeast Asia tournament, we know that actually Myanmar always came up with a different kind of gameplay, different kind of strategy that always surprises Mirko. Right, and that's why.
You are so yeah. I agree though, Vela, about the Burmese teams. They're always, I don't know, super impressive, but they're always super impressive when you don't expect them to be super impressive, right? I think this is a trend across, I think, most of the Burmese teams. Even in M2, no one thought of Burmese Ghouls as a threat. Then they went all the way to the grand finals from the upper brackets. And when we actually expect the Burmese to be a threat, like in SEA Games with Trend Esports taking in the roster, we kind of saw that, you know, they didn't perform that well. Then MSC came around, and again, Villa, the same trend. When we don't expect them to perform, Falcon Esports comes out of nowhere, and I think DDE has the same opportunity right here to show the world why the Burmese are so good at Mobile Legends.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we are expecting here from DDE Empresses. And I mean, like, looking at the roster that they have, I mean, like, they definitely have something to be prepared, especially going against Bigetron era. This is the best of 5 series. We know that actually it's very good for DDE Empresses. Why? Because they can gain a lot of data over Bigetron era. We've seen them in so many tournaments, so many things, and we can get the data. How is their gameplay? How is their rotation? What kind of hero that they are having? Even though that I know it's a huge hero pool. Like sometimes you just like very confused of what kind. This hero can be used by 3, like example Cho can be used by Vivian, even though that it's rarely being picked by Vivian, but it also can be coming from Shell or Shinny. But we will just seeing it directly to the ban and peak base, and we will see what will actually happen for this first game.
Let's see, again, DDE Empresses on the blue side with Bigetron era on the red side. For DDE and for BTR, we've mentioned this many times, but again, as a reminder to everybody watching, if you are new, if you have just clicked on this video, this is a global ban system in the drafts. We have implemented a global ban system this time for the UniPin Ladies Series C Championships 2022, and that means that the players will only be able to use one set of heroes one game. That's it in this best of 5. And for now, we are going to be seeing just normal bans throughout the board for DDE and for BTR. Still just going for the Prio, Valentina, Masha. I'm expecting a Faramis ban to be baited out for the side of BTR by DDE.
I wish they are taking care of Natalia. I know that actually BTR really love to play aggressively. I'm not sure it's going to be used by Vivian, but I don't think opening a very strong hero such as 1-1 Natalia, it's gonna be a very huge thing. But Actually, they are respecting Chini here by banning over Sicilian. One of the strongest. I don't know why, but whenever Chini using like Sicilian, it's like triple buff. I don't know, like it's just like super duper strong. The stack is like easily taken by Chini, but it's like they're minimizing all of the options into the mid lane.
Absolutely. It seems like, again, like we mentioned, Faramis still is going to be a heavy priority in the first banning phase for BTR and for every single team in that first phase. DDE, though, however, again, they are trying to force these heroes to come out. Again, BTR will need to maybe go for the 1-1 ban themselves. If DDE go for another respect ban towards either maybe Cindy, maybe we might see the jungle being targeted. As we all know, Vival has been phenomenal in that jungle. Paquito has been very meta, but they go for the Julian. So again, it is a different style of ban for DDE. It seems like they are just trying to force BTR to ban out those first pick heroes like the 1-1, like the Akai, and now both those heroes are up for grabs, Vela.
Okay, but one is the one that getting banned here. Natalia is still way open along with Akai. Will they be able to secure that one? Or maybe Eve? Because actually, if they're taking the Akai, maybe from Bigetron, they will be taking Natalia plus Eve, one of the heroes that can be used by chaining Eve along with that. Or maybe Beatrix can be prioritized here for Bigetron itself.
I think going for the Beatrix is a very smart option. They can also go for something like a Paquito in the XP lane, in the jungle. It's a very good flex pick. Yeah, I mean, technically right now, they can also just secure something like that. And Esmeralda in the XP lane, such a solid threat. But this does leave DDE open to pick up a counter hero. The Dyroth is still available for the final pick in the first phase for BTR, though. I think securing a Beatrix or a mid laner, like perhaps a Yve or a Lilia, would be pretty alright going up against the Akai.
Ooh, but they're going very strong here. They have it all that Franco on their hand. Like, okay, you want to take Beatrix? Doesn't matter. I already secure my Franco here. So if you want to take Beatrix, you will have the consequences for facing Franco. On the other hand, we are having like boom with Esmeralda. I'm not joking. This is Fumi with her signature Esmeralda, which is going to be a very strong lineup right there. But Thomas Dyron, just like what you mentioned, is available to face against Esmeralda, even though that we still have like Lunos, maybe if they want to have like one hero particularly to just like melt on this very too tanky hero coming from Bigetron era, but Dyron all the way to lock that Esmeralda down on the laning phase, along with Beatrix, which is very scary, but I think like they have planned for this one, especially maybe because of the Hakai Ivy spin.
Yeah. The Akai Heavy Spin does synergize really well with both of the heroes that DDE have just locked in. Again, this is a very solid draft by DDE. Bigetron era, I think they might have to pull out the Claude in this game right now before it gets banned out by DDE because, yeah, I think the gold laner is going to have a tough time, but it doesn't seem like BTR wants to do that. They go and secure the Yve first here, so first phase done for BTR as they will look to try to narrow down that mid lane, and DDE should be narrowing down that gold lane.
Okay, Mozia, Coach Mozia and also Mark Draco here for both of the sides is gonna be deciding for other hero that is gonna be banned. Matilda is the one that getting banned here. They don't want somebody to actually dive back to the backsides of the Bigetron era. Maybe they'll be gonna be using, I don't know, I'm not really sure, but I have this feeling for Ling to be picked by Bigetron because it's one of the heroes that can contest this Tyrant and also the Beatrix on the backside. Even though I know we have from the DDE Empress, they have Akai with heavy spins. It's still a possibility, but we will see from DDE Empress what are they going to be banning for this one. From Bigetron, they're still lacking in the side of gold lane along with the jungle. So minimizing the options for the gold lane is going to be very good, like Cloud, just like what Mirko have mentioned, or maybe going for the Popo Kupa clan. A lot of possibilities here.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities for DDE to ban out as well, just like the Popo and Koopa that we are seeing banned out. BTR though, however, I expected them to go for the bans towards the mid laner, but they are actually going for a different approach. They're going to go and narrow down the roamer for DDE here as they ban out the Matilda and the Atlas. So 2 roamer bans come in for Bigatron era towards DDE, and we should see the same thing but towards the gold laner. Popol taken away. Claude could be the next ban, or the Clint. I think Claude is definitely more versatile than the Clint up against this kind of composition. They want to go against something like the Clint that is very easy to immobilize.
Okay, we are hearing that actually we will have a rematch for this one. So maybe we will have a different kind of... I'm not really sure is it going to be a rematch or remake, but we will definitely see something different. But yeah, so far we are seeing the hero that they are locking. Actually, with the just like what you've mentioned, narrowing down to the roamer is actually a big question. Just like what you said, like they are more focused to not having somebody that actually gonna have a very huge city. They don't want to have city on their side. They seems like want to have a very free movement, and it's, I don't know why, but I feel like they still want to have something that is gonna be very like the mobility gonna be very fast and very smart coming from Bigatron era. But Fanny is still available, Ling is still available, a lot of heroes still available inside for the jungle. Like we can see Paquito as well, but against something that is very tanky such as Akai, as like they don't want definitely something that is gonna create so much chaos right there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the Akai left open was kind of weird, right? Because again, Akai just poses such a threat, but so does Wanwan, and that's why I think from the first game alone, we can already see that DDE, they know exactly what they're doing in the drafts. They're forcing Bigatron era into these corners basically in the game where Bigatron era are forced to let go of something as prio as the Akai. However, we did see a few good picks coming in for BTR as well. In the first pick, they went for the Franco and the Esmeralda, like you said, securing a very good, a very comfortable hero onto the hands of Fumi, and also Franco, very good on the hands of Vivian. We all know how much tempo they can actually play with in that early stage with the Franco. But again, it was very impressive by DDE because they responded instantly towards the Esmeralda pick by picking up the Dyroth and even the Beatrix, securing it away from BTR.
Yeah, the confidence that they have, it's like looking so good coming from BDA Empress. I want to see how they are going to be executing the movement inside of the Land of Dawn, definitely. Because just like what we mentioned, like Franco is like one of the threat for Beatrix itself. And when they are able to have, not even only for Beatrix, for anyone, like the presence of the Franco is like, oh, will this Franco iron hook me or maybe bloody hunt me? Like it's a lot of things when he's just like walking around and not giving anything. It's already a threat for the other opponents. So yeah, maybe the presence of Vivian, which we know that playing really aggressive towards the opponents that she's facing inside of the Land of Dawn, gonna give a lot of things to be done. But the gold laner, I'm really curious what kind of hero that they're gonna be picking for this one. There's still a possibility, a lot and huge possibility here for Bigatron era to pick over Cloud, Carry. A lot of options, maybe Brody as well. Land, too much hero that is open right now.
Yeah, a lot of heroes that are up for grabs for BTR in that gold lane. So by going at it and banning out the Popol and Koopa, they don't really narrow down too much of that gold lane. As we all know, the gold lane is very diverse nowadays with the marksmen. So again, just as some information for you guys back at home, the bans will be the same for the draft that's coming up again. Just now, there was an issue with the draft. That's why we had to go and remake the draft right now. So just as information, once again, informing you guys that the bans will be 100% the same. The only thing that will change is the picks, because the picks will be reset.
Now, that is more interesting. Like, the pick will be reset. Like, who will be changed in at this rate? Who will be swapped? Or maybe they will be having another hero. We are not sure about this one, Mirko. We want to see who is actually gonna go to the BDE Empress side, or maybe Bigatron era side. Akai, Beatrix, Dyroth, Esmeralda, Franco, Yif. I mean, like 6 heroes that we see before, it's still possible to be contested by both of the sides. So yeah, we'll see later. Or maybe they will have a different kind of hero that will be picked in the first stage rather than one that we saw just now. Maybe they will be changing to another kind of hero that is still available.
You're right. There are a lot of options, like you mentioned, in that first phase. So we will be seeing a very different ban phase, maybe even a similar one, right? Because I don't think DDE want to let go of the Akai. I think first pick is definitely going to stay the same. Akai is going to be a very solid pick to just take in the first phase. But I think Bigatron might be the ones to pick up the Beatrix this time, you know? Maybe go for the Franco-Beatrix combination, a combo that we've seen so many times, popularized in MSC with that burst-heavy comp. With a Franco, you hook a person and Beatrix just guns them down. Instant delete with the Wesker or even the Renner at some point if you are fed in the game.
Yeah, it's gonna be instant. We saw it before with 2 penetration, with Hunter Strike along with Malefic Roar, with the help that I think like, even the one that is very tanky will be taken down easily. It's gonna be a huge thing coming from Franco and Beatrix combination. We will see, is that going to be the one that is being chosen by Bigatron Era, or maybe we will have another different kind of options that they're going to pick here. Maybe Akai with another hero that can help to try to burst on whenever they're having with the heavy spin. I mean, like Akai Beatrix is just like very good combination with the heavy spin along with maybe the Virusation. It's just like creating so much damage towards the opponent side. So yeah, and maybe we will also see. I mean, like when you're mentioning Cloud, I was like thinking it's just gonna be very easy to that Cloud to jump to the backside and doing the blazing duet towards Beatrix. But on the other hand, we know that actually Cloud needs 2 items before it's like gonna be scale up. So yeah, we will just witness what is actually gonna be happening inside of the Banner Peak base here back again between Bigatron Era and also DDE Actors. Don't forget to give up your support into both of the sides of the team that is competing right now.
All right, once again, we are going to head into the player cam again for both of the teams. As you can see, for the side of BTR Era, they are ready, as usual, with their coach as well, in their gaming house, gaming facility. It doesn't look like a gaming house. It looks like a gaming facility because of how cool it is.
Yeah, I mean, like it looks so cool right now, and I think like just like what I've mentioned in the match of the Smart Omega before, Mirko, like stay in the same gaming house, stay in the same place right now. It's just like giving more bonding. I mean, like you guys know more about each other, and I think I really love the one that from DDE Empresses that stay together like this, because they will be having a lot of better communication first. Secondly, you can react faster when you're having like somebody next to you, which is great things, and hopefully it will be in a better result when they are playing it inside of the game.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, the 2 players that you see on screen from DDE, they are together. So maybe they are sisters too, Vela. We mentioned that Cindy and Jel, they're sisters, right? And that's why their synergy is just so on point. Maybe these 2 are sisters too, right? Maybe they have that synergy too.
That is possible. Here, Mirko, they might be sisters. So they will have a very strong bonding between both of them. And actually, I want to talk about a little bit about Bigatron Era as well. Like the change of the coach here coming from Bigatron Era. It used to be Rezi Boy, and now it's Mozia. It's a kind of different kind of strategy of drafting that they are always showing inside of the games. Like they are having more into the like more safe rather than Rezi Boy. Before, like Rezi Boy really loved to play aggressively towards the opponent side. That's why they always spread up a very good and strong pick in the early game. But right now, from Mozia side, I feel like they are always giving more into the very safe situation. And turns out, yeah, the band is still all the same. Marcia, Cecilia, Juliet, Valentina, Varamit, and 1-1. So we will see what is the first pick that will be taken by DDE. Is it going to be the same Akai, just like what Mirko said? Like, it's still a very good hero, right, Mirko?
Yeah, it's a solid hero. The best jungler in my opinion right now. Tier S, maybe double S tier, as it just secures objectives so well. You go for picks really well. You clear very well as well. There's not really anything that's a significant weakness when we're talking about the Akai, but there you go. The change already for BTR as they pick up the Eve and the Esmeralda first. So they let go of the Franco, and this might actually be a position for DDE to secure the Franco and the Beatrix for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a huge advantage for DDE for not having Franco as the opponent's side here. It's even better for them because actually they can try to pick up over that one, or they're gonna pick over Atlas or maybe something else. Because actually, if they let go this Beatrix, it's not gonna be really good. But no, they're picking over Matilda instead of Beatrix that is available, Mirko.
Oh, you're right. And now this gives the opportunity over to Bigatron Era to secure Beatrix, who is, Beatrix is pretty broken when it gets to that BOD 100 strike item combination, right? With the damage as being so much, even to turrets. Without minions, you can actually end the game. So, again, this is an opportunity for BTR to secure it. They can also just go for the same exact pick here, Vela. They can just go for a Franco, right? So, just changing the pick order.
But Miracle with this 3 hero that is coming from DDE Empresses like Kari is very, very good options in my humble opinion. Like you can use the ability of Esmeralda and also Eve, but Benedetta, the one that you are expecting here, is big pick by Bigatron Era and is still a flexible pick here. I think. No, it's not. I think it's gonna be jungle.
Yeah. So we've seen this before in the MPL. This is the response that we see from RRQ usually. Whenever they see an Akai on the enemy team, they secure a Benedetta jungler for their side. And the Benedetta actually goes with the Demon Slayer emblem and goes full tank. So it's a utility Benedetta who just secures objectives. And that's maybe the strategy that BTR are trying to replicate in this game against an Akai. See? So we'll see. BTR with the bans, they are going to start narrowing down that mid lane. Same thing as the last draft, because obviously they already have the Eve, and DDE meanwhile doesn't really have a mage just yet. So I think BTR will take away the Lilia. Maybe next we might see a Lunox perhaps.
A Lunox here. This is gonna be very interesting. But Lilia, I mean, like, Lunox is going to be very good to melt down all of the players coming from Bigatron, but I think they will be needing something that can help burst down easily for the... Because I think, like, Lunox will be taken down easily by the presence of Benedetta. That's why I don't really think that it's going to be a very good options for them. So, we will see what will actually happen for this one. But, Cloudban, the one that is coming from the DE Empresses, they don't want somebody to just jump back to the back and with the golden staff, Demon Hunter sword. I mean, like, Cloud will melt down that Akai and everything, but I still think of Kari so far for Bigatron Era.
This might actually like bite them back for DDE, right? They're starting to ban the gold laner, but they haven't picked up a gold laner this time. So if they go for the Claude ban and maybe perhaps a Beatrix ban next, it gives the opportunity for BTR to just secure a gold laner first, and again, just putting the pressure on DDE to secure those gold laners. BTR go for the Kagura ban in their last ban, which is a very solid ban, I believe, right now, considering that DDE have built themselves a very, very good pick style composition so far. But DDE, again, if they go for another gold lane ban, they might be in a very risky position.
Like, yeah, but there's still a lot of plenty options if they want to pick over that one. And I'm not sure if BTR will be picking over one hero that is gonna be picked by right now. But it's actually Hilda, the one that is banned. I was like hoping like DDE will be picking over like Farsha plus Farsha and maybe a gold laner. I don't know, I'm not sure. Alice or Farsha will be a very good pick here for DDE Empresses.
This is interesting, right? Like, BTR, they go for the Beatrix, securing it, and this is where, again, DDE are finding themselves in a tough situation, because, oh, there you go, as predicted, the Lunox comes in, and the Brody as well. Wow, this is a very heavy burst composition that they've built themselves. Brody, as well as Man, this is crazy. Brody, Lunox, Daira, that's so much damage output. So BTR, they're gonna have to pick up a very tanky roamer. Perhaps something like a Lolita could just counter the damage coming in from the Lunox, even from the Brody.
I do agree with that one. For Lolita is a very, very good pick here. But aside of that one, I was like thinking over Atlas that can be picked here for taking with the perfect match and also the Fatal Link. It's gonna be fatal for the DA Empresses if they are getting kidnapped. And Lunox is just like gonna be stopped by the presence of the Lolita here with the bulwark along with the Numenon Blast. So we will see later what is gonna be the result. But I feel like Lunox, they really need to have like early movement coming from DDA Empresses. If not, that Lunox won't be able to do much towards Megatron era, since we know the presence of Lolita and also Benedetta will be aiming towards that direction.
Well, here it is once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have both of the compositions drafted up, fully wrapped up in the draft. So again, don't forget to leave your support in the comments for DDE Empresses or for Bigatron era, as we are just moments away from getting into the Land of Dawn. Well, we will see the execution of both of the strategies, a contrast, one specializing in burst and the other specializing in DPS and securing objectives. Let's see, Siege versus Burst, who is going to take it, as we are going to get straight, ladies and gentlemen, into the Land of Dawn for match 2, game number 1 of day 2 of the USC.
Yeah, with Best of 5 series with me, Vela Jeff, and also Miracle, the one who is gonna be accompanying you guys for this game. But you know, from Bigatron era, with that area of effect that they have, with the Numenon Blast, with that Falling Star Moon, with that Nibiru Spatian, even coming from Benedetta, or maybe coming from everyone have their own portion into this area of effect that they can have. The combo wombo will be very crazy if they are able to do it. In the textbook, I mean, like, it's super strong, but DDA Empresses still have chances to try to disturb it by having the Akai on their hand with the heavy spin that can stop the combo that can be brought by Bigatron era into their movement along, maybe with the damage that is given from Lunox and also Daira.
Vela, but we're already seeing something different here from Vival in the jungle, as she opted to go for the Killing Spree emblem instead of the Demon Slayer that we usually see when we see the Benedetta in that jungle position. So with this, the Akai will have a significantly better time clearing out camps and getting those rotations done when you compare it to Vival with the Killing Spree emblem. As you can see, Himiko already a level up, but Vivian doesn't want to give it over, gets the gold buff. Gonna get chunked low though as Vival comes in to just poke her down. Both teams disengaging for now as Fumi Echo just provides the space for the side of Bigatron era. As look at that, Ra actually really forced to use that flicker as they are now going onto Fumi Echo. Remember, Himiko still has that ultimate, the heavy spin, and they will just be able to bait out the sprint coming in from Fumi.
Maybe from Vival, they will also have a different kind of item here, because we know that actually one of the hero that can jump into the backside to chase over Lunox and also Brody will be that coming from Vival. But we know that actually the turtle now being slain by Bigatron era, they are able to steal it. Not even that, Fumi Echo even able to take double kill and maybe triple kill, because Kala is still trying to run away over this one, and Vivian want to chase over that one, even using the flicker, which is a very bad situation for Vivian because he almost caught by DDE Empresses, but still leading by 3 kills along with 1 turtle in the hand of Bigatron era.
There was a Benedetta ult, there was a real world manipulation placed in, and who got the turtle? It was Vivian. And again, it did look like maybe possibly a mistake by Vivian diving deep under that turret, but it did force Kel to actually, you know, stay in the base for a little longer, therefore giving Cine the advantage to clear out the mid lane and now rotate over to that top side. So if this works out in the end, if they are able to capitalize on this and secure a kill or perhaps just some damage onto the turret, it is so worth it that Vivian was able to dive there.
Yeah, they want to stop the movement from Lunox. They don't want Lunox to gain the power that she needs to. At least, if she doesn't go for Fuck Off Destiny Lightning Truncheon, Genius One might be away. And oh, here you go. Brilliance of Order already being used. Another 30 seconds or before it can be used again. One of the escape mechanism coming from Lunox is just like if you are able to bait them easily, it's just gonna be a huge advantage. But here you go, they're gonna be stealing the gold shield turret in the top lane. The Circling Eagle being open just to push back the player from Bigetron Era, but they're not stopping there. Vivian is still there to try to protect the player from Bigetron Era, and they are able to claim the first turret in the first 4 minutes. Even though the heavy speed is already being open, they want to pick off the player coming from Bigetron Era, but the damage is not enough. Real world manipulation, this is a revenge time. New Venom Blast as well, and 2 kills will be on the hand of Chow.
My goodness, and the stun comes in as well. Where's the order pop? But look at the final blow towards that back line. Vivo going crazy, picking up a double kill, and they might just be able to take a tier 2 as early as 4 minutes into the game. But again, they don't overcommit. They never overcommit. They rotate instantly into the purple buff, taking it away, setting up for a turtle take. And the thing is, Himeko, yeah, forced to use Retribution, and it's worth it for Bigetron Era because that was exactly what they were going for. Forcing the Retribution from Himeko, and now it's a free turtle. But let's take a look again at the instant replay. What exactly happened here in this moment?
Like the moment that they realize they are going to go back, and the real world manipulation just slowed them down along with the Numenor Blast. This is what I'm talking about, the combo. They are just going so wild about this one. And also with the Phantom Slash that is being done by that Vivo. Vivo just know when is the time to jump and when is the time the targeting. It's just like coming really good, and the Void Crystal just helped that Vivian to claim another point kill. Not even that, Chell is also taking another one in the top lane. Brody is down. This is a massive massacre here coming from Bigetron Era towards DDE Empresses.
Absolute domination, and the macro plays coming in from Bigetron Era to secure that kill as Himeko gets caught in the real world manipulation. Vivian flickering forward with the Numenon Blast, and Fumi Echo silencing Ra's fate there in the mid lane with the falling star moon. His Chell's looking for more. He goes in with the Wesker ultimate, unfortunately just shy a little bit of some damage to take Kale down, but in the bottom side as well, they're just wreaking havoc in every single lane. Tier 2 turrets falling top side and in the mid lane as well in the 6th minute of the game.
And they are still aiming for more. They are not stopping there, Mirko. They still want to claim that purple buff from DDE Empresses. They still want to take over the turret. They are not even... This is only like 6 minutes, but the lead is already 10,000. It means that every single minute it's more than 1,500 gold swings different here for Bigetron Era, and they are just like, I don't know, like the damage that is given from Beatrix is already very huge because she already have the Swift Foot, Slate of Despair, along with that Malefic Roar. Look at the damage that they give. Not only that, the Genius One on the hand of Ginny, and Vivo with the, I don't even know that they're leading in every single aspect here. Miracle.
They are. Again, it's so impressive to see a 10,000 gold lead Vela in below 10 minutes. This is an absolute masterclass of how to play Mobile Legends, and Bigetron Era are shining here. Again, already going onto the turrets, the base turrets, when the turtle is still alive. This is something we've never seen before. Usually, you take all 3 turtles before you actually go and hit the base, but now it seems like they don't even care about the turtle. They're just gonna go straight for the siege onto the base with Chell. Having that Malefic Roar and VOD built, she does so much damage onto the base turrets. And again, look, they don't care about the neutral objectives. They simply just want to siege this turret down with the poke that they have, and they want to force DDE Empress outside of their base. And just like that, there's the order pop as well. Chell going for the snipes, unfortunately unable to get that final shot onto Kel, but that's really so worth it. Again, for BTRs, they look for more on the board. Bottom side, Numenon Blast once again popped in, but Vivian does not choose to go for the flicker. They still are going for the Lord, the enhanced. No, they're going for the turret in the bottom side. It's insane. 8 minutes in, and they've broken the base. They've tucked a turret in that base, and they're looking for more, Vela.
Yeah, still looking for more. Look at the damage that is given by Chell right now. Almost taking down that player. That Akai, and even Akai looks like a teen paper in the hand of Ginny and also Chow right now, and they are not stopping. They still aim for one double kill in the hand of Chow right now, and they are directly trying to end the game, even though there is no other catapult. But the Numenon Blast hit 2 members, one coming point to the side, still aiming for the players coming from the DDA Empresses, and the Void Crystal helps to get another point of kill, and they will still try to end this game. Maybe they are not giving chances for the DDA Empresses to just farming back, falling Starmore again, and the damage that is given by Chow, they are just gonna win this game. Below 9 minutes, Mirko, this is total domination. I don't think like they are being shut down once even.
18-0, 9-minute game, and they didn't need a Lord, they didn't need the third turtle of the game. I am speechless. I am blown away by the level of play that BTR are showing here. Again, I got confused for a second because I never expect a turret to be targeted in the 8th minute of the game. I didn't know what to say after that turret take in the bottom side. The base turret taken down in 6 minutes of play, and they just kept on forcing. And the thing is, what's surprising is it worked out. 18-0. 18-0. 9-minute game.
9 minutes. They ate up
My
the game.
God.
The Electro Final Blow, the Falling Storm Moon, the Manon Blast, the Nibiru Station, I mean like every single player have a symphony that is just like blowing us, blow my mind. Like the gameplay that they're showing, the backup they're doing, the communication, the discipline, they're not even being shut down. And people, you know, like when they are trying to end the game, people is still on the purple buff, trying to get the purple buff. She's not doing anything. She just let Chao, Chini, Vivian, and also Fumi play. And Fumi, with that Esmeralda, bro, I don't know. Like, she's very strong with that Esmeralda, just like jumping to the front with the falling sun with starter stance and do everything on her own, follow up by the rest of the players such as Sydney and Sontal. Crazy!
Oh man, MLBB Masterclass. Again, 9-minute game. Kept on forcing fights. They didn't even give a chance for the Lord to actually do anything in the game. The Lord spawned, Vela, but it just spawned. It just got... Oh my god, I'm still so speechless from that match, and it all started from here. As you can see from the match highlights, the first turtle fight where DDE Empresses, they kind of forced that fight. Even here, so there are a lot of mistakes that DDE Empresses are making, but it's just so impressive to see that Bigatron Era are respecting every single decision and punishing every single moment, just as if they're going up against, again, just as if they're playing in the grand finals, Vela. They're giving their most respect here, the utmost respect towards DDE Empresses, and they're going full out.
Yeah, and the 4-minute Blade of Despair on the hand of Child right there, directly having the Blade of Despair because of the advantage that they're having. And look at that one, they're just like what you say, they're respecting the opponent. They don't want to give a single mistake on the hand of Bigatron Era. And I cannot even say what is like the thing that Cam DDE Empress is trying to fix for the second game, because actually it's also because of Bigatron Era not giving chances for them to recover over every single kill that is taken in the hand of Bigatron Era. Like, it should happen just like slap over slap on the hand of Bigatron Era towards the Empresses. And look at the item.
No way, Vela. If you took a look at that final moment, they had a 14,000 gold lead in 9 minutes of play. So that's more than 1,000 gold lead per minute. And as you can see, this is exactly why it was 18-0. Oh my goodness gracious. If we thought that the Omega game was a shutout, this is a complete stomp. Again, 18-0 is a stat that's just so impressive. All 9s across the board except for Vivo. So that feels kind of bad for Vivo, but still, Fumi Echo with a 10.5 rating on her signature pick. It does show why she's such a menace, right? Because, Vela, she was up against Icy Forger on that Gyros. She was up against a counter and she still was able to get 3 kills, 0 deaths, and 8 assists.
That's why you don't let Fumi have her own Esmeralda. And she's got it. MVP of the game here. MVP of the match 3-0 and 8 with Esmeralda. Fumi that is dancing with this Esmeralda just gives so much power. She's able to hold up all of the damage that is given not from the hero only, but also from the turret. Because she's actually, okay, I'm just gonna move around, try to get over something. And Lunok, the one that we are expecting, can melt down this Esmeralda. No, she's not. She's having the Oracle. She's having the Ancient Talisman. So she will be playing with the Stardust Dance, also the Frostman Shield. So she is gaining more and more shield, more sustain. 3-0 and 8-0. No one is being taken down on the side of Bigatron era. But I don't know. Like the combo is so crazy. Yeah. I think that is. I'm curious about the second game law. I mean, like, we know that actually the heroes that is being used by Fumi is mostly like blue, Esmeralda, even though that she have plenty of them. Even the Halid. We know that actually Halid with the Raging Sandstorm is such an annoying hero. Will we be seeing that one? That's my question right now. Even though that it's not a meta hero, the one that we always being picked by somebody here, but it might be chose by the players to be picked later on.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Vela, if they are able to end the game in 8 minutes with a somewhat late stage game composition, remember, their composition isn't an early game composition, right? They have a few heroes that are good in the early game, but Esmeralda was up against a Dairoth, shouldn't have won that lane. The Beatrix usually plays into the mid stages of the game, and again, the Yve as well should play around the mid stage of the game, but they were able to just capitalize again on that early gold lead that they got from the first turtle fight, use it, and just snowball out of control. If they can do that with mid-game heroes, I think they should just go all out. Go for the early game heroes, right? Just go for a Bruno in the gold lane, get the snowball rolling, and go for those team fights.
You need to remember, Shell with that Bruno is crazy. It's not what I was like expecting, like Astas, Bruno, maybe another kind of hero. It's gonna be a very strong one, like strong hero to be put out in the front. Maybe Hylos, so they can have like someone to actually be the body, the front line here, or maybe glue. A lot of things they can put up inside of this kind of hero that they can choose with Astas. But yeah, I am expecting Astas maybe along with Bruno if they are picking over Bruno, definitely. But they still gonna be able to pick over Mia Johnson. I mean, like that hero is like hero that is barely used by other teams, but they always have a very good combination on their hands. That's why they're always giving a lot of things. Or maybe Paquito will be out for Vival, you know. Vival with Paquito is just like strong pick.
Yeah, again, that's one of the picks that we've seen from Vival as well. Maybe we might see a Ling, a Lancelot too. Maybe some of these assassins that we've seen in the MPL that hasn't really worked out well. But right now, with the dominance that they showed in Game 1, I'm confident that they can actually pull off these assassin picks like the Ling, even after the nerfs that Ling has gone, you know, with the base HP being lowered down. Oh my god, Bigatron era. I'm still trying to find words to describe how crazy that game was. Again, I don't think we've seen a 9-minute game. When was the last time we saw a 9-minute game? I don't think I've casted a 9-minute game in my entire experience as a caster. Never.
Really?
Never a 9-minute game.
Alright. But you have the like very long game. What is the longest game that you've cast before?
Longest game? Oh man, I think it was 45 minutes in M3, Blacklist RRQ.
Yeah. But 9 minutes is your first record. Let me correct you. 8 minutes, 57 seconds.
8 minutes, 57 seconds. 3 seconds away from 9, but you know, Bigatron era, they want to break records. They want to get that fastest game time. 8:57. Not even 9 minutes. My goodness.
It's just like strong movement coming from them. But second ban and pick phase, this is going to be very interesting. What kind of hero that they're going to be picking for this one? If they are aiming for a very first game, they definitely want to aim for something that is going to be very good for their early game. Are they going to be picking over Bunny that is being left out in the previous game? Or they're going to be picking over Brody that is being used by the DE Empresses from the previous game as well? So a lot of options right now from Bigatron, since Akai cannot be used by the Empresses, since we are using global ban and pick things here.
Absolutely. We are seeing a change really though from the second phase, the second game actually, because Bigatron era, they have opted to go for that blue side, DDE now onto the red side, and now BTR can do the exact same thing that DDE did to them. Let's let them ban the Valentino, let them ban the Faramis, let's force it out, because we're just gonna go for the 1-1 ban, and DDE now, I'm pretty sure they're gonna have to go for the Valentina or the Faramis, or maybe just both and the Masha.
I was surprised that actually they are banning over 1-1 there. Maybe because I think like they can pick over the 1-1 if they let go maybe the other hero to be banned right here. But yeah, like Valentina, Faramis, it needs to be banned by the side of DDE Empresses. If not, it's just gonna be taken by Bigatron era side. Or maybe they are aiming for the Akai. We still don't know about that one. So it's a very huge, dilemma here for DDE Empresses, since it's a lot of good hero to be picked by Bigatron era. And if you try to let go the other hero, you might be taking two hero, but are you gonna be ready for the counter pick that is gonna be brought by Bigatron era? You know that actually Esmeralda can be picked by DDE Empresses, so they might be having that kind of hero on their XP lane, which is gonna be very good, but Bigatron might be switching it with the Dyrot on their head as well.
Definitely. They can definitely just go for something like that in that division. But BTR, yeah, they go and secure over a Masha first. Ban out the Masha, again, forcing the Valentina to come out of the hands of DDE Empress. They are going to be the ones who are forced to go for the ban towards DDE. Because towards the BTR. Because if DDE don't ban the Valentina, I'm pretty sure that BTR will have no problem in securing that instantly for the team. Right now, though, we have to see, again, the response coming in from the side of BTR, because the Valentina has been banned out. Force another one, right? Akai, do you want us to pick it? If not, then you have to ban it. You have to leave the heroes open. BTR can just go for another respect ban, perhaps.
Maybe they're just gonna be banning over anything else aside of this. They can try to ban over... I'm not really sure about this one, but if they don't want Esmeralda to be... Oh, Yif apparently is the one that is being banned by Bigatron era. Maybe. This is a huge dilemma. Julian? Akai? Well, which one that they will try to ban? Or maybe Sicilian, the one that they banned in the previous one.
Yeah, they can go for the Sicilian ban again, but that leaves the Akai open, and I don't think you want to give Akai over to BTR, but... maybe Julian's a little bit more scary. Now Akai has been left open by DDE as they have gone for the Julian ban. BTR with the Akai instantly, no doubt at all as to why they go for it. A very solid jungler picked up, and DDE now with the response. Do they want to pick up a Benedetta for themselves, perhaps?
If I were BTR, I would just directly pick over Sicilian rather than taking over the Akai, since you know that DDE Empresses cannot take over Akai at this rate. But Esmeralda, all the way, you know, one of the strongest hero inside of the XP lane right here. So yeah, Bigatron can go for the Dyrot later. Maybe another hero, but Lilia, this is looking so good. Like for the team fight, I think like both of the hero coming from DDE Empresses is just like pretty strong, with the Shockwave coming from Lilia, Black Shoes, and with the Falling Star Moon. I think that for the area of effect is still gonna be very good. So it's also like kind of denying the pick over maybe Astas, because like if they want to pick over the Astas, it's gonna be very good for the Empresses, maybe. But Cecilian, take it all the way.
Yeah. the pick for BTR again, picking up the Sicilian up against the Lilia in lane. Lilia does have an advantage with the clear now in this patch because of the nerfs that Sicilian has received. But just as you mentioned, the glue comes in, another signature pick of Fumi. And this is looking scary again, Vela. This is looking very scary for DDE. They have the Esmeralda, they have the Lilia, but if you take a look at game one, just the way BTR played was impressive. The draft was alright, but the execution was just perfect.
And they pick over Access, like really, I think like DDE is gonna be very good by having Access on their hand right now. With the blessing of the Moon Goddess and also Moon Immersion, I think like with this kind of hero that on their hand, facing Glue and Akai, they're gonna be having a very strong movement. But Hilda, they want to have like a very tanky hero that can give so much damage as well by the power of Wilders and Hunters as well. But it makes me like thinking Bigatron with these two strong hero that can play such a big team fight. Bigatron can still pick over Popola and Koopa. If I were DDE Empresses, I will be bending over that one.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Now it's time to just take a look at it, right? Like how is it gonna go for DDE and for BTR now in the second phase as the Hilda was picked up? I don't know about the Hilda pick though, Vela. Usually we see the Hilda pick when the opponents have an assassin in the jungle. I think going for the Hilda up against an Akai, just the pressure that you're supposed to put in for the assassin is just misplaced because the Akai is going to have a fun time in the jungle. Very tanky, clears out the wave, especially with the Demon Slayer emblem, super fast. So it's just very rough for the side of DDE.
They want to pick the Hilda just because, like, if they're able to give the damage big enough here for the stack for Hilda, the target is very tanky, right? And Hilda is taking by percentage of the HP of the opponent's side, right? So maybe that's one of the reasons they're going for that one. Or maybe they just want to pick somebody because of the ability of this Hilda to stay on the ambush and regen as fast as she can to maybe pick up another hero coming from Bigatron era. But yeah, I do get your point for the pick over this Hilda, but banning over Popol Koopa and also Cloud. But Ling is also being banned. Here. DDE still need a jungler, maybe? I'm not really sure where this Hilda going though.
Yeah, we still don't know where the Hilda's going technically right now. It should be the roamer. It should be as a roamer, right? Because we haven't really seen Hilda go to the jungle. I think the only other place where we've seen the Hilda is an XP, but I just don't think we're gonna see the Hilda in the XP lane here against BTR's composition. So we'll just once again have to see what they go for right now, as we are going to just go over to the side of DDE with the bans wrapped up. What are they going to pick for themselves? I think a solid marksman would be great. The Beatrix could be an option for DDE right now just to pick it up, going up against that kind of composition. Or they could just go for something safer, right? The Popo and Koopa might be safer. The Brody as well.
Popo and Koopa is already being banned here from DDE, from DDE side. So, Irita?
Ooh.
Isn't it
Very
like
interesting.
like late game kind of draft here for DDE Empresses? Like, we have Irital, we have Hilda, we have like Esmeralda. Like, for the early game, we can depend ourselves with the presence of Lilia. So they really need one hero that can go as an early damager. If not, I don't think it's gonna be easy for them to try to chase to try to drag this game to the late game, especially with the glue. Like with the split split, she will be directly going into this Irital.
Absolutely. Again, right? We're seeing this, and I don't know about this. Looking at it, oh my God, we just said it, and it comes true. Bruno picked up, and the Mathilda as well. My goodness. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We literally just called it out, and It's there, Vela. It's time for them to shine on these hero picks, and I just can't wait to see what happens because Vivian is also on her signature Matilda.
It's like all of the four of them is staying on the signature. Cini with the Sicilian, Chell with that Bruno, Fumi with that Glue, Vivian with that Matilda, and Lancelot is the last pick that is taken by DDE. Empresses here. Lancelot against a very tanky hero such as Matilda, Glue, and Akai. It's a big question. Yeah, I know it will be aiming directly towards Bruno or Sicilian, but will they be able to pass through these three heroes coming from Bigetron era? But yeah, this is the second game between Bigetron era and also DDE Empresses. One representative from Indonesia and one from Myanmar. Who will be winning for this second game? Is it going to be Bigetron era taking an early game again? Or maybe DDE Empresses will be able to drag this game to the late game to let them take this second game. Miracle.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, once again, as we are going to get ready, DDE Empresses here with a very aggressive composition up against BTR Era. Again, with their standard roster, standard composition here, front to back with the Sicilian and the Bruno. We're jumping straight in, ladies and gentlemen, to the Land of Dawn for match 2, game number 2 of day 2 here. Let's get it into the game we go, as we are going to see a pause before we get to start the match.
Yep. It's gonna be very interesting, but I really want like this kind of draft that DDE Empresses have. I mean, like they are preparing a lot for this one. They know that they want to have like different kind of strategy to fight against Bigetron era, but with this Hilda along with Irital, I mean, like Lancelot is pretty okay, but facing against Akai, one of the heroes that can stop the movement coming from Akai with that heavy spin, it's just like a lot of things. Not only that, like Lancelot can be chased down maybe by the Matilda using that circling eagle. So a lot of possibilities here. Even though that Bigetron, they might be having problem as well because of the presence of Esmeralda and Lancelot that can jump into the backline over Bigetron era itself.
Right, and again, we are going to take a look at the player cam once again as we jump into a technical issue, a pause here. So please do be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. Fair play is the #1 priority for both of these teams and for the UniPin Ladies Series championship. So just chill out, We're going to talk about the draft a little bit. Let's dissect it maybe as... For the side of DDE, they've gone for a very aggressive early game composition here, Vela, with the... oh my god, it's so aggressive. They have a Hilda, they have a Lancelot, and they have a Lilia in the mid lane, and this can actually halter BTR Era in that early game. BTR Era might not be able to get that snowball rolling from the mid lane, maybe just from the gold lane.
Maybe, yeah. They need to push the gold lane really hard. But actually Bruno is also like very squishy hero. If you fight it against like with Lilia, the one that can like give us surprises, along with Lancelot, I think like a lot of possibilities to go towards the gold lane of the Bigetron era as well. Like it's very... I know that actually with Matilda guiding wind, Circling Eagle kind of help Bruno to run away from the situation, but I think like DDE Empresses still have the chances to stop the movement coming from Bruno and Sicilian as long as they are consistent to get those two heroes on the hand of DDE Empresses, and they are having like advantage in the early game. That's what they need. They really need that one.
Yeah, they do. They really do need that one. And again, it just comes down to them playing the game, executing the game plan that have been set by the coaches in the draft, right? One, they really need to go for that back line skirmish for the side of DDE. They really need to shut down the Bruno and the Sicilian from the get-go, because if this Bruno or Sicilian makes it past maybe the 12th minute of the game, it's going to be super hard. The damage coming out, the output from both of these backline damage dealers like the Sicilian and the Bruno, it's going to be a little bit too much for these squishy members to handle from the side of DDE, because their frontliner is an Esmeralda and a Hilda. Esmeralda can take that much damage, but I don't think the Hilda is going to be as tanky as she thinks when we get to that stage, right? As long as the Bruno and Sicilian get the penetration, it's going to be really effective going up against these tanks. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're jumping straight into the game. 44 seconds in, unpaused, we have resumed.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, like with Lilia in the mid lane, I think like it's gonna be very easy for them to clear the minion, and Ra with that Hilda, it's just like being aggressive towards Vivian and giving so much things right now, and can't even disturb the position of Vivian to take over the rage buff. But Ra, will she be able to run? And yeah, that is just like a very good movement to just peeping towards the position of Bigetron Era, even though she is unable to steal over the orange buff.
You can see already, Chell in that gold lane just putting so much pressure down, getting chunked though. And this is the power that Irritel has when it comes down to that all-out style of play. When they are actually trading back and forth, it is very tough for the Bruno to consistently win in all-outs. He needs to just go for those trades, as now we are going to see Vival going in for the knockup, getting Ra, does have the heavy spin for it now, goes in and finally uses it, pinning Ra all the way, bringing him back for the Bruno to come and play, but it's just Vivian covering for Vival, and both teams, again, just resetting for now. As you can see, the turtle will be spawning in 7 seconds. Lancelot is up top, but Cine and Fumi are coming down onto Himiko with a slam pass, and the Sanguine Claws connecting. They actually get first blood onto Himiko. Cine, who's on a Sicilian, who is alone in the early stage, who is not as strong as the others in the early stage, is actually going to be the one who picks up the kill. But Chell, here in the gold lane, needs to be extremely careful. Ra has rotated. Chell, caught in a bad situation now, has to kite away against two members as Ra puts on the damage. Lilia has rotated as well. Chell in a 1v3 position right now, forced to flicker out, dashing out as well, and getting out of a 1v3. Again, DDE Empress, they try to respond, but in the end, Fumi Echo bringing the damage back in, bringing Icy Forger back into the damage. Cine picking up the kill with the Sicilian. 2-0 in the start.
Ooh, this is like very strong movement coming from Bigetron Era, but look at that one. DDE want to take over the gold shield turret in the bottom lane. Even though that Bigetron Era been doing the mirroring into the top lane, but we are seeing that actually Vivian and Chal need to get back as soon as possible, because Ra, it's like 4 members staying in the gold lane. They want to take the advantage for this one. They want to have the Irrital to have the gold lead towards Bigetron Era, and so far Icy Forger need to run as soon as possible because the rest of the player coming from Bigetron Era is just chasing her down. Like, they want to win over the Axville lane because they know this Esmeralda will be one of the strongest heroes to be staying in the late game. But heavy spin, even though on the other hand we are seeing that actually Xiao will be taken down in the hand of DDE Empresses. They are able to steal 1 point here from Bigetron Era, which is a very good start because the one that they are taking down is actually the gold laner.
Yeah, and we're seeing improvement already here in the early stage of the game with a 1 kill. Remember, in that entire 8-minute game in the first game, they weren't really able to get a kill at all. It was 0 kills for DDE. So we're seeing steady improvement and good mirroring by DDE already, as Bigetron Era right now are still holding on to that lead. But as you can see, the turret goal down below was taken low by the side of DDE, so now they do have a few more resources to work around against Bigetron Era.
Yeah, and I think with this 4-minute movement, Vival, she really needs to be able to like maybe scout the position of the Empresses. But you know, the position of Hilda is just like giving so much information for the Empresses. They want to chase down the player from Bigetron Era, but Chal, like, she's having this advantage at this rate. She just reached level 6, while for Yuna, she is just like trying to have more gold, and the gold shield turret in the bottom lane is still there, still trying to be taken down, and Chal just with the volleyball able to take this one very fast and even left it out with 40% HP, while Ra just gonna try to jump in front, but Quick Eagle chasing over that one, but Chal not in a really good condition and need to get back as soon as possible.
Again, though, this is actually favorable for Bigatron Era because they've baited 3 members down below, setting up for a turtle take for the rest of the Bigatron Era members, which they are doing instantly. Lancelot, knowing that she can't really go for the 1v1, the 50-50 retribution, because Vival is a panda. She is an Akai with a retribution, and with that heavy spin, you can't really contest these neutral objectives, and that's the second one taken. Second turtle of the game already for Bigatron Era.
Oh ho ho ho! But right now, Ra trying to flank from the other side, try to chase down the position of Chal again here. He still wants to get over the player from Bigatron Era, but Bigatron Era is just like so disciplined. When they say a lot of possibilities to go run away, she just like doing it, and Chal almost taking down here, but Wave of the World already being released, even though it's only like bounce one towards Ra itself, and there's nothing else aside of that one. But yeah, at least Shell is still safe and still able to farm back into her lane.
Yeah, and both teams, again, they're playing it way safer this time around, but Blue already coming in. Vival with the plays, over with the heavy spin, going on to kill, and the damage will be enough from Vivian, who picks up that kill as they have rotated Cine up top to clear out the waves. They're going to go on to Ra, which is just going to get knocked up here and there. Vival picking up the kill. It's another kill. Head on over to Bigatron Era 2-0.
Ra is just like playing really good for this one, and it's just like giving so much hassle for Bigatron Era. But right now FIFA is already going to the gold lane. They want to aim for this turret, but not only that, Yuna forced to go back as soon as possible to avoid the battle that can happen, the war that can happen into the bottom lane. But Shell is still very confident. I think that she already progressing into the Windtalker, or maybe she already finished that one and going for maybe Berserker's Fury. That might help to have another critical damage, because of the damage that he's having right now is pretty huge. And Icy Forger, look at that one. It's a solo movement coming from Chini with the Sicilian, but able to give like 50% down towards Esmeralda and Circling Eagle. Now it's focused towards Ra, and Ra will be down in the hand of volleyball of Chal.
Oh, and they're going for more here. Venom Execution popped in, but Vival bringing the jungler back with the heavy spin. Himiko taken down. Fumieko looking for more here, as she does still have the split. Doesn't use it just yet. They're gonna go for the turtle. Once again, neutral objective take, but Cine, like you mentioned, in the early game, she was able to get 2 kills. So this is such a fed Sicilian in the early stage. I can only imagine the damage she will have once we hit that mid-game stage, as she's been racking up stacks here and there. And she even takes the turtle with the damage that she has. Fumi Echo once again onto Ra, pushing in the split. Doesn't want to commit onto the Roamer, who has died 2 times. They are instead just going to back off again, and they have actually swapped their lanes. Bruno up top trying to get the turret. Meanwhile here, again, Himiko going to be targeted by Vival and the team here, as Vival is still able to steal away the purple buff, and they get the kill onto Himiko, onto Ra. It's a double kill for Cine, and Bigatron Era, even in the top side, 1v2, Chell still able to withstand the damage, almost winning in that 1v2.
1v2, but almost taking that Lilia down. Thank God there's still black shoes on the hand of that Lilia, but look at that one, unstoppable for Shini, that is moving so freely with that bad impact and all of the movement that she's doing. She just focused to get over the turret again. They just want it. They want to claim it one by one, and they don't stop about that one. When they want to have, it's like they're playing like with the ruler here. It's just like straight line towards the base of DDE Empresses. It's 9 minutes, but they are able to take that one, and they are not stopping. They still want one catapult, godlike even from City with the bad impact and also bad piece. Oh, this Lancelot will be taken down with the killing spree coming from this Matilda, and they are not even backing up. They still aim for the player from DDE Empresses. Another heavy speed, and Shell able to take the kill, and this is not over. Volleyball focusing towards the base. Are they gonna be ending this one? Less than 10 minutes game. Oh, they are not. They are overextending this movement, but they are not stopping. They're still there, Mirko.
They're still going for it, and it's working. They're gonna go. The minutes are here, and they end the game under 10 minutes again. Bigatron Era. What in the world is going on? 2 games under 10 minutes. This time it was 1 kill given over to DDE, but what a performance again by Bigatron Era. I am
9
lost for
minutes.
words here, Vela.
43 seconds. 9 minutes, 43 or 42 seconds.
Oh my
That's
God.
how they end up the game. I thought they will be backing up because most of them, it's just like they are overextending their positions right there. They don't have any healer on their hand. Imagine they have like SS or Ravella. I think like it's gonna be very okay if they're extending the position, but they're not. But they still keep going. Why? Because this Chinny, with that bad impact, you know how painful is that one. She's just like slapping everyone like a mosquito clap. Like, it's just like so powerful. The movement, the beauty of like Bruno, Matilda, Stillian, Akai. Whoa, this is just whoa. The Lancelot being shut down for like 5 times, unable to do movement to chase down Cecilian and Bruno, causing this one.
Again, right? I'm looking back at my screen here. I'm looking at the replays. I'm looking at what's going on, how they managed to do that. And like you said, they really played it like a ruler, right? They just went straight into that mid lane, and you can see here from the match highlights of Game 2. My goodness, the synergy, just the overall teamwork that they've been putting on, the show that they've been putting on against DDE has been so impressive. In Game 1 it was, in Game 2 it's another display of just pure micro and macro here, as they just take every single fight, they group up, and they force DDE out of any skirmishes that they can even look for. Here, Himiko, she went in for the purple buff, but in the end, like you mentioned, the bad impact just deals so much damage. Oh my, it really does feel like they're up against mosquitoes, right? Because one bad impact and boom, there's Yuna gone. Iritha one-shotted Vela.
Yeah, it's not even 940 out, but it's the damage from the volleyball is also like very painful. I wonder if she finished the third item already by Chal. It's like what, 9 minutes 41 seconds. They finished 40 seconds even. They finished this one up. Oh, look at the damage coming from Chao. Berserker's Fury, Windtalker, Wind of Nature. Holy moly, that is so crazy. But Chinny finishing the Holy Crystal after Clock of Destiny and Lightning Transient, just giving her moment with the Sicilian. That's why whenever you fight against the Getron era, you ban that Sicilian. You ban that one.
You really do. That's why they banned the Sicilian in Game 1. And you can see Vela, Cini. Oh my God, Chinny's. Oh my, I'm just so stunned. 7-0-3, one-shotting marksman in the 9th minute of the game. How do you do that on a Sicilian? Well, the answer is you just beat Cini, right? 7-0-3, your MVP for the second game of match 4. And again, I'm just super impressed, Vela.
Yeah, definitely. A strong movement. Like 2 games, they're ending it up before 10 minutes. They are able to end up the game. This one is going to be like more than 10 minutes in, because the tempo is slower than before. But when they are just like going for the mid lane inner turret, I was like, oh, they are not stopping. They have that. Yeah. They have that Bruno. They have the CC that is coming from Cini with the Sicilian Sanguine Claw, bad impact. They keep doing it. Akai with the heavy spit. They put all of the resource that they have to push back DDE Empresses. They are not even brave enough to pick off. Yeah, Lancelot tried to jump in with the Phantom Execution, Throne Rose, but no, it's being stopped directly. It's just like so crazy.
It is. It really is crazy. And because of how crazy it is, we're going to need some time to actually dissect that, Vela. We're going to take a short break before we get into game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. But for game 3, stay tuned, because this is a one you don't want to miss.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa melepaskan tapi Viva.
I'm ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa terbakar seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang huge. Dia tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan Vivo. Tarian rangsa telah pun lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hiu dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero Shintaro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. Major Marcel taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
UPC, ladies and gentlemen, another 3-0 clean sweep in the upper bracket stages, the first round of the USC. Once again, I want to welcome every one of you guys to the UniPin Ladies Series Southeast Asian Championship 2022 for, again, the final match of the first round of the upper brackets here. 2-0 match point still with Mirko and Velajave.
Yeah, 2-0, which is a very strong 2-0 from Bigetron era. Less than 10 minutes, they are able to finish up the games. The first one is 8 minutes and also 57 seconds. The second one is 9 minutes 40 seconds. So what will happen for the third game? They are playing with a different kind of strategy that usually they do before. They are just like going as a roller here, just a straight line to the mid, to the base, and try to end up as soon as possible. But for the third game, will they be able to take a hero for that one? Because actually Bruno and also there's the what was the Benedetta? Sorry,
Benedetta.
No, the Beatrix is not there anymore. So what kind of hero that is possible for that one? Is that gonna be a Mia? or maybe
Layla?
No, I don't think Layla is gonna be that fast.
I can always wish, right?
Yeah, you can always wish though. Yeah, but Papa and Koopa that is always being bad is one of the heroes that can be picked as well. We don't know. We are still not sure about this one. There's still a possibility that they are not gonna let go, or maybe they will have a different kind of situation. I don't know. We cannot know about this DDE Empress versus Bigetron era. Maybe DDE Empresses have something after 15 minutes break. They are having a new strategy to come up against Bigetron era.
Absolutely. Again, we got a 15-minute break, and again, after that 2-0, DDE, after game number 1, they were quick to make adjustments. They improved, right, Vela? Even though the game duration was still below 10 minutes, it was a significant improvement compared to game number 1. In game number 2, it was 9 minutes and 40 seconds, and they were able to find a kill. They were able to trade pretty well in the early stage of the game as well. It's just that mid stage of the game that they need to cover up now, and so we have seen steady progress from DDE. Speaking of quick though, today we'll also have a quick discount or flash sale for everybody who wants to get yourselves those diamonds. You guys can go ahead and top up your UniPin credits on UniPin with a top up minimum of 100,000 with GoPay payment. Immediately, you guys can get a discount up to 20,000 UniPin credits for those of you who are watching right now. So go ahead and top up now. There you go. What Vel's pointing at it, www.unipin.com. There's also a QR code over there. If you guys are lazy to type, go ahead and scan it.
Yeah, just scan that barcode and just get the discount. It's just gonna be very good because new skins come up inside the Mobile Legends. It's gonna be the Kung Fu Panda one. Like the Ling looks really good. I really want to see the Ling actually. It's come up very pretty. We know that actually the Kung Fu Panda Akai is just like so gorgeous along with the Thomas. I think like the Thomas one is just like so unique, but Ling, oh my god. He looks more handsome rather than before, Miracle.
You're right. You know, the Poe skin, the Akai skin that we've been seeing as well. We haven't seen a Ling though today, but I'm hoping we get to see a Ling because of the global ban system. No more Akais in the third and final game. So maybe, just maybe, we might see a Thamus as well. We have seen a Thamus, we have seen a Akai, but I haven't seen that Ling skin, Vela. I want to see the Ling skin, the Lord Shen skin.
Oh, so you guys, if you want to get the Ling skin, just directly top up using UniPin because it's just like so fast. Like you top up and directly go inside of your game, so you don't need to wait for too long or like being scammed in every single places. Is a very safe place to top up your diamond, but it's also a very safe place to think about the third game, which gonna happen really soon. Like drafting phase, what will happen again here between the coaches? I think like Bigetron era, I don't know why they're having like less than 10 minutes. Is it like a challenge from the coach, or maybe like they have like something by having like 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes? Because I don't know, like suddenly the tempo is changing in the middle, right? At first they were like very, very slow, but suddenly they were having like a very fast tempo and they go directly to the base. So yeah.
It really did seem like they just snapped, Vela. Like for 1 second they were calm, they were chill, and then one play from the enemy team, from DDE, maybe they went down below and they ganked Chell, And maybe that just enraged everyone else. They're like, you know what, let's just end the game right now. Let's just go 5-man mid and let's push the turret in the mid lane, just the turret in the mid lane. And that's how they did it. That's so crazy. Usually, well, even in game number 1, how they were able to end the game was because they had 3 base turrets taken down. But in game 2, they only had 1. Only in the mid lane was it open, and still they were able to end the game.
Yeah, it's just like so bold movement coming from Bigatron. Even if the slight mistakes happen, imagine they were like overextending their position. It's like 1 minute, 1 to the half, 1 to until 1.5 minute. They're staying in front of the base of DDE Empresses, and DDE Empresses have like proper resource because they get back to the fountain and try to give the damage again towards Bigatron era, and they don't have any healer on their hand, and they're still trying to chase down and try to get over that base. They almost get caught though, like 3 members from Bigatron era is very low, but the movement that being shown by Chal using the volleyball, just like to try to focus over the base, is the one that brought the victory for the second game. So yeah, what is gonna be happening for the third one? Is the discipline gonna be there, or they're gonna be playing different kind of gameplay?
Maybe we'll see a different style of play for the side of BTR and even DDE, right? Now that, again, with the global ban system that we have implemented into this tournament, it's going to be a big question whether or not we're going to see a massive style change, a massive gameplay change from these teams, because they have a plethora of different ways to end the game, ways to play the game. And so far, we've seen that heavy early game composition. Maybe for BTR, they want to try out a late game composition this time. I don't know. Technically, Vela, they did go for a late game comp in the last one because they had a Sicilian, but the Sicilian dealt more damage than anyone else in the game in the early stages. So again, Bigatron, it seems like they take late game heroes and they make them early game. I want to see a Hanabi.
Oh, you went too far over that one. Really, Mirko. Yeah. You need to ask Amwawa for that one. But it's not gonna be. It's gonna be super early game because like in 5 or 6 minutes, the opponent will straight end up the game directly. Or maybe Layla. If you want to see Layla, you need to ask Amwawa because he is the professional Layla roamer in the world.
Yeah. Yeah. I've had my experience of playing with Omwawa. Yeah, I've lost way too many games with Omwawa on that Layla roam. So that's why, you know, I want to see a professional do it. Maybe it's just a player. Maybe he's not the hero. Maybe it's Omwawa, right? So I want to see Vivian perhaps using that Layla roam. Not sure, but again, this global ban system does enable that, right? The unique heroes. That's the point that we're trying to bring out here. We get to see a whole lot of different heroes that we usually won't be able to see with the normal ban system. Usually we see more or less the same picks here and there every single day, right? From every single team. But with the global ban system, well, we get to see a lot more, especially if it does go to Game 4, Game 5, where we will actually see a whole lot of other heroes banned again. But it seems like, Vela, we are not going to start the game just yet because, unfortunately, we have a little bit of a connection problem. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very small break once again. Please be patient with us again as we fix this technical issue. But it's been Mirko and Vela. We'll be back very, very soon.
Bisa mendapatkan win ke satunya, bisa melepas tapi Viva
New skin ready.
udah mulai bisa mendapatkan win ke seharusnya bisa melepas tapi Viva Lele-nya juga ikut membantu tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang huge. Dan dia bisa Miko datang dan tanggulan Vivo. Tarian rangsa telah pula lagu K-pop yang bergerak mencari hero dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero Shintaro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. The Marcel taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can see they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good goal. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa terbakar seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia bisa Miko datang dan tambulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah lagu K-pop yang bergerak mencari Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero Shintaro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. The Marcel taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can see they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good goal. Look at that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UniPin Ladies Series C Championship 2022. Once again here, back again after that short break, after a technical issue. We are here ready for game number 3, still with Mirko and Villajave.
Yeah, we are back for the third game. We still want to see what will happen for the third game. After a short break, add up, and after the technical issue, I mean, like, it can be an advantage for DDE Empresses to just like reset the mentality after the 2 games that they are unable to like be a Bigatron era, or maybe they will like, oh yeah, we have this kind of strategy that we can pick for this one, especially as we can see so far, Natalia is like being prioritized for this one. So I want to see if we will be seeing Natalia for the next it's like I'm expecting much, because like we barely see people that actually banning or maybe picking Natalia for the ladies competition, but that's what I'm expecting. I was like, I want to have something different, or maybe Bigatron era is the one that's gonna be picking over that one. So yeah, I want to see more for this one.
Absolutely. We may as well see maybe a Natalia this time around. Maybe, again, we've spoken about the Mia. Maybe, sometime wishful thinking, Layla, right? So we'll see. We'll see how the ladies prepare for the final game if it comes down to it. Again, guys, we don't know. It's 2-0 currently for BTR. If BTR wins this game, then it will be the final game of the day. But if DDE pull off an upset, getting it to game 4, then obviously we will be seeing a few more games. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to game number 3, the draft starting here for match 4. BTR up against DDE. BTR on the red side and DDE on the blue.
So from this far, we are seeing that actually DDE will be able to secure a hero that the one. Actually, 1-1 is always being banned. The last 2 games, like both of them being banned by Bigatron era. So Bigatron era really don't want to see that hero open, but Masha directly being banned here on the side of DDE Empresses. But from Bigatron, Valentina, it's like template Valentina and Varamis, they don't want to let go of that 2 hero towards the opponent side.
Too risky if you leave the Valentina open, because the Valentina really dictates the draft, right? When someone picks that Valentina up, you know that your opponents can no longer go for those big ultimate heroes anymore, because it's just so easy for the Valentina to use that IMU to steal out these ultimates and to create those same big moments just as the enemy team. But now DDE, they go still with the Julian ban, so they really dislike going up against the Julian. This is something that we have seen, Vela, for the past 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, like 2 games, Julian doesn't open for both of the sides. But yeah, I was like thinking, how long is it already since Valentina is on the top of the list to be banned inside of the matches? Like, it's been months since the release of Valentina, but still a priority to be banned because of the IMU, which is able to still. But isn't it like Valentina received so much nerf? Is it like still really worth it to just ban Valentina?
Yeah, I think it's still very, very worth it, because the thing is, sure, her ultimate is the main buying point or the main picking point, but the thing is, her whole kit in general is just so annoying to deal with so many dashes and so much CC potential as well with her fears, the terrifies. It's just better to just leave her out of the draft here, banning it out. But the Hilda comes out from DDE, and BTR still going for the fairness. We might as well see it. Yep, the 1-1 coming through, and now it's up to DDE for the first pick. And remember, this time no Akai for the side of DDE, and even for BTR. We've seen the Akai picked by both of the teams, and now we have to see something different from the side of DDE. Perhaps securing the Beatrix as a first pick could be the option.
It's still possible to do that, but remember, Franco is still available. If an assassin user, Fanny is still there as well. So there's a possibility here for DDE Empress, but pick over Axburg. That is a strong first pick coming from DDE Empresses.
Yeah, this is something that we haven't seen for such a long time. I think the last time the X-Borg was picked up in the jungle as a first pick, Prio, was back in Season 8 early on, yeah, when Xborg was still very much in the meta, but now it gives the opportunity over to BTR to secure some very, very solid first picks for themselves, which can be perhaps... Now this is getting weird, right? Because we've seen so many different heroes. Maybe we'll see a Franco now, a hero that we saw in the first draft that was remade. A Franco would work.
Yeah, but Ling first pick directly for Bigetron era. This is what we are hoping. This is what we are asking for. And here you go. Ling along with Lilia. A strong 2 picks coming from Bigetron. Axberg is a very annoying with the last insanity that is able to jump into the backline of their Bigetron era, and if they are not picking over Popo and Koopa, I'm scared that actually Bigetron era will be picking over that one, because that one of a hero that can be picked. But Sicilian, they want to play it just like how Bigetron do it. They want to play aggressively. They want to play very structured kind of draft here with the Axburg, with the Sicilian. They still need one hero. Atlas is actually a very good if they want to go for Atlas, but if they don't, just pick something that can be focused towards Link. But Granger!
Ooh, yeah. Granger gets countered pretty heavily by the Ling in the jungle here. Just going up against Assassins is just not a fun time for this Granger. They also picked up a Sicilian, which you mentioned, not really gonna be good in that early game, especially up against an assassin like Ling on the hands of someone like Vival. And BTR have an option to go just for the very, very heavy engage heroes like the Atlas, like you mentioned. The Atlas works against both of these people, both of these heroes from DDE.
Yeah, I mean, they can go for that one, or maybe directly picking over Cho, like a pickup hero. Like, you know, with the Granger is having a hard time whenever there is a hero that's gonna be focused on that one. But Paquito, this is gonna be for Fumi. They're securing a hero for Fumi here by picking Paquito, and 3 of the hero that is on the hand of Bigetron era is such an amazing hero to counter the play coming from the DE Empresses. Like Sicilian, it will be chased. Sicilian and Granger are definitely gonna be chased by the position of Lang here with Tampa Soft Blade, Daffy Sword, etc, etc. And for the team fight, there will be Kito, there will be Lilia. This is a huge problem for the DE Empresses for me.
You're right. There you go. Again, the Paquito as well here. They go for the Lilia, the Paquito as well. But apparently, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a rematch here. We will have a remake of the drafts again. Seems like there was a problem during the draft here, Vela, as we are going to go back again to the caster screen. So be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. We are working to get this fixed again.
Yeah, I mean, like, maybe that's why the draft are just like a little bit off. Maybe they're having something here that needs to be, like, maybe they're having hard time to pick off our hero. There is a bug happen and everything. That's why I was like wondering, Granger is long forgotten hero. It's not hero that is being picked. Maybe even for a mid lane or anything. I was like expecting different kind of pick that is gonna be done by DDE. Maybe the Axbook is already a thing that they should not pick at first. Maybe that's why we will having the rematch here. We're still not sure. Are we gonna be having the same kind of ban or picks? But I wonder, like, what kind of draft and strategy that is prepared by the DE Empresses. Because if they're sticking with the previous draft, I don't think that they will be able to, like, have a good outcome with the first 2 picks. Even based on the first 2 picks coming from Bigetron. Like, Lane, it's a bold move, but it's like, okay, here we go. My lane, I put out my lane.
The draft was kind of weird, especially from DDE, knowing that, you know, BTR just picked up a Ling as a first pick. They went for a Granger, and we were both kind of shocked about that, especially this X-Borg as a first pick, because we haven't seen this in a very, very long time. So, makes sense that maybe there was a connection issue during the draft that made them unable to lock in the right hero. So, giving them a chance once again to correct those mistakes. I'm pretty sure we will just have the same remake as game 1 of just same bands, but we're gonna have different picks.
Yeah, So we will see later what kind of pick that is gonna be shown later. So yeah, definitely this is gonna be very interesting. But like Masha, Julian, Hilda, I think like Hilda ban is also like, is it gonna be worth it to ban over Hilda and let the opponent take the opportunity to get anything else? Like Hilda, I know that Hilda is a very strong hero to be like go directly towards like maybe playing aggressively, but not really worth it to be banned out there. Like yeah, I prefer to ban maybe a hero that can be picked by Bigatron, such as Ling maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was like, I don't know. We are still waiting for the information here of what kind of situation that will happen for the rematch. Is it gonna be the same ban, same pick, or anything? Just gonna be waiting for that one, along with waiting for the rest of the player to finish off and start the redraft again. But yeah, Bigatron era, one of the strongest contenders so far, and the game, both of the games less than 10 minutes, and DDE Empress is now in the tough spot because like they only have like, if they're losing in this game, they are over because they will be going to the lower bracket, which is gonna be meeting the other opponent that is already playing before Rosafelia.
Yeah, there's already a few teams down there. Oh, well, literally 3 teams down there, as we have seen 3 matches. This is the 4th match of the first round in the upper bracket. So we will be seeing one of these teams, either Bigatron era or DDE, move over to that lower bracket. Right now, it is looking like Bigatron era are just very, very strong, you know. DDE will have to pull off a miracle, what's it called? An upset, a very big upset to take Bigatron era down to that lower bracket. Again, though, it's not like we didn't see anything at all from DDE, fella. We saw glimpses of brilliance from this team,
Yep.
how they were able to approach team fights, how they were able to, you know, look for these plays on the map, and even mirror in game number 2. The thing is, I think they fall apart once the laning phase ends. That's when Bigatron era can just control everything in the jungle, every neutral objective, and even in the lane, taking every single turret.
Yeah, I mean like, I know that actually they only like a little bit courage to actually try to invoke the position of a Bigatron era, because actually we saw in the previous game the Hilda playing really good how to like try to open up the mid, trying to get over the positions of the Bigatron era, trying to steal all of the resource that is available inside of the Land of Dawn. So if they are keep doing that,
We'll see.
with a
Once again,
really
we'll
good
see
one-
how this will play out again as we are in.
Yeah, I mean, like, we will see if they are gonna be having different kind of situation later in the next game. But yeah, we will be coming to the penalty phase again. We will be having the same ban, but we will have the reset on the pick. So it's still Hilda ban, but we will see what kind of hero will be prioritized here by the side of DDE. Is it gonna be like the same kind of hero that they are expecting, or they're gonna be maybe taking over? They haven't taken over Yif, right?
Yeah, you're right. They can't just go for something like a Yves. We'll see though, Vela. We'll see how they go, how they draft. I think Castilian was the right move, honestly. I think they need to get something for that late stage of the game, but I think they just haven't found it yet. Now, though, again, we are just we're preparing for the draft very soon. We're going to jump in straight for that draft. But, Vela, just maybe a quick prediction. Who do you think is going to take game number 3?
Let's be honest. I mean like, the movement that is being shown by Bigatron is like very strong. The mechanic, I cannot even tell. Like the discipline, the teamwork, the mechanic that they have is just like very strong. I'm not really sure DDE will be able to recover this fast, especially this fast, to like beat Bigatron. So I think it's gonna be 3-0.
Oh, possibly 3-0. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, once again, jumping into the drafts for game number 3. Same exact bands, only different pick this time. DDE having the chance to rework their draft from from the remade draft from just now. So now, DDE what will they go for? Will they perhaps go for the same X-Borg, or do they prioritize something like the Yve here as a first pick? No, they take away the Ling from BTR as the first pick, and now BTR will be forced to respond. Maybe we get the chance to see a Lancelot from the side of BTR, but no, they just secure the Paquito. They can be flexed in the jungle, in the XP, and there you have it, the Cho pickup for BTR.
This is what I mentioned before. A Cho pick is a very flexible pick. If we are talking about Bigatron, they can put it inside of the gold lane. They can put it inside of the roamer side. They can also put it inside of the XP. But turns out we already have like a Paquito. This Paquito can go for the jungle, can also go for the XP. So like these two hero is gonna be focusing towards lane, and it's a huge problem with that kind of draft. But the Sicilian and Povius, they also want to deny another hero that can contest lane with that Povius on the hand of the DDE Empresses. I'm like, it's pretty smart. The drafting phase right now pretty smart on the hand of DDE Empresses, but they are focusing towards the lane only. Even though that actually BDR era already have an answer maybe towards that lane by having Cho and also Paquito on their hand.
Yeah. The thing is, the Phobius is going to be a massive problem here for BTR so far. I think they need to pick up something that can really lock this Phobius down, because the Cho and the Paquito are very reliant on those dashes. Very easy to proc that demonic force, but right as I say it, they will need someone to lock him down. Popo and Koopa picked up for that gold lane. We all know how well Cine does on the Popo and Koopa, getting the turret so fast into the game, bullying the gold laner, and BTR will have a chance to just narrow down the gold lane now. With the Popo and Koopa, there are only a few heroes that can actually withstand that pressure, so banning out the other heroes here for the gold lane would be a good idea, but they instead go for a Kufra ban. Again, setting up for the Cho and the Paquito, just enabling them a little bit.
Thinking, like, there is a possibility here for this Cho to get somewhere else. It's like a mid lane here to be used by Chini, but it means that the other lane, they really need to maybe use different stuff right now for the magical damage, maybe coming from the XP laner. They might be able to use Alice as one of the hero that is being used a lot by Fumi, but I'm not really sure about that one. So the possibility is like this is gonna be roamer, jungler, and also gold laner coming from Bigatron era.
Okay, well, 2 roamer bans for BTR right now as they are trying to limit down that hero pool. We've already seen a few picks from DDE on that roam position. No more Mathilda ready for DDE. So now we are going to see the final ban come through for DDE towards most probably Cine, respecting her hero pool in that mid lane. Lilia banned out already, and Lunox is going to be the next. DDE wrapping up their drafts. I mean, better bans as BTR go for the first pick in the second phase. Going for a I don't know what they should go for here. Should they go for the mid laner first? Should they go for possibly an XP or a jungler?
I think like, I don't know, like Vexana is still there if they want to play aggressively towards the turrets. With the ultimate coming from Vexana, they can directly focus onto the turret and play directly towards that one. I mean, like, look at the hero of Popo and Koopa, Cho, Paquito. 3 of them able to like giving so much damage towards the turrets, but they also need someone. Selena here. It makes me wonder. Cine with Selena is just like very strong pick here, so they will be able to play aggressively early game towards the DE Empresses. Means like DDE Empresses still needs to have the roamer along with the gold lane. I mean, like, Clint is still there, bro. Clint,
right. Claude, Brody was picked up already, if I'm not mistaken, but they go for the Ruby here, up against that Selena, picking a roamer, a solid one, up against a lot of melee targets. That's going to be a very, very good pick, and to wrap up their drafts, the gold laner, Melissa, oh my god! That's such a good pick up against Bigatron Era's composition here. Even the Popple, the Koopa will not be able to stun with a Bottom Koopa if the Melissa puts the go away down. Bigatron Era, wow, DDE coming in with a very good last pick.
Yeah, the Melissa pick is just like looking good here to counter Popple and Koopa coming from Bigatron. But I thought they will be having like I don't know, I'm not sure from Bigatron right now what kind of hero that they'll be picking. It's Amon actually that is gonna be going for a jungler.
Wow. So again, this is what we mentioned. Very flexible composition for BTR, and they utilize it here. Cine, well, I don't know who's going where for, right now. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a Cho in the XP. Cho in the roam position, Paquito in the XP, Popo and Koopa in the gold lane, and obviously that's Selena as a mid laner. So today, we will see 2 mid lane Selenas, and this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Time to tell us who you think is gonna win based on the draft. DDE Empresses with their solid front to back composition that can dive as well, and for the side of BTR, they have a full pick composition. They need to go for that pick. Assassinations is the key, and isolating their targets one by one.
Yeah, so I'm very curious about the result, what is actually gonna happen. What we will just jump into the land of dawn to see and witness the third game from Best of 5 series between Bigatron Era and also DDE Empresses, representative from Indonesia and also Myanmar. Don't forget to put up your support in the comment section below to support DDE Empresses or Bigatron Era inside of the UniPin Ladies Series Southeast Asia Championship 2022. But the movement from this Bigatron Era is coming very aggressive towards DDE Empresses.
Yeah, already zoning the Ling out of her own jungle here as Vivian is still in enemy jungle. Abyssal Arrow in there, almost connecting as Vivian jumps in back in with a G Kundo, and the Abyssal Trap actually connects here, and it is going to force Ra to use the Flicker early on. Vivian and Cine just dealing so much, putting pressure on the board early on against this composition that DDE Empresses have gone for, and this is why they put Vivian on Cho in the mid lane. She enables the Selena to keep on roaming by clearing the waves with the G Kundo.
Yeah, I mean, like, we know that actually Cine is one of the strongest players that is using Selena, but now 2 versus 3, but first blood is on the hand of Himiko taking Cine down. What a really good game coming from the Empresses. They're just like a very solid move, but I think like Bigatron Era is playing with fire to just jump into that one, but Vivian exchanging the kill from Cine to take down the lane.
Yeah, very good movement by Vival there, using her stealth over and using the endless shards instantly, not giving Himiko time to react. Meanwhile, down below, Chell, even against this Melissa, is still winning, and the Abyssal Arrow actually connects there in the back lines, still using that flicker to get him low, and that's the Bite Koopa to finish the Melissa off. It's Chell getting a kill down below, and this is what you don't want to see if you're DDE Empresses. The Pulpa and Koopa early on, just getting so much room, and probably gonna get a lot of plates here, as Fumi Echo is up top, just buying a little bit more time for her team to come through. Vivian has rotated here.
Okay, I have a interesting question right here. If like Cine is the one that doing the rotation and Vivian is the one that doing the as mid lane for the damage, but look at that one, actually the Abyssal Arrow and Trap connect, but the Demonic Force is forced to be open. Andrew Shards tries to chase over Cine here, but there is a kick that happened, focusing towards this small views, but the small views just jumping everyone and causing Fumi Echo to be shut down in the hands of the Empresses. Actually, they're coming very, very strong towards Bigatron Era, and Bigatron Era is pretty much struggling for this third game, even though that the third turn right now is still being contested, and Chell able to take a rat in the bottom lane.
Absolutely. Once again here, Vival trying to look for the steal as the Abyssal Arrow does not connect. Bad Impact getting a whole lot of damage there, as that's going to be Fumi Echo jumping in. Retribution is taken away by Vival as the Abyssal Trap and the Arrow connects onto Icy Forger. Kel going to be caught there by Bigatron Era. It's a 3-for-0, and they steal away the turtle as well.
Abyssal Arrow is just like so beautiful, coming from Cine directly to the hand. Icy Forger unable to go back. Another point secured by Bigatron Era, and now they even jump to the orange buff position of the DE Empresses. It's being squeezed up. Tampa's off lane just to try to take care over the range up, but it's not going anywhere. Shell with the killing spree. It's less than 4 minutes, but Shell collecting 3 points here with 1 gold shield turret along with the turret itself. It's a huge difference. The gap of the gold is like 3.5k.
That's crazy. Again, it's so action-packed, and DDE Empresses have been able to find a few kills here, but Tempest Blade's gonna be popped there by Himiko, actually to run away as the Abyssal Arrow finds the mark again, and Fumi Echo comes into play with the knockout strike, able to run away for now, but a Demonic Force follows her through. Abyssal Arrow once again, though, able to connect that will, as Jinny will be the target now for the Demonic Force. Fumi Echo taken very, very low. Flame Shot still not enough to take Fumi Echo down. Fumi survives, and Bigatron Era get a very good trade.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is 8-4-2 in the last from 4 minutes. And I think Bigatron Era is just like not giving chances for DDE Empress to take an advantage. We know that actually the movement that is showing here by the Selena, by the Cho, I mean like every single part of the Bigatron is just like giving no chances for DDE to recover. The lane even like having a hard time to take the jungle, which is the place that it's supposed to be secure for this jungler itself. And the Puvius, I think like Puvius is the biggest problem for Bigatron Era, because actually that's a very sustained hero that tried to chase up every single player coming from Bigatron Era. But Link, Sicilian, Melissa even. Melissa is being bullied. Not by the others, but only because of the presence of Popo and Koopa. It's solo kill happened.
Solo kill is just, the solo pressure that the Popo and Koopa has in lane is just so massive, even against a Melissa. I actually thought that the Melissa would have a good time, well, at least an alright time in that gold lane, but it doesn't seem like she's having a blast in that gold lane. Seems like the Popo and Koopa is still able to bully her, but as the game progresses, the Melissa will keep on getting stronger, right? She will get to a point where her go away is going to be too much for that bottom Koopa. The Koopa won't even be able to get close. So that's what we're waiting for right now, as for DDE, that is their win condition, getting that Melissa over with that gold lead.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see what is actually very, very interesting. And I was like very, very shocked over this is the one that is just gonna be like very unique movement that is being shown by Bigatron. I thought like DDE is coming really good with all of the draft that they're having with the Sicilian, with the Ruby, but from the side of Bigatron, they recover really fast. They recover really, really fast from this one, and they're just showing how good they are to fight against DDE Empresses. I'm still looking forward over the movement that can be shown by DDE Empresses. Like if they can play more aggressive, they might be able to like steal 1 or 2 points from the Bigatron Era.
We did already see that they were able to get 2 kills early on, right? So, yeah, they are improving. Once again, in game number 1, it was 0 kills. Game number 2, it was 1 kill. And now, game number 3, it is 2 kills that they've been able to accumulate. So, if they are actually able to withstand the early game pressure that is being placed on them by BTR Era, then they will have a solid time, I believe, in that late stage with the Sicilian and the Melissa. But it seems like we are going to jump back over to the game right here, ladies and gentlemen, with Yuna still on the Melissa. My goodness, 1 Baitam Koopa with the ultimate there, taking half of Yuna's HP bar.
Yeah, it's like 50%, but in the bottom lane, they're able to take over the turret. Not only that, Vivian with the Way of Dragon able to secure Yuna. That is another kill coming from Chao. They're collecting 9 points so far with a huge lead. It's 6,000 lead now in the first 5 minutes. And they're not stopping there because they are still aiming to get another turret from the mid lane or maybe from the top lane.
Mid lane is probably going to be their focus here as the Popo and Koopa has rotated into that mid lane. Vival as well, already on to the turtle. It seems like both of these objectives won't really be contested as Bigatron Era just have too much of a gold lead here. Mid lane turret taken down, so does the turtle here, as that's going to be Yuna again forced. What the damage comes through even with the go away there. Popo was able to get that last bit of auto attack damage as Vivian tries to run away, flickering out. Meanwhile, Vival with the endless charge able to kill one person there, and in under the turret, it seems like Icy Forger dashed in way too aggressive, and Bigatron Era punishing that as usual. 12-2.
Yeah. Whoa. Their movement. It's just like very wide movement that they're showing. And we can see it from the instant replay. How they are like very patient and just like waiting for a perfect moment to bite them Koopa that is able to shut down directly towards Melissa. Yuna that is chased down, but people coming from the back with all of the Angel Shards and able to slay one member, not even one, even Link. Being forced to use the Tempest of Blade. It's just like a very huge decision coming from Bigatron Era. Ooh, another point here, Himiko is down along with Icy Forger, 2 members from DDE Empresses.
Oh, and they're looking for more. Look at Cinny. Cinny's just in the bush waiting for an Abyssal Arrow onto Kel. Fumi Echo jumps in, but the go away is there to provide some safety. Rob pulling them back with the I'm Offended as the Sanguine Claws connects as well. But Bigatron Era, oh, there you go. She was waiting for it, and Cinny flickers in for the kill on towards Yuna, finding it under the tier 2 as Chell in that top side just finds the base turret. The Sanguine Claws not enough to clear out the wave. Chell zoning them away from this turret as she pokes the turret from an odd angle there, actually in front of all the DDE members. Ooh!
But the Endless Shards that is jumping towards Himiko is only like 5% of HP left right there. Almost taking it down, but she's still able to go back a little bit and heal herself. But yeah, Himiko, I think like it's gonna be very hard for this thing to just go move away, and Himiko with the Baitam Koopa from Shell.
What is going? Look at that damage from Chell. What in the world was that? Again, the Abyssal Arrow not connecting with the Endless Charge, just poking the DDE Empress's members there, as the Abyssal Arrow once again is able to be dodged away from. Bigatron Era this time will not be able to take that final tier 2 in under 8 minutes, but the Lord is spawning up. They can't just go for the Lord right now with the massive gold lead that they have gotten. 10,000 as Fumi Echo jumps in deep onto Yuna.
Oh my god, they're still aiming for Himiko, and Himiko is down. Not only that, but also the turret in the mid lane. So right now they are collecting 7 turrets. Look at the item from Shell with the Blade of Despair, Malefic Roar along with Windfalker, and here we go. What will happen with Yuna? You're not going anywhere. You are the target here.
Yuna taken down easily there by BTRs. The Sanguine Claws connecting onto Fumi Echo. Mini waves cleared out by the passive from the base turret, as we are going to take a look a little bit at the items. And now we actually do understand now, Bella, how Chell is able to do that much damage, and even in the bottom side, my goodness, Fumi has the Festival of Blood. It's not even high and dry, and is still able to dish out that much onto the Ling as they go for the turret down below. Demonic Force gonna be popped all the way onto Viva with the Endless Charge popped as well, though. Conceal Play gonna be popped. Is that gonna be Knockout Strike locking? It's Icy Forger down, and they're looking for more on the board. Ra forced to pull back, going with that flicker away. Chell taken low, but again, forcing the Tempest of Blades with a very well-placed Abyssal Arrow.
They are not stopping there. They're still aiming for the turret in the bottom lane, and look at Shell. She's just like focusing to get over the turret in the bottom lane along with the Echo. But look at that Whale of Dragon. It's moving beautifully by Vivian, and right now they need to go back. They want to finish this one before 10 minutes, but I'm not really sure about that one. Like clearing all of the minions, still trying to push it back towards CDE Empress' side, but the rest of the player from Bigatron Era is very low. Even Chell right there, Chell still able to go back a little bit right there. Taiga, there is still a shield to protect that one. If not, it's gonna be a huge shutdown towards CDE Empresses.
And once again, we're finally seeing that DDE Empresses are able to withstand the pressure for 10 minutes now. So it's always been rapidly progressing, improving from game 1 to game 2, now to game 3, as we are going to take a look at the 10-minute item check. Oh my god, Chell. Those items, VOD, Melfic Roar, and the Windtalker already built up, and it looks like she wants to go for the Berserker's Fury there.
Yeah, but look at the item from Viva. Like Heavens Be Feather,
Oh
Deviant,
my god.
Divine Glaive, Genius 1. It's just like penetrating DDE Empresses, and also the difference in level is the gap. It's just like very huge gap. Even seeing it having like level 11 while the rest of the player from DDE Empress is level 9. But look at that one, Shell almost getting caught in the hand of DDE Empress side, but they are not stopping. They want to take it, and they are able to shut the one member of DDE Empress. The Lord going, marching towards the base of DDE Empress and unstoppable in the hand of Viva, and they are going to be taking this third game for 11-minute game.
11-minute game. There was a slight improvement from DDE Empresses, but not enough to withstand BTR Era. The era still continues here. 16 trophies, and so far in this tournament, they have been looking like the most dominant force in this tournament. Oh my god, Vela, this is absolutely insane. I think totally 3 games in total. It was an 8-minute game, a 9-minute game, and now it's an 11-minute game. So in total, I don't think we hit 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I think in total, 3 games, it was 28 or 29 minutes.
29 minutes, I think, for
Wow.
all 3 games here. Only the in-game part, it's like 29 minutes, less than 30 minutes. They are securing another spot in the upper bracket, along with our Kumnika right there. And it's just like a very strong movement coming from Bigatron Era. I mean, like, I know how strong they are, but right now they're showing their teeth, they're showing their power, they're showing everything right here. We are having to see, I mean, like the heroes that they are using is not like a very top tier kind of hero, but they're showing how strong they are in the hand of Shell and friends here. But yeah, we will see it from the highlight that actually Shell is like doing a solo kill towards Melissa, even the turret down there. Well, the rest of the player coming from Bigatron Era is focusing to get over the turtle and try to push back the players from the DA Empresses.
See once again here on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, with the match highlight for match 4, game number 3. Just how dominant they were in this game. Even Cine getting that Abyssal Arrow once again over in that bush. Here, the Ling was just unable to play. Bigatron Era just completely forced the Ling always off of her own jungle, with Vivian obviously using the way the dragon to lock her down. And this is what's most impressive, I believe. Bigatron Era always chains objectives properly with team fights, right? They never fight unnecessarily. They always take the fights that will literally win them the game, and that's why their game time has been so fast. Even Vival's positioning here is absolutely brilliant. She doesn't go and help her other teammates. She knows exactly that her other teammates are safe. She needs to go for the back line, and yeah, there you have it. DDE just lost their back line completely by the endless shards.
Yeah, I mean, like the flank movement coming from FIFA is just like looking really good, but we cannot forget Vivian, the one that actually tried to pick off the heroes using the Way of Dragon. That actually a very impactful movement coming from Bigatron Era. But here you go, the item. Look at that one. This is 11 minutes, but 10,000 gold is on the hand of Chell with Blade of Despair, with the Windtalker, Berserker's Fury along Malefic Roar here. Even though that I know Yuna is having a very good item as well, like Windtalker, Scarlet Phantom. I mean, like for the critical damage, it's very huge, but he is the main target inside of this game.
Hell, 11-0-3, MVP, 11.7 points. I think she got MVP in game 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right.
And yeah, now game 3. So the gold laners in this tournament just have been racking up a lot of MVPs. And Chell getting the MVP again, dealing so much damage with that build. Just look at it. My god. Only the warrior boots. That's the only defensive item she needs. No, she doesn't even have sustain. She doesn't have lifesteal. And she's still able to stay at 0 deaths.
It is. No defense, no nothing. And the rest of the player coming all of the players from DDE Empress is having level 10. When we see that actually the lowest level from Bigetron era is only from Cine with level 11 and Viva with level 15. Like the gap is just like so huge with all of the penetration that they have, while the rest of the player coming from DDE Empresses doesn't have enough defense item. Only IC Fortune and Ra is going to that kind of item, while Yuna, Kel, and Miko directly going for definitely going for offensive item, which is damage item. But yeah, they don't have time to recover for this Sicilian to be able to win the conditions. So this is our MVP of the game, 11, 0, and 3. Shell with this Popo and Koopa.
There you go. That's your MVP again for this match, 11, 0, and 3. Earlier today, we saw the Shinoa, 11, 0, and 0 on the 1-1. This time, adding 3 assists for the side of Chell here for Bigetron era. And again, 3-0. So the first round of this tournament have all been 3-0 matches and games, Vela. That shows that, again, there's just going to be a whole lot of different, competition levels when it comes to the second round of the upper brackets, because with all 3 zeros coming in, it's going to be very tough for all of the teams going up to the next stage.
Yeah, so crazy. But before we're closing, because this is the last match of the day, we want to thank you for UFC 2022 partner. We have this tournament presented by UniPin, supported by Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And also we have media partner that always giving a new news about this ladies tournament: Upstation, One Esports, Revival TV, Contacts.id, Dunia Games, GGWP, esports.id, GameBuff, Game Zero, Indo Gamers, Journal Apps, Kinchi, and Go Philippines Esport. Thank you so much. We are very grateful to be here for this second day, but this is only the second day. We know that actually it's going to be a whole week. Miracle.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole week, 22nd to 28th. And if you guys are interested to see the bracket, you guys can always just check out UniPin's, obviously, their social media. You can follow them or subscribe to them right now on YouTube on UniPin Gaming. They also have a Facebook, UniPin Ladies Series. You can also follow their social media on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok at UniPin Ladies Series for you guys to go and check out the bracket. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Today has been brilliant, but we will have it covered throughout the week. The week, 22nd to 28th. It's been Mirko, and it's been Vela Jave. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow.